Myself walking a strange city, trying not to keep up with the beat. As I breathe in the evening sky up from my feet, focus on a girl in front of me, trying harder to remain unseen. Though her lipstick tells a different story, flips her hair, last attempt to call attention, and I can't help it, I'm just staring as she passes me by, just before she's gone forever, leaves me with the glamorous stare. I start seeing things that aren't there. She can't hear me breathe a whisper. Tell me where you're going, and I'll run away with you. Let's start it all over, somewhere new. And if you lead, I'll follow, anywhere and everywhere, 'cause it feels so much like home, right here. Dare I turn around to find her looking back? I couldn't risk the heart attack, though it wouldn't be so bad. Feels like a siren screaming through the city streets, her eyes arresting me. If I wanted to, I couldn't leave. And just before she's gone forever, leaves me with a glamorous stare. I start seeing things that aren't there. She can't hear me breathe a whisper. Tell me where you're going, and I'll run away with you. Let's start it all over, somewhere new. And if you lead, I'll follow, anywhere and everywhere, 'cause it feels so much like home, right here. Feels like sirens screaming through the streets, her eyes arresting me, her eyes arresting me. Me, 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 me. Feels
Pickle Pickle Pie, good morning from Connecticut. It looks like a fine morning. I feel like I was told we would have some more shitty weather. We might. It may freeze again, but right now everything is looking a-okay. Waiting for the coffee to brew. Kittens are running around. Preaky. Yes, kitchen. Kitchen. Kitten. Paprika the kitten. Yeah, I know a lot about waking up in the middle of the night. I'm real good about waking up in the middle of the night and staying up for a couple hours and then sleeping until 10 a.m. There's a lot of people, a lot of human peoples. Wow. I don't think we're going to get snow again, but I imagine, you know, in Alaska that does happen. Good luck. I hope it's, you know... I hope we're moving towards a springtime, because I have had a winter. I think a lot of people have. But yeah, there was a thing with humans. A lot of... I don't think even ancient societies. I think like in this country, before the times of electricity. Many people, maybe all people, maybe humans are naturally biphasic sleepers. You know, biphasic, you know, I mean, it sounds what it sounds like. But a lot of people, especially when there was in ages where we could not just turn on a light or look at the news until we fell back asleep, people would commonly wake up in the middle of the night. It would still be dark, and they wouldn't really have a way to tell what time it was. So a lot of people would spend a couple hours doing something in the middle of the night. Not like, yeah, so biphasic, so it's not like you sleep for 6 hours twice a day. That's not biphasic sleeping. I'm not an expert on any kind of sleeping. But yeah, biphasic sleeping is when you wake up at 4 a.m. You dick around until 6 or 7, and then you go back to sleep until 10. That might not be the exact numbers. That's usually what it's like for me. That's a little more like waking up and then when you see the sun come up, you go back to bed, which is... You're not allowed to do that before electricity in America, or probably anywhere. Boy, and I got sniffles. You can tell that the weather is still going back and forth because I got some sniffles.
what music is meant for. And what I like the most is when we get up close. You make me wanna dance. You make me wanna move like I'm crazy. You make me wanna dance. You make us wanna move close together, so forever you'll be near to me. You got me every way that you want me. You please me every time that you need me. And when I look at you and what you make me do, you make me wanna dance. You make me wanna move like I'm crazy. You make me wanna dance. You make us wanna move close together, so forever you'll be near to me. You make me wanna dance.
오리야 바람이 그로밍그 끄냐 웰컴 자고 비베니라브 어린비아라즈 그 와르드 남금이 그제드 바로나루나 그 엉자원바지 레드데이 가명사무자이 그 아이 바르상르바지 기자지나제를 가나바라지 르르대장 이즈나바담비르 이유바담드바인 빈자바즈가바르즈 난바르 오규르 가지나로 이비그즈 은드 짜르바르 베나금 바르보즈르 이와비레 안비르 인비인가반르비가 비즈사유 바른그 감간르르 짜리비아만드즈 마난게르 센징게즈 마바즈 와르르인그 가미르 으르 세르르 지그즈바지 내가 댕가르 자리 스댕그 위르나비 데이비가 암즈 아 너미르 바르자모나르 바르함르자에르르나나 그리 빈저자에서 야지르 뭐 제 안에 리스트 헤이헤이 기억이나 그수 아르지 않게 또 파르 헤이레이 장비 두번 가운드 너가주 대자 상브 아빠바드 아울라주 그 와르드 장비 그 세드 아무나구나 내리지라 허브 인드 그 아하는 별장 바카세 이리그 베비스 바르리 마자그 거냥 스하르 이리그 스리르 아하르리르 나르하리나 가르장 디스자르르 거냥 제르자 감비스르 드링그 가우제인 뮤라르 와르유 의리로 베리르 아우비스 가르 나르랑그 그르 하원다르 아나르 비스르 아하베금 위리아 몬세이르 아미바 소이르 안스 안사사르 흑이르 자르르 거냥 디리 마는 비와조 흑으장 대자난 가리 아하르리르 나자르르 유르 아우지 와나제르 에르르 아자르르 비아그 조제나 가로메장 마간제르 셈신게스 마라드 와르리르 가미르 그리르 디마스리 엔르비즈 나르바는 루비즈 나르바네 이리그 바르 가운저 베지르즈 아우지 아다 감브 하르드 웨른데리나 주유리 차데르 베안그 아비아 도미장 만디르르 균세민 게르드 자르르 뼈베지르
Rika. Come inside, children. Come inside, children.
Test, test. Test, test, test.
about 10 years after all that other stuff.
That was the same for me. Like I didn't really adult Where I did,
I had a
excuse me,
big adulting period.
I had a big change into I had to like throw on the adulting pants, if you will. Um, so like yeah, I didn't have the money for video games or anything else, and once I started getting a decent income and stuff like that, I picked up a PS3 and I got absolutely sucked into video games, uh, and I had somebody introduce me to Minecraft, and I was like, oh, isn't that oh, that's like the baby game, whatever. And they're like, well, there's been some interesting developments with this. You should give it a shot. And I'm like, really? So that's why, actually, funnily enough that you mentioned it, I don't know if you're watching the stream too, but I'm actually playing. I'm going to be playing Minecraft while we're talking about Hyperion today, since since we don't have a background thing going on today.
Yeah. Well, I got no. I'm sorry that I'm not watching the stream, but I got no. I'm
you're
here with my phone.
I was gonna say
that's all I got today.
Yeah,
I got my
okay.
phone and a violin lighter. You know what that is?
A violin lighter?
Yeah.
I can only assume a lighter that's shaped like a violin, but I'm intrigued. What is that?
No, it's shaped like the bow. It's a grill lighter. So it means I've run out of cigarette lighters. So I'm smoking my bowl with a grill lighter. And if I do a little flourish, it looks like I'm playing the fucking violin with this thing on the bow. I'm on the bowl. Because, like, the grill... I'm doing it right now, unfortunately. Wait a minute.
I love how you call it a violin lighter. That's funny.
Where's my fucking... How do I do this? Oh, I want the other camera. Alright, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And can you see me? I'm playing the violin. Oh! I knocked the pipe into my teeth. See, this is what I'm doing.
I like it. That's fun, dude. Yeah, like I've been there where you had to like break down and use the grill lighter, or one of my favorites.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at the end of the month.
Or my absolute favorite, where you get like a gas grill or not a gas grill, like a gas stove, or even better,
There's a range, yeah,
or some sort of a range stovetop, preferably electric, because then you look even weirder trying to light a cigarette off of that. But light a cigarette off of, like, I used to have a gas burner, and then I switched to an electric one, and I would try to light it on the electric one, and then I realized, oh wait, you just gotta turn it up to like the really, really high point, and then it will actually light things.
Oh sure, yeah.
Yeah,
oh man, lighting cigarettes off the stove. Lighting a joint off the stove is not as much fun. But lighting a cigarette off the stove, that's like a chic, like a CHIC. There, I don't know what my fucking starving artist 2000 to 2010 chic was. I don't know what you would call that kind of orc goblin man I was living as. But getting up and lighting a cigarette right off the electric range was like, yeah, that was a whole vibe.
That was
in 2005.
I've definitely been there. Like I remember I was living in this gross upper flat. I lived there for like almost 10 years. And
I lived some places.
I've lived in some places.
Woo! We might do that. One episode might be the places I lived. Welcome to hell. Jesus.
Sanitarium. Don't sue me. Thanks, Metallica. Don't sue me. That was only one word. But yeah, like I would be down for that kind of stuff. I've lived in some very interesting households.
Yeah.
One I lived in was a lady who, it was a friend of mine from high school, and she wanted she only wanted a boyfriend because she wanted like a little manservant to clean up her house. And like I had moved in around the time, and basically her boyfriend was
like the
cleaning.
guy from the Final Fantasy house.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you were gonna be Zack or whatever from Final Fantasy.
I don't even know what the fuck happened. But like basically as soon as she kicked his ass out, it was like, well, you're the bitch boy now. And I'm like, we're not even dating. What do you mean I'm the bitch boy now? Yeah, I got out of that really quick, especially after her dog shat in my bed like 4 times.
Are you sure it was the dog?
She didn't Amber Heard me, no, or Amber Turd me.
No.
No, I don't believe so.
This- In Soviet Russia, the woman steps on a bee and the dog shits in your bed. That would.
Oh man, that was the worst. And then I don't
I
know.
never had a shit in my bed. I don't think. I don't think I've ever had a shit in my. Now I'm gonna go in there and it's gonna be covered in cat turds. Now that I've said that, I've had puke in some real wrong places. No,
Oh
there was
yeah.
shit in my bed at least one time. At
Mm.
least one time there was shit in my bed. Yes.
Are we talking like the Always Sunny Danny DeVito, shits the bed and as a joke?
It
Or...
wasn't some. No, it wasn't someone doing it for fun. No.
Terrible.
It wasn't a fun shit in the bed story.
Oh man.
Oh.
Jeez.
Yeah, maybe I'll do stories about various organic waste explosions I've been in the vicinity. Let's not do that one. Let's not do that episode.
You said you want what you said, let's not do that episode?
The one where I talk about all of the places I've shit my pants.
I've been I mean I'm down to tell that. I mean, mind you, it was in my younger years, and I've definitely had, everybody's had like at least one poop story in their older life. It happens.
Oh, I
You
got at least five.
roll the dice on a fart. It's like, like lawyers and cops. I don't trust farts.
My stories aren't even like that.
Oh, interesting.
My stories are not cute or funny.
I've been in those stories too.
Mine are, they found me at the bottom of a ditch, rolled in puke
Yep,
and shit,
been there.
dripping with various fluids, bleeding. Yeah, stuff like that. Someone had to scoop me up and throw me in the tub, kind of stories.
Oh, but I've had some times, but I'm right there with you. I woke up at Alto Reed's house once, and that was interesting.
Who's that?
The saxophone player for Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band.
Oh,
But I will share that tale another day. That was
okay.
and I probably shouldn't
Yeah,
even.
we
I
could do
probably
places I've woken up. Oh my! You know what? I'm writing these down.
yeah.
I'm not gonna write down shit myself, but I'm gonna write down places I've lived and places I've woken up.
Oh man, what I lived in a punk rock flop house. That was kind of cool. But we'll discuss that. I'm sorry, we're going sidetrack here.
I
But
lived in a lot of places that the occupants would describe it as a punk rock flophouse, but I don't think I ever lived with a musician. I think I just lived with people who liked punk music.
mm,
They
well,
weren't musicians.
no, yeah, most of like so. I'd started a band with a couple of people in the house, and we actually played for like 7 years or something like that. And
Awesome.
yeah, yeah, they're fantastic musicians. I had a great time playing with them, and things ended when they did. It was whatever. But when we were like, I had just moved into like this portion of town, and I was living with my cousin, and I could start paying my own rent, but I didn't want to pay the amount of rent that they were asking for at her house because she lived on a fancier side of town. And I had this friend who was like, hey man, like, or this bass player friend, like, hey, I'm living in this like flop house. It's a buddy of mine's uncle's place, and like,
Yep, that's right.
yeah, and
Some guy vaguely knew the owner and no one cared.
yeah, like, what was it? The mortgage was paid for. All we had to do was pay for the utilities and
Yeah, that's
and
good.
and a small monthly fee for like upkeep, quote unquote. And I'm like, fine, whatever. And at the end of the day, I was paying maybe $25 a month to live in this place because there was like 12 people living in this house, and it was like a 3-bedroom house. No, it wasn't even a three. No, it was a 3-bedroom house with a 1 bath and a basement, and everybody slept in the living room on the floor or the couch, and everybody had sleeping bags. It was pretty wild. But damn, if I'd never paid rent like that before in my life, that was the cheapest.
Yeah,
I will never be
that's
able to live that cheaply
that
ever
those
again.
kind of situations. Those kind of situations are pretty good. Yeah, and not like that nowadays.
Yeah,
But
no.
like, I don't know. I mean, there's, you know what? America's core tenet. I think there may be some things you think I'm about to say. I
Dish.
think that something really, really in the heart of how America works is just nepotism. I just knew the guy. It was just my uncle. A lot
Mhm.
like anyone who manages to survive, you only survive by, having well-established people and
Oh shit! There was like a band that I was watching, like it was like a there's like this YouTuber rock professor does like rock doc things, and he does like one hit wonder documentaries and things like that.
Mm.
But
Does he sit in the dark?
no,
Oh.
he kind of looks like somebody's uncle who used to play in a Fish cover band and then went on to do like software engineering and collects
Oh, okay, that
records.
kind of guy. Yeah, that's a whole guy. That's a whole
That
kind of
is a
guy.
whole guy, and really
Yeah.
like, and he's like, oh man, I like the '90s. I really like Weezer, and I'm like, oh, that's rad. Okay, you caught my attention. You know, like early early to mid '50s man with a fishing cap.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm buying. But yeah, I haven't even started the game yet. We've been going in on this for a minute. I would say, well,
What's the latest animal that they put in there? I heard they made some weird change to some animal that
um,
made it eat lava or something.
oh, there's like a wait, there's something that poops lava?
I remember. I don't know. I know that every time I hear. Well, I think maybe the only time I notice a piece of Minecraft news, it's when they make a change to one of the animals in the game or they add a new animal. But I feel like I heard something about they changed how some animal interacted with lava.
I just typed, I just made the unfortunate
Wow.
decision to type in Minecraft lava pooping, and that was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. Don't ever make me do that
You got safe search on
I
Minecraft lava. I think that anything
with
with
poop,
lava pooping following it, you're in trouble. I
yeah,
don't think you should type poop into Google.
who cares?
Probably.
um, no, I don't care about the introduction of Steve and Alex on Smash Brothers. Come on. Um, I know they added like some.
Do you know the origin story of Minecraft Steve?
That I don't know.
He's the guy from fucking Vice City.
What?
Look at him. Look at Steve.
He's
He was modeled after the main character of Vice City because Notch was gonna make a GTA clone.
that is funny as fuck.
Yeah, I love it. I love what I looked at when someone pointed that out, and I looked at the guy, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's who it is."
Like for real. That's so wild.
That's. I mean, as far as I know, someone obviously told me that, but I was told that as a true anecdote. So
That's interesting as fuck. Hard mode, survival, cheats off.
let me grab a drink. I'll be very back.
Yep, do you think? We're gonna wait for this to load up, and I guess we'll figure out where we're going to run.
You doing good? Who's doing good? You guys okay? Ooh, you are giving me a look, you. What is the matter? You're not pretty. We're gonna swarm cops here. Swarm cops and splash. Is that too much? Got too much vegetables. Oh my gosh. I think I'm overwatering my plants.
Oh, that's not good.
No. One of them's getting weeding.
Hmm. golly, yeah, I don't know much about plants, but I do enjoy like doing yard work on occasion.
Sorry, what are you doing on occasion?
Oh, I should start doing some yard work on occasion. Or I like doing yard work on occasion. I should probably go at it too sometime soon. I've got some motherfucking whatchamacallit. I got like a whole bunch of weeds in the backyard that I need to take care of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is my current obsession. I always have a fucking stupid project I'm in the middle of, and right now, well, really, I always have something I'm in the middle of, and something I'm letting go of, and something I'm starting. And and that's the obsession, is the starting project. So right now, I've got all these tidbits and anecdotes about gardening, and I've got like lights and fans and pots with seedlings set up around the room. And I saw one of my plants outside was leaning over because one of the effects of overwatering is that the roots become complacent.
They
So
become complacent.
If they're always wet, they won't grow more to reach new parts of the soil to actually take root and support the plant.
Mm.
And then I got another pot full of plants next. Yeah, what I said about the fan, I have this set up because I'm trying to train these plants, these seedlings, to have thicker, to sprout harder, because these ones I actually just started in a pot with the soil was too low to begin with, and I didn't know what I was doing. A lot of what I'm doing is, now that I'm learning about it, I'm taking in all my other little potted things or whatever, and one by one trying to fix whatever mistakes I made. So I've got a bunch of little sprouts with the fan blowing on them. Hopefully that toughens up their thin little crawling stems, because they got over extended or whatever as sprouts.
Interesting. Excuse me.
I'm going off the fucking grid. 5 years, I'm gone. I'm gonna be eating cucumbers and Carolina Reapers, and you can all fuck yourselves. I'm gonna be such an asshole about it. The more and more I distance myself from society, I'm gonna be meaner to my friends. So get ready.
Oh, the games of
Because
what?
I'm gonna be a real. I'm gonna keep saying stuff like I just said. I'm gonna be like, as soon as this shit's ready, I'm a fucking ghost. Eat my ass, cocksuckers. Peace. I'm gonna be unbearable.
Like, I've thought about doing that myself. It always seemed like a fun idea. Not necessarily fun, but like just something I would prefer to do. Like I I used to be a camp counselor and shit, and I know how to do like the survivalist stuff. But like
Cool.
like for the most part, did whatchamacallit, what's it called, Boy Scouts and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, as it pertains to something like that severe, I've also like I've lived in a van for a month, and that was fun.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, like
I did some. Maybe we won't talk about some of the urban survival situations.
oh, I've been there too, bud. Yeah.
I think
I've bust.
Shit happens.
No shame. I've bust. You got to do what you got to do, man.
Yep.
But I mean, shit. You're either begging for change out there, you're begging for change while you're serving somebody their fucking creme brulee, and they're not gonna give it to you.
Yep.
Yeah, but so I was gonna say,
Whatever. I feel like I interrupted.
Dude, we've just had, again,
at this point, I don't mind. I don't know why I feel like. I guess I always mention that I'm high, and then I feel dumb for saying it. But I want everyone to know that if I sound like an idiot,
it's only because.
I mean, if I wasn't high, I would. I think I sound like more of an idiot when I'm not high. I think I make more mistakes in my speech that I don't notice when I am not high. So.
No, dude, same here. Like,
I can't believe the stuff I don't notice, and I can't believe when I watch my streams back. I can't believe how much of chat I don't even see. That it doesn't even.
Oh.
Like, not even don't read, that I just don't see while I'm actually streaming.
Dude, I do it too. I've just now realized that you can, because I need enough space to cover up the screen here, so I have to like take up most of my space, so I don't have like a lot of room to put the stream chat anywhere so I can read it. And then I realized
Oh,
then I realized that you can take the little thing in OBS, the little chat screen, and you can actually like move it outside of um the tools area.
oh
So
yeah. Is that OBS Studio?
yeah, yeah,
Or oh, okay, yeah, that was an option in Streamlabs. I guess I just haven't. I mean, I might start doing that actually because I mean, I usually have a browser window open that has my chat on it, but I mean, obviously,
mm,
no, not obviously, but whatever. I mean, either works. It's not a huge deal, but I didn't know. I know that Streamlabs OBS used to do that, so I didn't know that. Yeah, it makes sense that that is an option in regular OBS.
yeah. Again, dude, like oh, I was gonna say, are we doing Hyperion today? I didn't want to I know you didn't have your, I don't know if you
Yeah,
had your notes with you or
I got my.
everything's on that.
I'm a little more prepared because I.
Mm,
Yeah, these because the last two stories are a little bit more important to everything overall. You know, the first four are kind of some things that happened because time is weird.
right.
But the last two, so Braun's story is about the techno core, which is very important, which you know
Mm,
we've talked about a little bit.
right.
And the last story is about it's about uh farcasting technology. It's about the hegemony, and it's primarily about a small rebellion against the hegemony that sort of is
Interesting.
the real beginning of a lot of the events here.
Huh.
So yeah, I would. I'll tell you the rest of kind of what happens. As yeah, and I've been editing, but now I'm not going to be able to do anything until the end of the month. But I feel like, oh, excuse me.
Nice.
Oh my God.
All good.
Whoa.
Been there. I was doing that all day today. I ate like a whole bag of pork rinds and I was just burping.
Man, I can't anymore. I don't know when I ate meat last. I got something scared me. I feel like I got that, and I'm fine. I almost don't even want to say I'm fine now. But remember me talking about indigestion for 2 weeks straight?
Yeah.
Like it was awful. Like I
Really?
don't even want to say I'm so glad it's over because I'm worried it'll come back.
Hmm.
But like I have been eating yogurt and vegetables since then. I don't know what happened or what set me off, but like
Mm.
I like thinking about a lot of the foods. It's yeah. You ever like as a kid get sick and then like whatever food you ate that day is like imprinted onto your brain as poison? I mean that might not be a universal experience.
I mean,
But
I have a severe aversion to mustard, but other than that,
oh
yeah.
yeah.
Other
For any particular reason, like did it
uh,
make you sick
fa-
or upset you when you were a kid?
family story time. My uncle, my folks both worked midnight jobs over weekends, and so my uncle would have to watch me and his kids sometimes, and so
Okay.
whenever we would have to stay the night over there, we would all go out to I don't know if it's, you know, I'm from Detroit, so we had this thing called a Coney Island, which is like a little like
Oh.
Greek diner, like a Greek diner, a little Greek diner.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, but anyway, so like we had at Coney Islands they serve what is known as a Coney dog. It's a hot dog with chili, onions, and mustard. Uh, I
Okay.
I like Conies. Conies are pretty good. But I get them just the chili only. I don't do the raw onions and the mustard on there. His
That,
kids,
I mean, especially for a kid, that's a recipe for disaster.
you're asking for trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, I still don't do raw onions, but I'll do cooked onions all day. Like sautéed onions are where that. But anyway, so
What
his
do you think? Well, I'll let you finish.
I was gonna say so his kids, he didn't exactly take very good care of his kids, and they very rarely showered.
Ah.
And what was gross is we would like, I disliked mustard to begin with. It wasn't really good to me, but then
Yeah.
all of a sudden I'm spending the night at their house, and like it's the middle of the summer. There's no AC, and
Oh.
and these kids don't know how to wipe their mouths. They've got their mouths completely covered in mustard and like crusting on the sides, and then like because like we're all like sweating in the fucking summer heat, on comes the BO mustard smell from my cousin, and yeah. Just horrible bad times. Just mustard has done nothing but disgust me. So, yeah, I've since made it a point to avoid it.
Man, yo,
It's gross, right?
I'm just I am suddenly I am like
turtles.
I am having fucking olfactory triggered flashbacks about how fucking gross it was to grow up in a fucking gang of cousins and just all of these various houses and sleepovers and awful, disgusting, farting, pissing people in July. July is really a smelly time. It's time to talk about smelly things.
It is the most smelliest time of the year. Oh my gosh. Like, oh yeah, was that a village? No, that's not a village. But yeah, that's basically the only real hardcore version that I have. But shit, we got so sidetracked. I'm sorry, man. You were about to say something about sautéed onions.
Well, I wanted to ask you if red onions are mostly just raw. Do you cook? Well, I mean, would you cook a red onion? Would you saute a red onion?
So
I have one, and I throw them in salads and stuff. But I feel like that's all they're for. I feel like, and or raw sliced on my hamburger, maybe. But I almost feel like that's kind of wrong.
So no, absolutely not. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
Yeah?
I mean,
okay.
You got people that are like, oh, only certain onions are only supposed to be used for certain things, and
yeah,
technically that is true, but like,
I feel like the red onion is this weird guy that you're not supposed to throw in the stir fry.
Oh, jeez.
No.
Like, yeah, no, you're allowed to throw a red onion into a stir fry, although like within like, well, as far as I understand, within like Asian cooking, you only see red onion used in the raw. And again, it's mostly it's predominantly a raw vegetable product, but it's not like
it's
definitive.
not gonna poison
You're not going to die from cooking a red onion, no. And if
it's
anything,
weird that I'm not even sure if they really. I bet that if I had them in front of me, I would be like, oh yeah, they taste different. But I'm not even really sure if they do.
They do when they're cooked. It's excuse me. So like white onions usually have a fairly like the actual onion flavor is like not it's like after you cook after you cook it out, it's like gone. It's like it comes out sweeter. Like because it's caramelizing the sugars and making the sugars more apparent.
Yeah, that sort of like acerbic like crunch yak of the raw onion, right?
And that's and then with like red onions, like ooh, did I just find a temple? No, I did not. They have like little underwater temples, and I'm just making sure that I'm not running across those because there's dudes there that can really fuck your day up. But red onions usually are whoa shit! Something's throwing shit at me. Yeah, dude, something's throwing shit at me, and I better hustle. It's one of them Trident boys. They're running after me. But red onions are perfectly fine to cook with. I don't think there's anything wrong with cooking with red onions. Motherfucker,
I feel like I know a lot of people that would walk into my kitchen and make fun of me.
Oh, but you know what, dude? Like,
is that just America or is that Connecticut? I feel like Connecticut is just like such a snipey, snarky culture. But it might just be America, or it might just be white people.
I think
But
that's
I
just
feel like any little thing, like
that
why
that's
the fuck you're cooking with red onions? Look at this idiot. It's that kind of thing, right? Look at the tiny mistake this fucking idiot made.
Hey, everybody, come see how big of an
That's
idiot
what
this
it
guy
is, like.
is. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
It's
think
exactly what is he even doing?
th-
Who
that,
let this asshole cook?
I thought this
That's
was,
Connecticut.
I considered that it was like possibly an East Coast thing, man. Like,
Oh, maybe, yeah. That is
again,
totally East Coast.
I'm I'm used to the Midwest niceness, dude, and like, I've been all over, man, and like,
Are people really nice? I don't believe it.
you know what? In the in the Midwest, oh,
Yeah,
dude, oddly enough,
I
that
don't believe in nice people. I've never
so
seen one.
so again, dude,
Not out there.
again, dude, I'm from Detroit, man. Like,
Okay,
I've
I've seen RoboCop.
nothing like RoboCop. If anything, it's on the upswing, but it's a great town. Like, a lot of people knock it, but like, I mean, like,
And it is, and it's one of those places like Florida that people just laugh. We're such like we are an asshole culture. It's amazing to me.
well, quite frankly, Florida deserves all the some of the nagging that it gets. Like, frankly, like, yeah,
I
Florida's
heard there was
Florida's
some
terrible.
weird. What,
Hmm?
Florida?
Yeah, I thought you said you did say Florida, right?
Yeah.
I've very rarely had a good time in Florida. Like, I've
I
been
heard
to
that there was.
I'm sorry, there's what? I
Well,
didn't
I
mean
heard that there's some weird news loophole or something in Florida, which is why we hear so much bizarre news out of Florida. Like, you don't even have to like cite your sources or make sure that there's like some legal something before you start when you post your little news blurbs. I heard that there's some, and again, who knows? Some asshole just told me this, but
Yeah.
I heard that there's a reason we hear so much bizarre news out of Florida because they are allowed to just print whatever they want, something like that.
Well, the thing is that I mean, you all know the story about the dude that ate the person's face off while he
Oh,
was high off of
yes,
bath salts. So like,
yeah.
that was like like the Florida man stories have been around for forever. Like, when people usually say Florida man, it's usually referring to a guy that takes lizards off of the screen on his, like, side patio door, taps its nose and makes the lizard open its mouth so he can like hang it up on his earring. Like, that's a thing. That's a thing. That to me is your generic Florida man. Now,
One
what
time, Florida man got arrested for trying to ride a manatee.
that shit I don't know, but that's
Could you imagine him
I
majestically cruising across the coastline on a manatee?
woohoo, I'm kicking back this Michelob.
Yeah.
Because they're like fancy rednecks down there, dude. Like, they're like, toothless meth addicts, but they have like, big old boats and like
Yeah.
shit.
Oh yeah, they got crazy toys in Florida.
Yeah.
And all the well, I haven't been there since 1995, but all of the stores are toy stores. Their main
That is
product
true.
consumed is inner tubes and
Yeah.
water wings.
I'm in a waterside town too. I know how that goes. And
Oh
like,
yeah,
my goodness, what
tourism is
I
crazy.
wouldn't give
We're gonna talk about it.
for a late night fucking market in comparison to the ski shop that nobody goes to, or it's like a water ski / regular ski shop, and I don't
Yeah.
understand. I don't understand why. Why you do this to
Water
me, Jimmy?
sports is huge. People love jumping in the water. There's sharks in there and jellyfishes, right?
Oh
I
yeah,
have a serious phobia of all blobs, by the
really?
way. I realized that this past weekend
Why is
watching
that?
Stranger Things.
Oh, I
Because I
haven't
watched
watched
Stranger
it.
Things season 3.
Oh,
But I was
dude.
like, oh my god, I've always been terrified of blobs. Like, I realized even that's why I don't go in the ocean, is because of jellyfish and blobs. I fucking hate blobs.
Interesting.
I don't know. I really have I really don't like blobby monsters. So yeah,
Hmm.
but I watched Stranger Things season 3 because that was from like 3 years ago or something. A new one just came out.
Yeah, oh, so it's 4 that just came out. Okay, I'm trying to remember
Right.
where they're at.
3 had blobs.
Yeah, I like that show.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't know that I liked it, but I guess I do because I really watched 2 seasons of it in about 2 days, I think. So I guess I really like it.
It's
I didn't know I
enjoyable.
did.
It's really enjoyable. Like I definitely need to see 3 and 4. Um,
I wonder if I didn't like season 2. I wonder if season 2 I was kind of like, okay, they're old now and they're doing the same thing. It's like season 1 of any show is this, this solid one piece of story gem. I think it's hard to pull off a season 2. A lot of shows lose me at season 2. A lot of shows get canceled at season 2, and a lot of
Right.
shows' best seasons are season 3. Season 3 is where season 3 is make it or break it.
Fair enough.
And
Like,
Stranger
yeah.
Things has a good season 3.
I'm a firm believer in the like I appreciate a lot of British television and the fact that
Okay.
they only stick to one
Oh,
season
that they end
most of the
their
time.
stories. Yeah.
Yes, I you know what, dude, like as much as like like again, like I knew Game of Thrones, and like not to be this like naysayer who like was actually never completed the series, but like I knew the end of the series was going to suck.
I
knew
am going to talk so much about Game of Thrones someday.
we'll have that
There's
discussion.
something to say about that whole disaster.
But yeah, we should probably I was gonna say we'll get back on track here. I'll cut the intro here really quick. So yeah, welcome to Thought That Was Weird. We are back again with Mr. Kuya DK. Yeah, I'm kicking some Minecraft. Kuya unfortunately lost his interwebs, but was very gracious enough to still join us today, and we're gonna talk some more about Hyperion, if I'm not mistaken.
Was that the cold open?
That is the cold open. I'm
Everything
trying.
up until now was the
Everything,
cold open?
everything up until now was was the most elaborate, wonderful cold open ever. Again, I think I'm going to have like a whole another bit where I like.
That's absolutely a whole episode what we just did.
That's totally what we just did. Absolutely. Yeah, yes, for those of you who are not watching the live stream, this has been going on for about an hour now, and you missed a whole range of fun topics, ranging from our horrible living conditions and among other things, including Kuya's fear of blobs and my fear of mustard. So yeah, so again, if you want to make sure you catch that fun little pieces of information, you best join us live next time on twitch.tv/thrashkaishu or kuyadk.tv. And yeah, so I guess we'll get rolling back into it. So
And chapter 4 is a rough one.
So chapter 4 is the Scholar's Tale. The river lays taste is bitter.
Wait, say that again?
The river Leaths, Lethe.
Okay.
Taste.
The river leaves taste is bitter?
Yes.
Interesting. I have no idea what that means.
That's not a reference to anything in the story.
You know what? I would bet you dollars to donuts that there is a John Keats poem about the river Leaves.
Let's look this up.
Well,
Really, is in Greek mythology, Lethe also refers
this
as
also obviously, thematically, this has so much to do with the fall of the old gods and the Greek gods and the Titans as well. So that makes sense. Yeah. Tell me about it. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just trying to read through. It was one of 5 rivers of the underworld of Hades, also known as
Oh.
Ameles Potamos. Excuse my pronunciation. The leaf flowed around the cave of Hypnos and through the underworld, where all those who drank from it experienced complete forgetfulness.
Ah.
I like that reference a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I really like this this concept. I like mythology. I just never liked the teachers that taught
That's too bad. What an American tragedy.
it. I mean I loved the hell out of like oddly enough I like a lot of Shakespeare. I like a lot of Brit Lit stuff.
Who's you know about Baz Luhrmann?
I know the name, but I don't think I'm familiar with any of the work.
He made Romeo and Juliet in the 90s with Leonardo DiCaprio.
With John Leguizamo.
Yeah,
I
and
remember that
Jamie Kennedy. What was I?
God,
Is his
Jamie
name Jamie Kennedy? Is that his name?
Was he in that movie? I don't remember. It's been a minute.
I was saying, what did I say about Jamie? I said there was some conversation about Jamie Kennedy that was funny, but I forgot now.
Okay, what was it? Malibu's Most Wanted.
That was a movie that he was in. Yeah.
That dude. So... I love that cat, but like, those are some unfortunate choices for films to have done. Like The Mask 2.
Oh
Son
boy.
of Mask. I feel for the cat.
Any boogers in it?
There's no boogers in it, sir.
You went to film school, didn't you? Must piss you off to see a black man running a big old production.
He had to get money. I get it, but like, damn, what an unfortunate film. But anyhow, so
I wish I could.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on the funny thing that I said to my friend the other day about Jamie Kennedy. That I have no idea. It doesn't matter.
Oh, well,
I get,
God,
I
what
want
was
to
it?
tell the same joke again, and that's a silly thing to do anyway.
No, it's fine. No, I'm intrigued by that. Like,
No, I don't
get
know
it.
what it is. I'm stuck
Yeah,
as
yeah.
in I don't know. I'm not, and so that's what I'm
Oh, I
thinking
see.
about instead of listening to you.
Oh, it's okay. No, please.
I don't know what it was. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, I if anything, just like the fact that like how Jamie Kennedy has
That was a good movie though.
Yeah, the Romeo and Juliet movie was pretty good. What was
It
that?
was cool that the dialogue was like raw as fuck.
Mm.
Like it was, Shakespeare.
Yeah, like in the sense that it was very like this colloquial,
I mean, it was
representation. Yeah.
no. I mean, it was absolutely the script from. It was the original. It was like literally Romeo and Juliet. I don't know if you recall.
Oh, I
But
thought
like,
I thought they did a couple of mild changes to the a couple.
I mean, there might have been some changes, but it was like very, yeah.
It was very close from what I remember. Yes, I'm trying to remember. There's like something in particular. Oh wait, no, that's what I was thinking about. They made a
Are you thinking
reference
about their
to
guns?
yeah, they're talking about swords, but he's
Yeah,
got a
so
gun
it
in his
says
hand.
sword on the
Yeah,
side of the gun. Yes, that's funny.
that was kind of interesting. That's one thing that I do remember from that. I mean, that's what I'm thinking about is that
Yeah.
they didn't change that line.
I think Jamie Kennedy is the dude going like, I thumb my nose at you. If the cops come, are they gonna feel that we have the right of way or whatever?
Hmm.
Then I thumb my nose, sir, but not at you.
I will bite my thumb at them, which is a disgrace to them if they bear it.
Oh, this dude sucks.
It's terrible.
I'm
Like,
feeling
the part-
everything watching this. Everything within me is absolutely
so much. Like, it's just so much of this fight is bad. Like, there's the jumping from hand to hand. I don't even
Nice.
know where my character is right now. It's just great. Yeah, it's really like you can half the time you can't see where Wander is. He's flopping like a fish. Just everything is oh man. It's raining. There's fucking flames shooting all over the place. Yeah, so Rachel's an archaeologist. Yeah, she's really interested in the time tombs on Hyperion.
Okay.
There's a lot of I sort of mentioned last week how like I think it's interesting. They talk about a lot of the effects of Hyperion, almost like weather. Like they talk about the Tesla trees, how like, you know, if they're having like a surge or whatever, you can't go over there. And they talk a lot about how the time tombs, which they talk about the the area that is moving backward in time, they refer to it as the anti-entropic field. And that's where the time tombs are. But also on the edges of this field, there are time tides, which is basically just weirdness. And they're kind of, you know, they're always trying to kind of measure where this time, this temporal activity, you know, how much, you know, how they talk about it like the weather. You know, they talk about how, you know, the times have the time tides have receded, so you know they're going into one of the tombs or whatever or near it.
Okay.
So, and the tombs, let's see, the tombs all have neat names. They're all like they're all individual. One is called the Sphinx. One is called like the Jade Obelisk. One is called the Shrike Palace. One might be called the Crystal Tomb, something like that. But there's a couple of them, and they're all different. They're these big structures that are moving backwards in time, and they're sealed. So people believe that in our future they will open, which will basically be the time that they were created in the past. And you know, this coming time, you know, will be a great revelation for the people of Hyperion, blah blah blah. You know, a lot of prophecy and stuff, especially because, you know, we didn't talk about it a lot, but there is a Shrike church. Like the people of Hyperion, you know, some of them are like, well, this thing is obviously a force of nature or God, so we should worship it and feed people to it. But anyway, Rachel's fucking around, you know, with these time tides and, you know, seeing when she can, you know, approach these tombs and stuff. And one night she's with a team of people and stuff, but God, this is a terrible fight to be doing while I'm trying to tell you a story. Like, it's so awful. It's so fucking bad.
I feel everything inside of that.
Yeah, so she's in there like alone. Like I think one night she might be like bored, so like she leaves her camp and the safety of her traveling companions. She goes and walks over to the, like, you have to jump, like I don't even know what you're every time I play this boss I end up just screaming because I don't even know how, like, you can't, like, he won't fucking let go to jump. Oh my god. It's like, it's infuriating. Rachel gets a fucking cold. I think she sees the Shrike, but she gets sick. She doesn't get sick. God, just fucking jump! Like, what an asshole! Oh my god!
Oh, dude!
Unbelievably bad. Like it's just like I don't even know, like, and I forget how the controls work because they work so poorly.
I lose my shit.
Like, I don't, like, I feel like I'm supposed to let go of the grab before I jump, but I'm clinging there, and I know he can jump backwards, but the camera doesn't know the stick. I don't know which direction to put the stick because the camera's flying around like a Lakitu. So like I'm supposed to be pressing down to jump backwards onto the next hand, but what the fuck is down? Like, it's supposed to be really like cinematic and immersive, and it is, and amazing and beautiful, and it's so fucking cool. Like, look at the minimalist HUD, look at this fucking game, but what a piece of shit. What a fucking ass cock.
I've played through this so many times, and it has infuriated me so many
This
times.
part is just so, like, the first time I did it, I think I have some of it recorded, and it's so bad. All right, I just jump. Like, how do I, like, why can't I just jump? Press down and jump, I think. Down, jump. See? Let go and jump? No. Like, I can't jump backwards. Is this I don't even know if this is a problem I've had before. Not being able to figure out how to jump backwards onto the next hand. He's just not... what? And then he jumped onto the fingers. Christ in the fucking cross. Christ on the cruciform parasite. I don't know why she's not sick. I don't know why they decided to call it Merlin syndrome. Guess what's happening to her? Guess what she caught from the anti-entropic field?
I have no idea.
She's traveling backwards in time.
Oh. Okay, and I'll read that. Rachel contracts a disease which causes her to age backwards. The fuck,
Yeah.
dude.
And the weird fuck of it is that she wakes up every morning. I really should have rested my stamina or whatever. She wakes up every morning and basically she has the memories of whatever life she would have led up to that point. So eventually she doesn't remember even going to Hyperion. She doesn't remember making the decision to go to Hyperion. If she wakes up and she's 14 years old, those are the memories she has. And there's even a scene when she's in the hospital and they're talking to her about what's happening to her and she's like, that doesn't make sense. My memories don't start every day when I wake up.
Oh,
But that's what
no.
happens to her. You know, it wouldn't be like that. It would be you would be slowly losing. But maybe even just for the purposes of cohesion,
Right.
you know, she's able to, it seems that her days are traveling forward in time, but she is aging in reverse, and every night she loses that day. So even ever since this has happened, it's almost like that movie with Guy Pearce, Memento. So she doesn't even know what happened to her. Every day she has to learn again because she doesn't remember it happening. She only remembers up to wherever she is in her backwards life.
Okay, what was
She's
that,
got these
50 First
journals.
Dates?
Oh yeah, she has a boyfriend when she's 30 that she meets again when she's, you know, gone backwards and is like 10, and it's like
Oh my gosh.
upsetting and heartbreaking. And he
Oh,
knows who she is and she doesn't know him.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
But every day she goes through her journals and learns what happened to her. So every day she's upset because she didn't make the choice to go to Hyperion. Some other timeline version of her made that choice. She's never even thought about this. She doesn't even give a shit about archaeology. As she, you know, as she gets younger and younger, that problem and the fact that she wakes up with no memory of any of it every day and reads through her entire journal and watches these video logs all day, every day now. She's spending learning what happened to her and getting mad about how much she has lost and how much a girl that she never was and will never get to be, her decisions have ruined her life. So they take the journals away.
What?
Obviously. Well, she's not going to get over it.
No.
Every day, every day she wakes up and it has to be explained to her again what's happened to her.
Jeez.
She meets, you know, her boyfriend or fiance again. She doesn't remember him. Saul has to watch all of this happen to her, you know, very slowly over, you know, 30 years. You know, she eventually starts coming down and saying like, yeah, you know, I got a test. I'm excited for the test in school. Or she starts asking about her, you know, her friends from school and stuff who are now adults and have gone on and done whatever. Like even the town doesn't look the same. She doesn't understand like what happened. And, you know, they keep telling her she was sick and asleep for a long time or something. And she missed a lot of parts of her life. But eventually she's just, towards the end of this chapter, it's just, there's really just a lot of long passages of just Saul talking about watching her just slowly vanish and get younger and younger. And it's like, it's fucked. Again, just like I said in the big anime scene, like it's written very real. It's written very well. And you can, like, it got me. Like, I could really feel this shit going on. Like, this is the chapter that a lot of people who talk about this book talk about.
Very
And
Benjamin
it's
Buttons.
really heartbreaking.
Wow.
And I guess you find out a little more about the end. You don't really. Honestly, you just find out more questions about the anti-entropic field and about the time tombs and even about the Shrike. Because, you know, I kind of obviously Saul is returning to Hyperion now because he feels that if he returns to the Sphinx or the Shrike, or, you know, he feels maybe by coming full circle, either he'll find an answer or maybe it'll be fitting to just let her disappear in the Sphinx where this all, you know, started happening to her. And Saul and Rachel's story is very sad. But yeah, it talks a lot more about the anti-entropic field, but we don't really learn much as far as world building in this one. Yeah, this one is really just a sad story about Saul and Rachel.
Oh man, like just really quick, and this is something that I found kind of interesting after hearing about, and of course, cite this is from Wikipedia. After
Yeah.
hearing Weintraub's tale, the party retires outside to gaze at the stars. Excuse me. Sacrifice Rachel in a replay of the Binding of Isaac. He decides to become a pilgrim and to implore the Shrike for a cure.
Oh, right. Yeah, they talk about the Binding of Isaac. Yeah.
After hearing Weintraub's tale, the party retires outside to gaze at the stars. There they see the Templar tree ship which carried them to Hyperion, destroyed by ousters.
Right. Yeah. So the battle has begun. There is war in the sky, and that tree ship is like one of like 3 that exist. So the Templar, it is not. Yeah, he does not like that ship has been destroyed. And for the rest of the book, they talk about how they can see laser beams and battles going on in the sky above Hyperion because the war has begun, and we really don't find out a lot about why until the second book, when we start talking about CEO Gladstone when she becomes a character.
CEO Gladstone. I'm
Yeah,
intrigued.
the CEO,
Mhm.
the CEO of the Hegemony of Man does appear in this book. She appears in the next story, which is Lamia's the Detective's Tale. Braun Lamia. Can you tell me what her first name is?
Braun, Brawne.
Oh my God! I was like, "There's no way her first name is Braun."
Yep. And
Yeah, but that's
and
that's
this one's
chapter
called
3 and 4.
Yep. Yeah. That's
Oh,
just,
go ahead
I
though.
was just thinking about. I didn't want to spoil it for next time, but I like how stereotypical about the detective stuff. The title of this tale
It is a noir tale. It is a cyberpunk noir tale.
It is called The Long Goodbye.
Oh, of course it is.
Of course
it is. Of course it is.
Like
Great.
fitting. Very fitting. I'm very intrigued to hear about that too. But anyway, so just to kind of go through everything, we have a priest that basically goes on a mission and in turn gets assimilated into a parasitic life forms like group.
Hive or whatever.
Yeah, hive. Yes. Collective, if you will.
Yeah.
And then next one was somebody played on the holodeck too long. And,
yeah. Oh, and I kind of figured out. Remember, I didn't know if she says like I met you in my future or his future or whatever, but it's his future and her past because I didn't put it together at first. The reason it's those two things is because she is also traveling backwards in time. So she has met him in her past, which is his future, but he's also, for some reason, encountering her as a ghost in the machine, as some kind of echo.
Wild.
But she is in the valley of the anti-entropic field, and she is traveling backwards in time, like the Shrike. We'll talk about it, but she's like the Silver Surfer. She's like the, what was his job? He told people that Galactus he was the herald. She's like a herald or a consort, not a consort, but she's got something to do with the Shrike. And in the detective story, we're going to talk a lot about the Technocore and about John Keats. This is where we get to John Keats and all the AI stuff.
Wow, shit. But yeah, I'm looking at book 1, and it's interesting. Like within the first little bit, like no stir of air was there, not so much life as on a summer's day. Robs not one light seed from feathered grass. Yeah, that stuff is that's some fun descriptors of building strange planets and what have you. So I'm definitely gonna try and find a means to see if I can go to my local library.
Yeah, they got audiobooks. I mean, I don't know if you. Yeah.
Good time to plug the local library.
That is, yeah. Local libraries are dope.
Yes. Yes, they are. Very, very important, vital.
Reading books is dope. Science fiction is dope, especially from the early 90s.
Indeed.
A lot of things from the early 90s can be found at your local library.
Reading Rainbow.
Yeah.
Right on.
Ed Mastine is the Templar.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, he's very upset that the tree has been destroyed.
William Mastine is
It's like his tree ship. Like it's called Yggdrasil. Like it's like their whole religion is about raising these great spacefaring trees. And this is a big deal. This is like one of the like 5 adult trees that can actually travel through space. So oh god, it's just terrible, this fucking fight. It's just so like it's just a struggle. It's like getting over it with Bennett Foddy.
Oh no!
It's like not even supposed to be a game that feels correct. Like it just feels like a mess at this part. And really, the rest of the game is so good,
Right.
even gameplay wise. This is just a fuck.
Doesn't it? It retires to his room without speaking. In the morning, Mastine is missing, and his room is found full of blood, despite a watch that has been kept all night.
Yeah, is that the beginning of the 5th chapter? Or is that the end of the 4th?
So this is the end of the 4th.
But that's the next thing that happens in the in the current timeline. Het Mastine goes missing.
And that leads us into the detective.
Detective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All 7 of them are there. Well, 8 of them if you count Rachel.
Oh,
They're all there, and Het Mastine disappears. They're all traveling together.
I see. Okay, I'm sorry.
And they're all
I'm sorry.
telling these stories to each other on consecutive nights. That's like the structure. Is that on the first night the priest tells his tale, or whatever, a couple days later the soldier tells his tale, and they're all telling each other how they ended up coming back, returning to Hyperion, most of them. Oh, God, the part where you have to get on the other hand, like how in the cock. Yeah, but I'll have that video out soon, and hopefully if I put that out, I mentioned in the video that we're kind of working on a podcast or whatever this is. I refer to it as not a podcast. I refer to most things that I do as not a podcast because people are always like, when I interview people or ask people to come on to talk to them about something, they're always like, "Oh yeah, I'll come talk to you on your podcast," and I'm like, "Well, that's not really what it is." But whatever, who cares?
Yeah, it's like more the chill out open forum thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not gonna jinx it, but that was impressive.
Like look like Lakitu.
Lakitu, come on, bud.
I want to scream your name like Connor Miyazaki. Who's Connor Miyazaki?
Connor Miyazaki. Brother. What were you trying to say? Like, are you
Well,
talking about Canada?
No, I was talking. Well, actually, Kaneda from Akira.
Yeah.
That's another good name that people scream.
And Tetsuo.
Very famously, Captain Kirk says,
Oh,
"Khan!"
Yes.
Oh my God, he won't fucking chill.
With my.
Oh my God, if I fall right now.
Oh, bud. That's when you do like the quick taps. If you like let go and regrasp and let go and regrasp, the thing doesn't go down as quick.
He's got like a little shelf right next to his stupid shoulder. He's looking right at me. Jesus Christ.
No.
Right over the shoulder.
No.
Right over it.
Shut the fuck up.
Right over the shoulder.
I'm waiting through it. Oh, dude, that's. Oh my God.
I mean, you are definitely not obligated to wait and watch me kill this guy, because I still might not do it. Every time I do this, I think to myself, maybe I'll just go make a sandwich. Maybe I won't do it this time.
Dude, you're almost there, and like I'm like goofed. So, and I'm invested. I'm invested now. And you have like that last little like.
Oh my God! Like I couldn't get while I was running out of stamina, I couldn't get one more stab on his ass. I seriously do not know how to jump backwards onto the second hand. I don't know how I've done it the 2 times I've done it. Like I don't know how to get him to do it because the camera's like in a weird place all of a sudden. Like he won't jump. Jump! I'm pressing. God!
I'm like, and then God. Like he won't. Like I honestly don't know what the hell is supposed to be happening at that part because he just will not.
Oh my
jump.
gosh.
He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't jump. I'm pounding X.
What the fuck?
Sometimes he does it. It's like I don't know what the like that part. And honestly, shooting the thing is pretty bad too. But so much of this is terrible. And the camera, you know, I don't even need to. Do I need to say anything about the camera? It's God, the worst thing.
Like I just love the fact that this monster looks so much like the robot from what was that Queen record? Queen?
Oh God, the one that does a character from Family Guy have a nightmare about it or something?
Oh God, was that it?
Oh
God.
There's like is it Stewie? Like the baby doesn't like
Yeah.
that Queen record, so
Yeah, News of the World.
yes.
Is the name of the record. Yeah, apparently did not like the robot from News of the World.
I've talked about Wander grabbing onto the wrong things at the wrong time, like in just such an idiotic fashion.
What the hell is that?
Yes, that's what that is.
What in the absolute
Like, what is even going on in this? Like, the game doesn't even work.
Are you even moving anymore?
I wasn't. All I was doing was hanging on. He grabbed on upside down and like somehow settled on that position. And like using the camera to try to make sure you can see the spot you have to like everything
Hit with
about
the-
it is terrible. Everything about this encounter is so bad. Like nothing is fun. It's all trash. Like I cannot give this whole end of this game enough thumbs down. I do this every time I play this game. I get mad. And I can't believe I have to fighting with the camera every time before you even start to go for the shot. Like it's
Shenanigans.
like the most garbage, absolute trash. Who made this? Clowns.
Who did this? Did you do this? Oh shit.
This thing outstays its welcome so much. I'm always so sick of this fucking thing. He's upside down again. Oh my god. Oh my fuck cock. This is the worst fucking thing. How did that better have fucking hit him? Holy shit.
Nice. You just got that shot off, bud. That was impressive.
Terrible.
Dude, you got him.
Got him.
Nice. Bam. Right on. Wait. Yeah, anyway, Kuya, as always, thanks again for hanging, bud. You know, this has been a very interesting topic. I'm excited to hear 5 and 6 next week.
Yeah, thank you. Well, let's just keep making stuff. Let's just keep making stuff. See what happens.
Right on, bud. Alright, thanks y'all for watching. Thanks y'all for hanging. Hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your week. Y'all take care. Yes, welcome everybody. To Thought That Was Weird. Thrash K Shoe here, and then we have Mr. Kuya DK killing it in Shadow of the Colossus.
What's up?
Right on. And then yeah, we're gonna be talking about Hyperion today. This is part 2. Or I probably shouldn't say part 2. This is the next session of these talks about Hyperion.
As far as our output is concerned, this is part 2 of our conversation.
Yes. Yeah.
We're gonna talk about chapters 3 and 4.
Which I'm stoked about because the last 2 chapters were absolutely bonkers. I had a field day listening about all these stories from all the stuff from last time.
And I think, kind of now that I've been looking at it and editing stuff and looking at it a lot, I kind of feel like but that's the other thing is that we'll see if we end up editing every conversation we have or what we end up putting out. Chapter 3 is about Martin Silenus. And it has a lot to do. I guess this chapter's world building has a lot to do. Maybe not a lot to do with Old Earth, but it has more to do with galactic society as the result of what happened on Old Earth, which was the big mistake.
I see. Yeah, so part 3 is the Poet's Tale. Hyperion Cantos is
the Hyperion Cantos.
I have no idea what Cantos is.
Let's look it up. Because I'm actually not sure if John Keats wrote something called the Hyperion Cantos. The Cantos is used a lot.
Is that official story?
One of the sections into which certain long poems are divided.
Oh, a cantos.
Oh, but it's the cantos. So it is all of the sections, I guess.
One section into it.
I used to talk about books and there would be a little argument over how someone's name was pronounced because none of us knew because we all read it. But now I've been listening to it, so I know how they're pronounced, but I don't know how a lot of them are spelled. I really don't know what Bron Lamia's first name is. I don't think it's Brawn.
Oh, Bron.
I wonder if it's Bron. Bron Lamia is the detective. She is the 5th story. We'll talk about her next week.
Okay, very interesting.
Lamia is also a poem by John Keats. So Hyperion is a poem by John Keats. And it does sound like Martin Silenus eventually writes the same poem, but we might get more into that in the second book.
Okay.
It's interesting because Hyperion Cantos is the title of the series of books. I guess it's interesting now that I know it kind of means verses. Because he writes a piece of work called his Cantos. Maybe I should start at the beginning. Martin Silenus was born on Old Earth. He is by far the oldest character in the book. He is like 1,000. There was technology on Old Earth that would extend your lifespan. I can't believe I don't remember it all. I couldn't remember it when I was talking about it when I was making the video. But there is a treatment that you get every couple of years that will extend your life. And a lot of the people on Old Earth, the early technology, like when Martin Silenus is first observed by one of the other characters, like the consul maybe, he observes that there is a blue sheen to Martin's hands. And they mentioned that like on a lot of the people on Old Earth, the earlier, whatever this treatment was called, it would turn people straight silver blue. Kind of like, wasn't there someone that was trying to, like there was a historical figure. Wow. There's a historical figure that has absolutely nothing to do with this, which is funny because, you know, this does have to do with Earth history and some historical figures. But there was a guy that was like, he turned like silver blue. I think it was because he was taking something that he thought would prevent poisoning. He was afraid of being assassinated.
Okay.
I don't know if it was like silver nitrate with like potassium. Potassium iodide is what you eat if you think that radiation is going to be a problem.
Potassium iodide? I didn't realize that was a.
Oh yeah, because for some kind of, I guess iodine. I don't know if it's iodide or iodine, but iodine I think is like radiation will hang out in iodine, like it'll stick to it. But if you take potassium iodide, whatever it is, it'll like sit in like your kidneys or your liver, like that iodide instead of the, like you're less likely to absorb radioactive iodide or something if you already have potassium iodide in your system. I just did a very bad job of explaining what it is, but yes. Anyway,
oh yeah, it's a type of iodine that is not radioactive, can be used to help block one type of radioactive material, radioactive iodine, I-131, from being absorbed by the thyroid. Okay.
Yep.
So it's basically It's like in the Fallout world, it's basically
Radaway.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Interesting.
I'm sorry.
So
So I don't know if that story has something to do with why he described the people on Old Earth as being blue silver, but there is a ton of, you know, human society refused to change and became corrupt and decadent. There's a lot of that kind of vibe. So the human in Hyperion.
Yeah, basically the like mankind, like almost in the was it Revelations, where some ascended to the heavens and some remained on earth and toiled, and basically like yeah. Oh
so
no!
They remained. So they
what the hell was that?
Lakitu. That was the fucking camera spun around.
What the like dude, the horse did like a little like side barrel flip thing.
Right, because I was holding like forward, and then the camera spun, and the direction I was holding became like wrong, and so he's turned around and died.
What in the world was that?
Incredible. I feel like that has happened to me a couple times.
I've been there. I know them feels. Oh man, you guys.
It's an old sort of situation when you walk through a door holding a stick in one direction and then immediately turn around because your guy is now facing. I feel like I'm going to learn more about the big mistake. I'm still like kind of in the middle. Book 2 is like, I feel like it's 3 times as long as this first book. It's almost like maybe we'll talk about the Dark Tower someday. Like most of the first book is the past. They're talking about what has happened, you know.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so everyone turned blue, and then it might have actually been a sabotage of the planet. There's been rumbling. The second book has a lot more to do with the CEO of Man and all of her meetings and goings-ons and trying to figure out what's going on in the galaxy. And there is some rumbling that the big mistake may have been an intentional act, either by humanity or by an intentional action on the part of either the Ousters or the Technocore. I wasn't sure if the Ousters existed then or if they came along after the big mistake or if there was even a hegemony. The World Web existed when the big mistake occurred. But the big mistake, and I told you last time, a black hole appeared in the center of the planet, which is what maybe we're trying to do in Eastern Europe right now.
Oh, right, with the CERN collider.
Yeah, so maybe just like, maybe this all already happened. Maybe the world already ended, and Metal Gear Solid was a documentary, and also this
And
because
oh man, in the Final Fantasy house, people were right.
maybe I swear I think about Metal Gear Solid 2 every day.
I still haven't played that one. I need.
It's about something called the Selection for Societal Sanity, which is
Okay.
basically a net of AIs that are watching the internet, watching memes, and using memes and bots to steer society in whatever weird direction that AI decides to go. And I swear to God, someone went back in time and made that shit as a warning to us. Unless it all already happened. Unless the world ended long ago and we're all in a simulation. And that's our last, that's somebody, Hideo Kojima knows the truth. Metal Gear Solid 2 is his documentary, his warning to the world. But I think about the Selection for Societal Sanity every day.
That's so interesting.
It's so spot on to what's going on with Twitter and the internet and Reddit and just bots and memes. Bots and memes running the world. That's what MGS2 is about.
Jeez.
Yeah, so CERN creates a black hole and the planet slowly dies. Martin stays on and it does so it doesn't the planet doesn't blink out of existence. It's like, there are earthquakes and volcanoes. The planet is fucked. It's slowly dying. The Earth is destroyed, and Martin's mother, with like the last of their fortune, they were a rich family. That's how they could afford to be so old. With the last of their fortune, she buys, him transport on some, primitive technology spaceship going to some, new colony. And he is put into hyperspace, and again all of this technology is new and doesn't really work right, so he doesn't know really where the timeline of old Earth is when he wakes up. But that's the least of his concerns, because he seems to have lost his ability to speak coherently. Like he's been brain damaged in some way after his space flight. And he ends up on a work colony where they put him to work because he can barely communicate. And he talks about, like, as he's telling the story, I feel like he talks about feeling like he was, had no sense of what was going on and, like, had lost, because obviously he recovers. But, temporarily he loses almost just his consciousness. He was barely even conscious of what's happening to him at this point in the story. But he begins to write somehow, even though he talks about, the 7 words you're not allowed to say on TV by George Carlin.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
I don't know exactly what they are, but he mentions that his vocabulary, listening to this on the audiobook, it sounded like it was exactly the George Carlin routine when he was talking about the amount of words he could use, because it was basically, piss, shit, hooker, whatever. But he begins to write somehow. I guess he slowly starts getting language back. And he begins to write, and he writes what he refers to it as his cantos, which we now know to mean his verses. He does eventually write something called the Hyperion Cantos, and now I'm looking back on it, and I was definitely high listening to it, and maybe it was the Hyperion Cantos all the time. The reason that I'm not positive is because I have not read Hyperion. I have read we both looked at Hyperion a little bit, and I read a few pages of it. The poem by John Keats. But the cantos that Martin Silenus is writing ends up having very specific details in it about the Shrike and about the planet Hyperion. So that's why I'm not really concerned if he's meant to like be channeling John Keats in some way.
Right.
Because at another point, he talks about how in his poem, the Hyperion Cantos, Pluto's hanging out with all the other old gods, and they're talking about the fall of the Titans, which is what John Keats' Hyperion is about. So anyway, he finally gets off this work colony, finally regains his sense. He writes this epic poem, the Hyperion Cantos, and he goes back to the World Web, which now exists. So I mean, I really would like to know what the timeline is, because it seemed maybe they stayed on Old Earth so long that the only way to get off was through the older type of space travel, which was hypersleep and spaceships and time debt. So he wants to publish his cantos that he's written, but this publisher he meets, who also becomes a little bit, she's also a very old Earth type of lady who has remained eternally young through this treatment that they've received. She's like, there's no way this fucking poem is gonna sell. You were on Old Earth. Write a novel about Old Earth. Write a series about things that happened towards the end, and we can sell it saying that you were one of the last survivors on Old Earth, and you went through this horrible experience, and now you're back among the World Web, and
Right.
here are some of your stories. So he writes a fiction novel. He writes a pulp fiction fantasy novel about some stuff that happened on Old Earth, and it's a fucking hit. A lot of the sort of personal horror of this one kind of hits true to home, in that people are going to eat your shit. They're going to eat your shit right up. But anything you actually put time into and care about, no one is going to care about. That old fear and that old chestnut, that's where he kind of ends up. And he ends up writing a whole series of these books that he hates. And he hates doing it, and he hates working on it. I'm going to try to jump across that bridge again. Let's see if I can just not even press on the stick. Okay. Poor Aggro. Aggro survives. Spoilers. Yeah, so eventually he can't handle it. He can't handle the fame. He can't handle knowing that no one cares about this truth that he has written down in the Hyperion Cantos. So he goes to Hyperion. And again, this guy is so old. He goes to Hyperion, and this is like an earlier age of Hyperion. This is the age where Hyperion was first being settled. One of the first people to build or to settle on Hyperion was this guy called Sad King Billy, who has got a lot of commisery and sympathy for Martin's situation. Sad King Billy builds the City of Poets on Hyperion. As you know, or as I told you, the most major city on Hyperion is Keats. In the present day, in the time that this is occurring, where our pilgrims who are on Hyperion currently, they arrived at Keats and set out from Keats. But there's a city called the City of Poets, and it is deserted. It's an empty ghost city, and that's the remains of the city that Sad King Billy founded when he traveled to Hyperion with Martin Silenus, the poet, who had become famous writing trash novels. They build this city, and Sad King Billy's dream is to found this place at the edges of at the edges of mankind's domain, where they can live close to the wilderness and just create art and not read Facebook and Twitter all day, and live close to the earth. Well, I guess Hyperion, the earth, is a distant, forgotten memory at this point.
Right. Wow.
He starts working on his poem again, and he finds that he is inspired to write of the Shrike. And at this point, the Shrike is really unknown of. Like in the current time period, during the final Shrike pilgrimage, I mentioned that the Shrike has been it has left the time tombs and is destroying whole towns and stuff. Like it's on a rampage now. But at this point, they might not have even known that there was this creature on the planet at this point when the City of Poets was being built. But Martin is inspired by visions of the Shrike, and he starts writing about it. And he starts writing about it coming and, finding men and women and killing them. Sad King Billy has access to these writings, and he starts realizing that when Martin Silenus writes in detail about a graphic, gory murder done by the Shrike, that murder does actually occur in the City of Poets on the same evening.
Wow.
And Martin is almost, when they discover this, Martin is not sure if he is somehow, if his writing is coming true, if he has somehow created this creature. He does eventually understand that it is moving backwards through time and has this weird time effect on it. So, but he starts believing almost that, he has written this Kantos to completion eventually in the future, and somehow it has caused this creature to come into being. The being is now moving backwards in time and following the instructions that he wrote for it in the Hyperion Kantos. So Billy is like, you gotta fucking stop. It's very clear to Sad King Billy that Martin should stop writing about murders if the murders are happening. But the Hyperion Kantos has become Martin's heart. It's his truth. It's his Kantos. Like he's always talking about his Kantos. Like he has put down the truth.
Wow.
So when this kind of comes to a head, Sad King Billy gathers up Martin's manuscripts and he's going to burn them. Martin is very upset and he doesn't know what's going on, but he almost feels like if he's really doing this, if he's the one that is causing all of this death and pain, he's not sure. He's not sure if he cares. I mean, it might, if this is all because of him, that might be his truth. That might be what he was always supposed to do. This guy is really unstuck in time and feels, what does Loki say? He's got the burden of terrible purpose or whatever. Sad King Billy begins to burn the manuscripts. And the Shrike appears. Martin still doesn't really think it's something that exists. But now it definitely does. It appears and it takes Sad King Billy away. The way he comes away from the situation is, on one hand, he's furious that his manuscripts have been burned. Like, that's what he cares about. The entire reason he returns to Hyperion is because he feels like he needs to. He feels like he has some connection to Hyperion or to the Shrike, and that it has something to do with the Hyperion Kantos that he's written. And in the second book, when he talks about the context of the Kantos, he describes Hyperion by James Keats. Like he basically describes he has written the same poem, but he doesn't. I mean, he knows who John Keats. He knows who John Keats is, but I don't think he has made the connection that he's written the same poem that John Keats did. But anyway, he returns to Hyperion because he feels burdened with terrible purpose.
You know what? There was that. What was that movie with some like 20-something hits his head, and then he plays a Beatles song, and people are like, "Oh wow, that song's amazing. What is that?" And people believe that he wrote all these Beatles songs, but he like went through a parallel universe or some crap, or died.
Oh, is that where the Beatles never existed?
Yeah, whatever that was. Hold on, I think it was called Yesterday.
That would be a pretty good title. You ever see Hot Tub Time Machine?
No, but I love John Cusack.
One of the characters in Hot Tub Time Machine, basically, they go back to the... Yeah, so what happens is they go back to the 80s from, the 2000s or whatever. One of them stays behind, and he basically just invents everything. But one of the first things he does is he becomes Motley Crue because he knows all their music. So he just records all of their music. But then he invents Google and he just does everything you would do if you knew what the future was going to be. I don't really know what happens in the first Total Recall movie because I feel like it's supposed to be vague, but like I don't know if the original guy was Doug Quaid. I guess he was. Wait, but maybe not. Right, there's two things that might happen. Either he was Doug Quaid and and intentionally erased his memory because he thought he would be able to convince the new guy to become Doug Quaid again. But what also might happen is that Arnold is just has had a broken AI thing happen to his brain, and as a result, he's having this alternate history life that, you know what the clue is? When you because you know basically what the plot is, obviously, right? He goes into this clinic and he's going to have a vacation implanted in his mind.
Right.
And so, like, in the background of, like, while they're setting him up for it, you know, and after he goes through this procedure, that's when he finds out that he was a man who wiped his memory on purpose. But in the background, two of the techs are like going over the specs of the vacation they're going to give him. And like one of them like looks at the clipboard and says, "Oh, blue skies on Mars. I love this one." And then like the last scene of the movie is literally blue skies on Mars, and like Arnold and the girl like sitting on the plains looking at the first blue skies.
That's wild.
I think maybe once the poem is destroyed, when he rewrites it, maybe the rewrite is the Hyperion Cantos, which, you know, he describes as being about, you know, the old gods and Pluto in the valley. Because he write his, you know, his goal in returning to Hyperion, he feels like he needs to be there for some reason involving the Hyperion, involving this Cantos that he's written about this planet. He feels like there's going to be some full circle. But that's so that's Martin's story. Martin's story is about old Earth and the pain of being an artist.
Dude.
You know, it's just like real. Like honestly, I cannot say enough nice things about this game. This encounter is a piece of shit. It is a poorly designed attempt at something really epic. It's a piece of shit. The camera doesn't work right. It's so floppy you can't tell what's going on or what you're supposed to do.
It's infuriating.
It's a bad end to the game.
Indeed.
But that's chapter 3. Martin Silenus, the Hyperion Cantos, the Poet's Tale.
Yo, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Of course, tune in to Thought That Was Weird with me, Koya DK, and Thrash Keishu, who is great. On Tuesdays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. That is on twitch.tv/thatthrashkieshu and also koyadk.tv, which will be showing either my YouTube stream or my Twitch stream, which is located at Twitch. You know what? There will be all the links below. Check out Thrash on Twitch and YouTube and everywhere, and Discord. I don't know if I said it, but there will be 8 episodes of this, and then I have a couple more 8 episodes of Thought That Was Weird Hyperion. And then I have a few things that are not a few solo videos I'm going to be putting out. I think I will be putting out 1 video a week, kind of moving forward now that I've found sort of my flow. Check all of my shit out on koyadk.tv. I have a Patreon where you can see edited videos of me and my mom making soap, all of my soap making editing content, which really is leading to me hopefully talking about pop culture more, which is kind of what I want to do. And I guess also talk about myself. Thanks for tuning in. Tuesdays 5:30 p.m. Catch me in Thrash. Twitch.tv /ThrashKeshu. Links below. koyadk.tv. Thank you.
But
there's a Space Wars. A war among the stars, you could say.
Like sci-fi Canterbury Tales.
There's this metal tree somewhere that the church members and other people have had visions of, just covered in barbs, where just millions and thousands of corpses are hanging. Well, I shouldn't say corpses, because they are writhing in a perpetual state of suspended semi-life. The pilgrims are Het Mastine the Templar, Oh man, Father Hoyt. I don't recall Father Hoyt's first name, but Hoyt, the Catholic priest from Catholic Planet. Leonard Hoyt. Leonard Hoyt. Okay. Yes. Well, yeah. There's a lot of sort of future. Oh, the names are weird.
I'm all about that.
I don't know if this is the way he likes to write, or if. Well, I mean, it kind of seems like this is just one of those things where someone adds a weird type of colloquialism to a future dialect. You know what I mean? But everyone in this book so frequent, and it might be more in a formal military setting, but people so frequently refer to each other by the first initial of their first name and then their last name. So like Martin Salinas is referred to as M. Salinas all the time. And the John Keats character, I forget what his alias is, but yeah, he's always in government meetings and they're always calling him M whatever or H whatever. But there's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot of calling people by the first letter of their first name. So Hoyt is the first. Let's see if I can remember the order of the chat. There's 6 chapters. I mean, the priest's tale.
The man who cried God.
The man who cried God. I love that. Oh my god. So like, I don't even know if I got chapter titles in the audiobook. I love that. That's so.
It's a pretty neat name.
Oh my god! I can't wait to tell you what happens.
Oh, dude.
All right, so 2 of the chapters are not truly about. 2 of the chapters have other narrators other than the pilgrims. So like 4 of the chapters are the stories of what happened to 4 of the pilgrims, and 2 of the pilgrims know someone and are telling someone else's story. So Leonard Hoyt's story is actually about a priest named Paul de Rey that Hoyt had met, and de Rey was going on an excursion. What do Catholics do? They don't go on pilgrimages. They go and tell people what to do. Missions. Yeah, okay. So he was going to go... There was this tribe, I don't know if they're described as a I'm going to keep saying, what's it called? What's it called? Like an uncontacted tribe, whatever. But there are humans living in the forest.
Okay.
And I think it's not known when they got there. It's not, well, although they know that, well, there was a
Is this the flying one? Yeah, it's the flying one. I'm sorry.
There was a colony ship that crashed in a certain area of Hyperion out in the wilderness. And they also know, I feel like for some, I guess why I'm not sure exactly how it comes to pass is because it feels like it's supposed to be a reveal I think maybe they don't even know about the colony ship at first. He might be just going to go on a mission to talk to these uncontacted peoples living out in the jungle. It does turn out that they are the remnants of a colony ship that crashed out there. They're called the Bokora. And it's really funny that I'm not too sure exactly why he's going out there, if it's for a mission or some other reason. Or Paul de Rey, it may even be that Father Hoyt wants to contact them because Paul de Rey has vanished. And Paul de Rey may have encountered them by accident. So Paul de Rey and his traveling companion, they travel through a forest of Tesla trees, which are trees that shoot electricity out. And there are times when they're more active and they're just zapping shit, and you can't travel through Tesla forest.
A freaking Tesla forest. I've
Yeah.
never heard of such a thing.
And it's like the weather there, like how charged the trees are at the time is like weather. Like you don't go through the forest when there's a big like output or whatever. And at the edge of the forest there is a crag and a great cleft in the ground, and that's where he encounters the Bokora, who are small of stature and wearing cloaks and wielding knives, and they immediately murder his one remaining traveling companion with their knives. And they overpower him, and his cloak like flaps open, and they see his crucifix on his chest, and they all back away. And they say, "You are of the cruciform," and they don't say much else.
I'm definitely spoiling this for myself. I definitely want to still read.
Oh, are you
through it.
reading about it?
I'm reading a little bit about it. Like, holy shit! I'm not gonna spoil.
Or should I not spoil it?
Spoil
This is full
alert.
spoilers where I'm
Oh
going.
yeah. I mean, okay. Oh, I mean, yeah. But please keep going. Like, it's. I mean, again, eventually I'm gonna sit down and read this, but this book is super fascinating sounding. So I'm definitely down for that. Yeah. But yeah, dude, please keep going.
Yeah, so the Bakura, they might not even the Bakura might be a colloquial term. I don't think they might not even refer to themselves as such. They refer to themselves as the 70, because there are 70 of them, and there are always 70 of them, and have always been 70 of them. And so basically, you know, they don't talk much, and they don't talk super intelligently, really. So it's hard for him to get information out of them, and obviously he's kind of under threat. But also he has nowhere to go. He can't travel through the Tesla forest alone. And they're keeping him alive. And, you know, they obviously are violent. They've murdered other people, and they've murdered his friend. And so he's in a kind of a bad position. And they talk very brokenly, and they don't seem super intelligent. And they're also like a very youthful... They don't look like children, but they're of like a diminished, youthful kind of physicality. And so when he figures out that they refer to themselves as the 70, that's when he starts figuring out that it doesn't seem like there's any elderly or any young. They all seem to be the same age. And at one point he kind of asks one of them, like, so if you are 70, like, when are there new ones born, or like when do new members of the tribe come? You know, he's asking questions like that, and they're saying things like, well, you know, one comes when another leaves, and they're giving him vague answers like that. And every day they travel down the cleft to somewhere he's forbidden to go. And actually, I may have used the wrong terminology before, because it becomes very very specific. He starts saying, like, he wants to go see what they're going to worship. And he keeps saying, like, I am of the cruciform. And they say, you are not of the cruciform. You follow the cruciform. You are not of the cruciform. And he does eventually become of the cruciform. But so, you know, so you kind of know, it's kind of one of those old chestnuts from there. He, you know, one day while, you know, they're away or something, he travels down into the cleft where they go to worship, and below the cleft he finds an enormous cavern, and in the center of the cavern is a crucifix, a man-made by, I don't know what kind of paleontology tools he has to determine the age of this, but he determines that it's not a crucifix. There's not a Christ on it, but it is a jeweled cross. And it is encrusted with jewels. The jewels were placed there by men tens of thousands of years ago, by his estimate. This is an ancient temple to a cruciform, to a cross shape. And it is located on one of the labyrinthian worlds, which are known to be ancient worlds. So in his mind, he has discovered some evidence that if not Christ, the cruciform has been an influence forever. Way beyond what humanity would consider forever, right? He has made the discovery of discoveries for the Catholic Church. This is beyond belief.
Wow.
And when he returns, the Bakura are aware that he has gone to their altar. And they are not too pleased with it. And I think they want to kill him anyway. They argue, you know, he can't really even tell what they're talking about, because they're talking about how he must. Their terminology is strange. I think they're talking about they don't talk about they're not saying we're gonna kill him. You know, they're saying, like, you know, he must become dead forever. It's not even like that. They speak very vaguely anyway. But they're talking about how he is not of the cruciform. He cannot be of the cruciform. He cannot go down to their altar. And he has done it. And many of them want to kill him. but eventually they end up taking him back down. And this was so Dark Souls. Into the secret room behind the altar, further down another layer of the cleft into another cavern where he finds the true cruciform. Here, all right, so I mean, if you've been listening this long,
True
you're
cruciform.
fucking in it. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
The true cruciform is an organism that takes the shape of a cross. There's all these pink glowing things clinging to the walls of this cave. And the Bakura, who also I didn't even mention this. They have an extreme fear, revulsion, and it is forbidden. Nudity is forbidden among the Bakura. And he discovers the reason that is because each of them have a cruciform attached to their chest. And he receives one as well. And kind of what ended up happening to the 70 colonists is that they became infected with these cruciforms. And
Oh my gosh.
if you are infected with one, when you die, it has absorbed your DNA enough that it will regenerate, and it will regenerate a being kind of like you were, but not quite you.
Exactly.
And so it's happened to these. So there's been a time debt. So many generations of these creatures have lived and died to the point that they have devolved, and they kill anyone who is not of the cruciform.
Wow.
And once he has the cruciform, also, if one of these creatures, it's almost just this is very world building. But like at one point, one of them, I can't even remember how he has died so bad that his body is completely destroyed. But if they recover the cruciform and attach it to the body of one of the others, when that other eventually dies, it will regrow back as two bodies, and the two will return. So once Paul DeRay has the cruciform, it becomes incredibly painful for him to leave the area. And he notices that the cruciform not only responds to pain, but causes him pain whenever he tries to remove it or cut it out or anything. Like, it communicates through pain. Oh, and I didn't even mention, but when they put this was the one thing. This is the kind of weird one, because this one has very little to do with time travel, although it's kind of about time debt and how, like, a group of people kind of slips under the radar somehow for centuries, even though it's not really.
Right.
But he does encounter the Shrike. When they put the cruciform on him, for some reason, it has something to do with the Shrike. It almost seems like, I almost wish it didn't, because it almost seems like it doesn't at all. But this is the one story that is almost completely, and it's good that this is the first story, because not only is it really cool, but it's completely different than, really the rest of them have a lot more to do with time travel in the Shrike, which, which we'll get to. So the end of the story is that Paul DeRay, Lunar Hoyt comes to look for Paul DeRay. They had met before, and so now, and he knew about either the Bakura or he knew about where, Paul DeRay was headed. So he goes to find the Bakura, and he does, and I think, and again, his traveling party is immediately murdered. But they notice that he is wearing a cruciform. He is of the cruciform, or he follows someone who is not of the cruciform, but wears one follows the cruciform, I believe. So they realize that he follows the cruciform. So he's okay, and they take him to Paul DeRay. Paul DeRay eventually, realizing that the cruciform did not but it communicated through, it understood pain, probably didn't like it, and communicated back through pain. Paul DeRay eventually nailed himself to a Tesla tree to be continuously, painfully killed and resurrected in the hopes of driving the parasite out and dying.
Wow.
And he has become so destroyed, his body is so destroyed, that the Bakura forcefully remove what is left of Paul's cruciform and apply it to Paul DeRay as well as a fresh one. So like what I said about how not Paul DeRay, Hoyt. So when Hoyt dies, he is going to regrow himself and DeRay. And so Hoyt now is not on Hyperion. He's on a tree ship. It's not vague how he escaped because it was very clear that, I mean, it is vague. It was very clear that, like, it's very painful to leave the area where the Bakura are. You cannot travel through the Tesla trees if you have the cruciform parasite. It's extremely painful, but somehow... Oh, well, actually, yeah, he may have been rescued because the people... One of the people that was killed in his traveling party was, like, maybe the wife of, like, a soldier who came back and nuked the settlement.
Yeah.
And so Lenar Hoyt was rescued, but he's not doing too good. And especially being away from Hyperion is very painful to him. Did I just, like, leave the area of the fucking... Oh, there it is. So that's basically Father Hoyt's... That's the priest's tale. That's the man who cried God. And yeah, that one barely talks about the Shrike or about time, but the rest of them have a lot more to do with time being fucked. Yeah, the aspect of it that I think spoke to me, I loved, and this is why when you told me the title, I loved it, because I loved the idea that he thought he had discovered proof that, like, Christianity was older than Earth and, like, a part of the blueprint of the universe. And yeah, man, faith.
I feel there's a lot
And
of
that's not what it turned out to be.
I get like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade Nazi vibes from the priests sort of thing, where they're trying to find, like, the Holy Grail sort of thing. They're trying to
Right,
prove
yeah.
God's
Evidence
existence.
of, yeah.
and then contain that power for themselves, sort of thing. And then it turns out that it's like a parasitic life form.
Probably, I mean, it seems like you're probably, from your perspective, I imagine that your first death is your death, because it seems like it regrows a being that is not quite you. You know?
Right.
It seems like whatever comes back is really something else.
Mm-hmm. Jeez, that's such a wild flipping story, especially like the. Hold on, let me see here. So just the reading from the Wikipedia here, it says in the end of the story, quote, the Bakura are destroyed with nuclear weapons, but not before Hoyt is infected with both Dure's cruciform and one of his own.
Yep.
That's terrible.
Yep. So Hoyt is because he's traveled away from there now, he's in constant pain. And he's constantly shooting some kind of hyper future drugs.
That sounds absolutely terrible.
And you know, he's also very horrified that he is carrying these cruciforms now. And his I as far as I'm not sure if he has any. I don't know if he has any ulterior motive. I believe he thinks that if he goes on the pilgrimage because of his great faith, he will be the one granted the wish, and his wish is to die. Because he's terrified to kill himself because he doesn't know what will come back.
Oh man.
It's really, boy, that really is a good one to kick things off.
That's a great one to kick things off. So the next story is the part 2, the
Soldier.
Soldier's Tale. The War Lovers is
The War of Lovers. Okay.
The War Lovers is just
The War Lovers. Yes.
And
Is
then,
his name Friedmont? Fedmont?
Fedmont.
Fedmont Kassad.
Kassad.
Yeah, Kassad. Fedmont Kassad the Soldier. Yeah, part 2 sets up the Shrike and time travel a little more.
Okay.
But again, which is important. Yeah. Okay. Let's just go in order. And I did kind of want to mention that people have been talking. The reason I read this is because like reviews have been popping up on YouTube, which probably has something to do with the fact that they are making a film based on this. But you know why I think people are talking about Hyperion?
Why?
Because the Dune movie got made. So people are looking at old spaceship novels. And we talked a little bit before when we were offline about old paperback stores in the
Oh, right.
90s,
Mhm.
Walden Books and sci-fi novel covers,
Oh yeah.
and how the cover of this book is such a classic pulp sci-fi,
Totally.
like paperback books. Paperback fantasy and sci-fi in the 90s was something that existed, and I remember very little about, but I was definitely into it. Like I was saying, I was reading Star Trek novels.
So let's see. Colonel Fedman Kassad begins with a flashback to his days of training in the Force Military Academy on Mars.
Yeah. He's training in a simulation.
Interesting.
It seems like they basically have holodecks. You know, it basically, you know, I mean, it begins describing him. It begins describing, I believe, a scene, because it describes many different wars during this story. But I think it's probably a very classic, like, it might be, I feel like it might be like a Vietnam situation. I feel like he might be doing some kind of jungle combat. But it does sound like he's in a 20th century war. And, you know, before it reveals that he's in a simulation. And when it reveals that he's in a simulation is when he meets a woman he doesn't expect to meet. And he says something like, "Are you a part of the fucking simulation? You're not supposed to be here." And she answers him very vaguely. And then they have very graphic sex with each other. He is so aroused by the blood pumping, you know, fury of combat and like 15 murders, and so is she, that they work it right out.
Right in the middle of the battlefield.
Oh my god, I can't remember what her name is. Yeah, like amongst corpses. It might not. You might, and if you look for her name, there's going to be spoilers as you try to figure out what. Moneta. Her name is Moneta. So he meets Moneta, and he doesn't, and he thinks she's human, and he doesn't understand how, and she shouldn't have access to his simulation. And he keeps meeting her through various battlefields, and in these simulations that he's participating in. I'm not exactly sure on, yeah. Like I said, there's going to be some details I don't really remember, but he either ends up in an actual battle with the Ousters, maybe not with the Ousters, because I think there's a rebellion or something that happens, but he ends up being injured and he's on a hospital ship, and the hospital ship is maybe it is. This might be. I was telling you how the Ousters are very interested in Hyperion. So I believe the hospital ship is like passing past by Hyperion on the way back from the conflict that Fedman was involved in. And the hospital ship is attacked by Ousters, and it goes to ground on Hyperion. And there's a lot of descriptions of the Ousters. And I almost found it very interesting that the author Dan Simmons, he makes a point to refer to them as men. He's always like, you know, Fedmont crushed the man's skull, and Fedmont is like a superhero.
Yeah.
This guy's ridiculous. He is constantly crushing skulls and gouging out eyeballs. But they also refer to the Ousters. They refer to the, like, I think they refer to them being as like gangly, like all of their limbs are really long. They hold weapons and tools in all four of their hands because their feet are used as hands. Like the Ousters have changed, and they all wear helmets. Their faces are never seen by a character or described. They're always in these suits. And so they attack, and like I said, at this point, I think not even until the second book do we really get a lot of the politics and why these people are interested in Hyperion. But they attack the hospital ship and ground it. So all of that violence is happening during the ship crashing. And the ship crashes, Kassad is able to recover miraculously. Like, really, this guy is a superhero. He's able to recover. He's able to gather weapons.
Right.
And he leaves he walks out of the wreckage and out onto the plain or whatever, and there are thousands of ousters. The ousters and their ships are actually referred to as the ouster swarm. They're one of those swarm type alien guys where, you know, they just have 1,000 tiny ships that are always everywhere. They're, you know, it's hard to even destroy a significant portion of, you know, their military because they just have a ton of tiny ships. So the ouster swarm has landed. He's in trouble. And I can't believe that I don't know if Moneta is in this scene. I feel like she should be, but I almost don't remember if she was there or not. It would be really important because it would be the first time that she was there, like, in real life. He does meet her at least right. I think she's there during this. And honestly, after that last one, I wasn't, after that last story, I was a little bit not into hearing a superhero story all of a sudden. Because this story so far has been all just smashing heads and stabbing and fucking, like, it really comes out of the blue.
It reminds me a lot of Spawn.
Spawn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
A lot of skull crushing and a lot of twisting of spines and so forth.
Al Simmons. Al Simmons was Spawn, and Dan Simmons wrote Hyperion. What's the connection?
Only I thought that was weird.
So they're in trouble. So Moneta and Kassad are cornered. The enemy has them. Their ship is destroyed. The Shrike. At first, he doesn't understand what is happening. At first, it just looks like they are being destroyed in a variety of ways. Some of them just coming apart, and also time. Also, some of them are going back together. Just things are happening to the enemy, and time does not seem to be working correctly. And he realizes that this creature, the Shrike, is moving through the enemy and just decimating them. And as he enters the battle, for some reason, he goes into this state where he's able to perceive the way the Shrike is moving backwards, and he's able to move with it. And he's like fighting alongside, and he doesn't understand why he's fighting alongside the Shrike, but it seems like perfect and natural, and they're all moving backwards and forwards through time. And there's this it is written well. It's written well and interestingly, and it is hard to describe, obviously,
right?
Because a lot of this book, when it gets down to the mechanics, it's like time just fucks off. Basically, the other 5 stories all have some point that more or less the mechanics state time just fucks off. Time gets completely weird. So he's moving backwards and forwards through time. He's watching how the Shrike, is moving back, like killing these creatures by going backwards, and the Shrike is also teleporting away. And Fedmont receives a vision of the tree, the great metal tree somewhere beyond the time tombs that the Shrike is hanging these bodies on, and the bodies, once impaled, writhe and stay animated forever as they travel backwards through time. And so also the structure of this, by the way, is so also an interesting, it's funny that I haven't mentioned this at all, but the structure of the book is that as they travel on their pilgrimage, they're telling each other these stories. So at this point, he's telling them about how he received the vision of the tree where the Shrike hangs the bodies, and how they're the bodies, and they're almost all ousters. So basically, he's a premonition that the Shrike is going to destroy almost all of the ousters. Wow. But the other pilgrims ask him, "Did you see any of us on the tree?" And he says, "Yes, and refuses to say anything else. So some of them are but they also know that 6 of them are supposed to be killed. So he meets Moneta, and she's real, and she says something very bizarre to him, which is, yes, we know each other from your past and my future. But the only time in the past that he has known her has been in these simulations that he didn't even know if she was real or not.
Right.
He's still having visions, and time is still wobbly, and they fuck again. And this time, he maybe in a vision and maybe not, she physically begins to become the Shrike while they are encoiled.
Oh no.
He does not like this very much.
I would not like that either. It's like getting a
It's
pinky in the
not-
corn when you don't expect it.
It is not. It really, and I think he does not even really know if it was part of a vision, or what exactly happened. But he has to get away. He gets away from her somehow, and he gets rescued from the planet. She may vanish after that. You know, she's like that. She comes and goes. Moneta does a lot of vanishing. We find out a lot more about her in the second book. Oh yeah, and yeah. So he doesn't know if he's not sure if she has been the Shrike the entire time. He's kind of believes, and I'm spoiling the second book. She's not exactly the Shrike, but he doesn't know if she has always been the Shrike, and he's been communing with this creature that has now caused him to go on this unbelievable massacre. This might be why the Ousters are interested in Hyperion. They might just want to come and kill everyone on the planet because of what happened. So basically he pledges to return. He gets rescued, and he decides he's going to return. He's going to find her. He's going to find out what's going on. The timelines are going to line up, and the time tombs aren't going to be like, they're going to open at some point. That's what they refer. But it's when the anti-tropic field or whatever is going to line up with our reality. But that is becoming close on Hyperion, and the Shrike is beginning to roam outside of its domain and just start to destroy settlements and become a very, very, very large problem. And so Fedmont's motivation, I said that they all had, some motivation that they wanted to come back. He wants to find Moneta, and if she is the Shrike, he has brought with him a weapon that he believes will kill her. And that's the soldier's story.
Jeez Louise, dude. That's wild.
And it's a real superhero banger. It really is.
That's basically a dude who had seen some crap and then realized like kind of the being played. But anyways, I gotta take off. But
Yeah,
dude,
let's do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, thank y'all for watching. Thanks y'all for hanging out.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks y'all for watching. Have a good one.
Okay. Hi. This one is late for a lot of reasons. I had a hell of a summer. The past couple of weeks or months have really just been one of those situations where every week I had some big job or some family disaster or something. What I'm presenting today was recorded months ago or so. A lot of things changed this year. It's been a hell of a year. I started a bunch of new projects, let go of some old ones. One of them might be a podcast. I don't know. I've been involved in a lot of things that might be podcasts. I'm going to do some housekeeping at the end of this video. You'll get to see me from however many months ago, and you'll see how much younger I was when this was recorded. But that me will explain some of the things that are going on. This is an ongoing talk show with my friend Thrash. I'm editing just a bit of it, and we'll see what gets edited in the future. But I think that these will come out on Sunday.
I think for the next 6 Sundays or so, I will be putting out a piece of this. And thank you for watching, listening. Stay tuned. And there will be info in the video and at the end about watching us at 5:30 every Tuesday. Thank you.
How do, everybody? How goes it?
Excuse, sorry?
Oh, I was just starting the intro thing. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to cut an intro, because like that's what the cool people do. Is they cut the intro and then they edit it so that it looks super cool. And
Oh, right. Yeah.
But I was gonna say, yeah, welcome to Thought That Was Weird. Here, of course, is Kuya DK rocking some Shadow of the Colossus. And we're gonna watch along, and we're gonna have a long discussion about a particularly fascinating book, and I've never read it, but I'm very intrigued to check it out. It's a book called Hyperion, and I'm not even entirely certain about too much of the plot, other than very minimal points. But
There's
yeah.
a space wars. A war among the stars, you could say.
Yes.
And really, just about 10 years later, than the original Star Wars.
Oh, is that wait, is that real? Like, is that it's like supposed to have happened 10 years after Star Wars, and like not
Well, no. It was the release of the book Hyperion in our world.
Oh, I see.
Which is funny. I'm going to be saying that a lot because there's a very meta element.
Mm-hmm.
It is in a way about our world. There are elements from our world in the book.
Yes, and like what I find really fascinating, the one thing that I have been told is that it is the like sci-fi Canterbury Tales, basically.
Yes, I have heard that. I don't know a lot about the Canterbury. Is it like the first novel ever written? Is it something like that?
It was a epic poem written back in like.
And this novel is very concerned with epic poems, which I explained to you earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, and again, like that's like kind of the bit with Canterbury Tales, is that it's very much about the
Pilgrims.
It's about the individual pilgrim story. Yes, it's about like everybody has their own individual story, but they somehow affect each other in this very bizarre way.
Yeah. So in this book, everybody's story is about how their timeline got fucked up. Everyone's story is a little bit about a different kind of timey-wimey. Except for the first one. I'm going to have to... although I'm going to... Well, obviously... Yeah. I don't really know when to begin, but eventually today I will start talking about each of the stories. But this is... Here's the thing. I'm about to take my microphone to the other side of the room, but I'm going to start saying this word so much that it's going to be... People aren't going to be able to stand me anymore.
Okay. Tickle me intrigued.
This book has got world building.
Oh, you're gonna hurt people with that one.
The real people. I mean, it's one of those. You know what? You know what my least favorite word in the universe is? Because it is itself the word neologism.
Neologism. What does that mean?
It means a recently made up word that everyone's using, and it's fucking annoying.
A neologism. I got look this up. Oh, fuck! Why did I do that? Damn it!
That's kind of what world building is. People are like, "Oh yeah, world building." Everyone's talking about world building, but this book fucking has it.
Right.
Like really, everything that I try to explain about any of the storylines, I'm gonna have to explain some aspect of the world and why the world is like that. And that is one of the I think one of the reasons I started getting into these books as much is because I started trying to explain them to one of my friends, and I was like, "Holy shit! This is because the plot line is short and simple, and you really wouldn't have to think too much about it, except you have to." I said the same thing about Game of Thrones and Elden Ring. Your mind has to be active because you have to pick at the little tidbits, the tiny bits of lore to understand how the universe works, to even get a grasp on the story.
Oh, I've definitely done some deep dives on trying to understand like at least like the first Dark Souls game because I don't have a computer. I don't have any means of getting a copy of the first Dark Souls game, but I have 2 and 3, and I've been playing through 2, and I honestly don't know where I'm going, what I'm doing, what the fuck is going on, and I'm perfectly fine with that. And I understand the like necessity of that to tell this story, but it's definitely a lot for me to take in, and as much as I don't like um spoiling games for myself, like I find myself having to turn to like strategy guides and shit. It's definitely a game you have to read about before you really get into it.
Yeah, it's almost I don't know if there's like a term for it or if I'm like gonna be
A Souls
almost
game.
it's a recess game. You're supposed to go out to recess at school and talk to your friends about what you found and where you found it. And then you're all supposed to go home and find the things that your friends found and figure out your way through the game together. It's supposed to be. It's basically, hi Daisy, it's a strand game.
Hi,
Do you know what
Daisy.
that means?
It's a Strand type game. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
familiar with the term.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean. Really, that's what Dark
Yeah.
Souls is. 100% a strand game. You're supposed to do it with your friends. Like even if you're not playing multiplayer, people are supposed to work through it together.
Interesting.
And I mean, as you know, I am very fascinated with Dark Souls. Never mind. I know a friend of mine a couple months ago accidentally purchased a key for Dark Souls for Macintosh.
Oh,
And I bet he still has it. That's why I mentioned it if you were using a Mac.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He accidentally purchased a Mac key drunk, and then I don't think he could get a refund.
He bought a Mac key
God.
drunk. That's the worst.
Excuse me. Thought that was weird? Is that the official title?
I think that's I'm not even entirely certain. Again, we we need to find some time to workshop a new name.
I didn't mention that to you today because if that's the working title, I'm okay with it at this point. If we haven't discovered anyone else using it, basically, like
As far as I've
the
seen,
first
no.
one?
That's what, because I know we had a couple of titles that we were trying that were owned by other people.
So anyway, I listened to a book called Hyperion. This is a big deal for me. I don't listen to books. I don't read books. I used to read books so much. I can tell you so much about so many books. I haven't read a book in 10 years. You know why?
Why?
I'm going to say Twitter, but World of Warcraft and Twitch probably, and YouTube, the internet.
Yeah.
I have everything. There's first of all, one of the biggest changes over the past 10 years is there's now constantly something playing in the house. No matter what, there's a podcast or Star Trek on. When would I ever read? I read Twitter before bed. So that, that's my old man yelling at cloud shit. But I discovered audiobooks. And Audible sucks. Don't give that. Well, I mean, you know what? I don't know. If you want to get your free credits and do the demo, go for it. But just be warned. I don't know exactly what happened. I thought I was, well, I told you sort of, yeah. I suspended the account,
Yeah.
but I sure didn't expect to get billed.
Yeah. Nothing worse, dude. Like,
Bezos can suck on my ass till my head caves in. So I listened to Hyperion, which is the name of an epic poem from the 18th century, just like Endymion, and perhaps Lamia. I think Lamia is a Keats poem, and one of the characters' names. What's funny is I'm realizing I'm not even positive what this one character's first name is, because I think her first name is Brawn, like someone who's strong, like Brawn. But I have no idea how it's spelled, and it could be just something weird that's how I hear the word. But anyway, one of the characters' names is Braun Lamia.
Braun Lamia.
They're on a tree. They've climbed a tree full of Templars. The Templars are... So there's obviously... Like, I don't even know where to begin, because I feel like... You know what? I guess I'll start telling you what happens, and when we get to bits of world building... I'll kind of, maybe we'll go on little tangents or whatever. We'll see what happens. Yeah, like I said, world building. There's the tree planet of the Templar Druids called God's Grove. There's Catholic planet, where there was recently a heresy occurred. And this is, so I'll give you the basics of the, I think I'm supposed to go on a ledge not in this little forest.
I forgot what the name of that class was.
Oh, I don't. Do you know any of their names? I think I might know like one of their
I've
names.
never known any of their names. I will look them up.
I think the last guy is called Malleus, because of course he is. I feel like the last one is called Malleus or Maltheus.
Oh god, that snake one, that goes like underwater.
Oh my god. Have you had nightmares about it your entire life?
Oh my fucking god, have I ever?
Oh my fucking god. I did it the other day, and it makes me physically uncomfortable. Like, I've done it 5 times. More.
I know.
For years. It's like, there is something primally awful about that one.
It's terrible.
Because it pulls you under the water, and you have to hang on.
Oh.
Like, wherever the fuck it's... I hate the water in this game, just because there's giant creatures. The whole game is about giant creatures.
So, I guess the first one's name is Valis.
Valis?
Yes.
With a V?
With a V.
Okay.
Valis, and then let's see what the second one is. So let's see, the second one is Quadratus.
Is that the horse?
No.
Horse is number 4.
It's the
Quadratus is like a bull.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, he's got the horns on top of his head.
Wow, this was the wrong time to light a joint.
Oh wait.
Of course, like I for some reason, yeah, whap. While I'm walking around, I'm like, all right, maybe when I get there, I'll light a joint, and now I'm in combat.
This thing. I was gonna say, isn't there a duck?
Oh, what?
I thought there was like a hug a wall thing.
Oh,
Oh, you might want.
You know what? I don't know if there's like a hide or anything. I almost feel like you can just swim right up this thing's back. And this part is this is a real Miyazaki. This is a real Dark Souls camera situation. I don't know if this is how you're supposed to do it, but this is how I do it every time. Just fight with him. Because what he's doing is rotating to try to get me in front of him. And that's why the camera is being so weird, because I'm just fighting with him. And now I'm behind him. It doesn't feel intended. So there's the hegemony. I've always pronounced this word when I've seen it as hegemony, but I have no reason to believe that's how it's pronounced. So there's a hegemony of man. There is talk of like of alien plants and animals, and there is signs. I think one of the biggest unmentioned things, and it's occasionally people will say something about how like it's not the questions that go unanswered, it's the questions that go unasked. And shit, what was I talking about? The hegemony of man.
Yeah.
That there's so much not even unanswered, but so much is very little is explained because there's a whole universe of planets. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there is any intelligent alien creature or race. I think all of the characters are gonna be human. That we although yeah. All the characters are vaguely human. I mentioned to you that the ousters, the enemy, have been away from humanity so long that they have changed. There's the hegemony of man, which is also referred to as the world web, or the world web is really it's more like the world web is the geography. The world web is a physical thing because there are worlds that are connected to the web. So like the web worlds, those are like the civilized worlds, you know what I mean? Those are like the first world nations of this hegemony. And then anywhere within the web you can travel to instantly. Like you can walk through a teleporter. There are people that have web world houses or web houses, I think they might be called, which, you know, they go through a door and the next room of the house is located on another planet. But outside of the web, and this is where it starts, this is where the first notes of timey-wimey nonsense start getting hit. So if you want to travel outside the web to an outback world like Hyperion, you're going to end up incurring a time debt while traveling through hyperspace, meaning that the people in your life will be aging and you will not be. And so if you go back to your original world, you will have missed potentially ages of time. So I think those are the important, that's probably, and like I said, when we get into more things like the techno core, so there are humans, but there's also AI that have seceded. The techno core is technically a different entity than the hegemony of man. So, you know, they're allies, but they don't really trust each other, and humanity doesn't really know what the Technocore is doing, and it obviously has its own agenda. And then there are the ousters who left after the destruction of old Earth, maybe even before. So there was a thing that happened, and I love this, called the Big Mistake. And this is actually funny because we were talking about CERN. The Big Mistake was some scientific, inquest. And it doesn't, and again, this is something that it really doesn't go into exactly what happened, but the Big Mistake caused a black hole to form in the center of the Earth and destroyed it. So the Earth is gone, and Mars is, in fact, not even on the world web. Just kind of almost as a formality. Like, if you want to go to Mars, you have to, take the web to, whatever, Ceres station or whatever, and then you have to take like a 1 week time debt trip just to visit Mars. Like, I think which people go on pilgrimages to view like the remains of old Earth and shit. So that's the world. That's the basics of the world. But this is all about. There's one more thing I want to mention before we start talking about the story. There are 9. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There is an indication that there has been life in the universe, because there are 9 labyrinthian worlds so far that have been discovered. And these are worlds, and it's amazing to me that maybe this will get talked about more. But so far this is basically the least discussed part of this whole world. That 9 of the worlds that they've discovered, when they were scanned, the interior of the planet is filled with a labyrinth. And Hyperion is one of them. So some organized, intelligent race came before man. Other than that, I think they've only found plants and animals on other planets. So the Templars worship trees, space trees. I think they have a couple of like the true giant world trees that they've grown that can actually travel through space. They talk about the tree that they travel on ends up getting destroyed, and they talk about how it is a great tragedy. Tragedy. travesty. These characters are on a pilgrimage, the Shrike pilgrimage.
Shrike.
There is a church on Hyperion called the Shrike Church.
Okay.
They go on a pilgrimage. They send 7 people. I don't think anyone has ever returned. And again, I should maybe say that also I listened to this while smoking marijuana, which should be clear.
Perfectly.
So there may be that should be known. So there may be things I missed, but also like obviously a big thing about world building is that a lot of it's going to be vague, and you get tidbits that you start putting together in a chain, and that's what's satisfying. So it is said that the members of the Shrike pilgrimage, when they reach the time tombs, will meet the Shrike. He will kill 6 of them and grant the wishes of the 7th.
Interesting.
I don't know. I think along the plot, this becomes known as the final Shrike pilgrimage, but I don't know if that's known at the beginning. And it's also weird because they don't at all, and I'm in the middle of the second book. They don't at all get into like how these people chose or came to be on the ship. Like there's this that you get all of their origin stories, but not the story of like, you know, someone came and met them, they talked about how they wanted to go on the pilgrimage, they decided to go. You know, we don't know how any of them actually ended up here. Because it infers that they were chosen by the government, and later it actually states that they were chosen by the Techno Corps. But it also kind of infers that they're all there of their own free will, and it also kind of infers that they're all there on a sort of devious basis, because each of them, first of all, each of them has encountered the Shrike in the past.
Mm-hmm.
The Shrike is a being.
A being.
And each of them wants to confront it again, either to kill it or because they believe in some way. You know, it either has answers they're looking for, or they will be able to destroy it. The Shrike is a metallic creature with 4 arms, covered in blades. It's described as quicksilver, which in my mind means like liquid metal. And it is described as flowing. And one time at least, I pictured it completely changing. Well, there's at least 2 scenes. And one of them might have been the way I interpreted it as I was listening to it. There's one scene that really sounds like it is completely changing shape and surrounding a character. Although it really could have been me the way I heard it, and the Shrike was just sort of embracing the character, right?
Okay.
But the Shrike is the whole. And have you noticed I'm still not at? Because now I started telling you before I even got to the story, I was like, so they're on a tree, and now I have to tell you about the Shrike and the pilgrimage. So like, so much of this is going to be disjointed.
That's okay.
Because
I don't
because
even
of the
remember if you covered the techno what are they
the
called?
Techno Corps, I didn't cover it. I just mentioned that it was there.
I was going to say I read a little bit beforehand about the Techno Corps, and I found that super fascinating. That it's like basically like well, I don't mean to get you off track too far, but like
No.
But it's basically like an AI that was created by I don't know whom, but basically they obviously turned against whomever created them, and thus have begun starting havoc across the galaxies, as far as I'm understanding.
Well, the Techno Corps is a collection of AIs. It is like it's AI society.
Okay.
Humanity does not know where it is located, and it's basically it's their whole thing. It is their society. It's their political body, and it's almost a church as well, because their path to godhood is. Like I was telling you, they already have AIs that can predict the future to within 90% accuracy. and can also unpack the past by using the same algorithms going in both directions. And actually, there are three kind of political movements within the Technocore, and one of them is the Ultimates. And the Ultimates, that's basically the church. The Ultimates' goal is to find the ultimate, which is going to be that AI that can predict the future and unpack the past at 100% accuracy, because it's running on the algorithm of the universe. They have not achieved this yet, but I told you a little bit before, and we'll get back to it, but they have been unpacking the past. Hyperion is important because, well, the Ousters are mounting an attack on Hyperion. And I feel like, yeah, they were aware that this was coming. Anyway, that's how this war came to be is probably not important. But there is a faction of humanity that has left. Hyperion is important because it is being attacked by the Ousters, but it's also important because of the uniqueness of this entity, the Shrike, because the Shrike is generally located in an area of Hyperion called the Time Tombs, and the Shrike itself and that entire area moves backwards in time. And so the Shrike probably is some kind of... And so, yeah, it is thought, because it looks robotic, it is thought that it has something to do with the Technocore, but it is something that was created in the future and is moving backwards in time. And the Time Tombs with it, which are 4 or 5 structures that are, located in this valley on Hyperion where time is fucked. And the Shrike is the physical embodiment of it. And I said that 6 of the pilgrims are killed by the Shrike, and it says that. It says they are killed in the book. It talks about how the Shrike how it only communicates through pain and death. The Shrike Church might not even call themselves that, because I believe they refer to it as the Lord of Pain. And nonetheless, despite the word death and kill being associated with it, and it actually at one point it does kill someone and leave their body, which I found very interesting. Maybe it doesn't do what I'm about to describe to everyone, but it does take a lot of the people that it kills and it hangs them on a metal tree that not only is moving backwards in time, but keeps them alive for eternity. Maybe because they're still moving backwards, but he hangs. There's this metal tree somewhere that the church members and other people have had visions of.
Oh my gosh!
Just covered in barbs, where just millions and thousands of corpses are hanging. Well, I shouldn't say corpses, because they are writhing in a perpetual state of suspended semi-life.
Oh man!
And when people have visions, so think about this. So the tree is moving backwards in time. It's hard for me to even figure out how it works, because if you have a vision of the tree,
right,
whoever you see hanging on the tree will be hung there in the future. So you might see yourself or your traveling companions, because in the future they will be hung there. And that means they're hanging now. So if you were to physically look at it, you could see yourself hanging now, because in the future you'll be hung there, and then your body will travel backwards in time. So it only hangs in the past. So the Shrike itself is removing bodies from the tree from our perspective. All of that is not important at all. That's just stuff I was thinking about, wow, that's so fucked up.
That is extremely fucked up. I mean, that's a fun little addition to the rest of that story. Dude.
Yeah, so that's mostly what the Shrike and the Time Tombs are about, and that's a big part of why there's an interest in Hyperion. And Hyperion is still outside of the World Web, so it's still hard to get to. and you still have to go through, you know, hyperspace or whatever and take a time debt.
Yo, what's up? I'm Koya. I'm the other guy I'm the other voice. And that's part one. Part one is the world building. We still don't totally have a format, so that's why I'm here to kind of cap this off. I believe there will be 6 more parts, one approximately 30 minutes long. And the other 6 parts will focus on the 6 chapters of the book. And then we'll probably move on, and we'll see if we continue to do this 30 minutes a week as an edited. We'll see what happens. But thank you for listening. Thought That Was Weird is the name of whatever this is. I don't think it's a podcast. Maybe it is. I don't know what that is. Whenever this is published, hopefully there will be another episode 1 week from then. Look at my cat. Oh, 2 cats. Perfect. Thought That Was Weird is live at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Tuesdays on twitch.tv/thrashkshu. I'll put it on it'll appear right on the screen now. It'll be there. It's there. It's currently there.
rolling? Greetings! I am Lisbeth Megafig, intrepid explorer, seeker of the unknown, hunter of undiscovered creatures.
And she's a real charmer.
Eggabell, stop.
What? The people deserve to know.
You're the only one who gets to know. Okay. I'm Lisbeth, and I have made an incredible discovery here on Snacktooth Island. But this is more than a mere expedition. My followers and I have started building a new community here. Construction of our settlement is well underway. What draws us so far away from civilization? What discovery could tempt us to start a new life in the untamed wild? Bug snacks.
They're the most delicious thing in the world. You haven't lived until you've tried one.
It's true. Half bug, half snack. There's nothing quite like them.
There's one now.
I got it. Ugh. Ouch. Good effort, Philbo. As for you, I'm sure you're wondering why I've sent you this bill. I've read your work, The Shadow of Grumpfoot, The Secret of Soylent Grump, stellar pieces of journalism. Like me, you have a passion for discovering unknown truths, and also, like me, few truly recognize your talent. You are just the Grumpus I need to share my story with the world. I've sent you a map to our settlement. Come to Snacktooth Island. Together, you and I will share the incredible tale of Bug Snacks.
Wow, that's your new lead? Another monster hunt? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? I had to recall 500,000 papers and give a public apology. All because your Grumpfoot turned out to be a lost football mascot. We've been over this. It doesn't matter how eye-catching your articles are if I'm stuck cleaning up your sloppy work. You're already out of second chances. And now you're gonna follow Elizabeth to some grump-forsaken island? Elizabeth Megafig is either a con artist or a lunatic. Remember that whole mess with Grumplantis? This Bug Snacks thing is just her latest delusion. She got a little famous after stumbling across some forgotten civilization in Grumpsylvania. She's been coasting off that success ever since. Do your research. Ships go missing around there all the time. The place is like me before I get my coffee. Deadly. This is absurd. Only a desperate loser would follow Lisbeth. Well, it is a tantalizing story if true. We'll just have to hear it from Lisbeth herself. Say you get an interview with her and make it back alive. You just might keep your job. Now get going and try not to fall off a cliff or something.
Strawberry.
Lisbeth? Is that you? Oh, thank Grump you're alive.
Too bad I'm dying, though. What? Oh, it's me, Filbo. I was looking for you, but I got hungry and I couldn't catch any bug snacks. Yes. What? That's a weird question, Lizbert. Wait, you're not... Oh, Grump. It doesn't matter who you are. Please get me something to eat. Hooray! I think there's a bug snack right over there. Could you get a good look at it? Find out which one it is for me. Oh, good. That one's pretty easy to catch. Well, you aren't me anyway. Okay, do me a favor and take my snack trap. Its tracks come out of this bush. Put the snack trap down there, and then we'll hide. Alright, let's hide behind this rock. Oh, nice! I'll pick it up before it escapes. Oh, yes. I'm saved. Oh, this? Pretty neat, huh? It's a side effect of eating bug snacks. Anywho, I'm still recovering. I could use maybe 3 more bug snacks. I'm sure that scope of yours will come in handy. Scan and plan, I always say.
Oh, dude. Hey, there he is.
Hey. I'm far away and my phone's ringing.
It's all good.
Probably some bullshit. What's up?
What's up, bud?
Chilling.
Right on.
Getting my shits taken care of. Rolling
bud?
with the punches, as they say. That's how I'm doing.
Gravy.
What you gotta do.
Yeah, like, yeah, everything cool?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't. I thought there was a slight sarcasm to that. But okay, good. I'm glad.
Oh well,
No.
you know what? Yeah, I feel like I'm often told that I sound sarcastic, and sometimes I feel like it's either it's two things. It's because people are so used to me being sarcastic, but it's also, I think that when I am actually excited about something, I don't know how to not sound sarcastic. So I just sound like an ass. I sound like I just hate everything. And I kind of do, so it's not really like... It's not like I'm coming across in a way I don't wish to be represented. So, what's up?
Not too much, man. Yeah, I'll get this started then. Excuse me 1 second.
I'm playing Bug Snacks.
What's Bug Snacks?
It was a launch title for the PS5. It's a bunch
I heard about
of weird Muppet nonsense.
Bug Snacks.
Yeah.
That's the Bug Snacks.
It's Muppets that eat bugs that are like fruits, but also spiders, and there's some kind of something terrible. There's been a catastrophe. The bug-eating Muppets. Their village has been decimated.
Muppets.
Yeah.
I'm very curious what this is about.
It's I don't know. That stuff's bad. That like, it was just. I remember when that came out. Like, what a weird like lean for the PS5. Like that was the game to launch it.
Yeah,
And I heard it was okay, but I don't know. Like, it was kind of a weird thing to throw all your eggs in the basket.
It was strange. It definitely.
It's just a weird aesthetic.
The reaction to it was, well, that's fucking weird. Really.
They have it on the Switch now.
It's on the Why?
It's a game of Muppets for children.
It's on the Switch.
That's so wild.
Alright, right now, if I sound far away, it's because I'm turning a monitor around so I can watch the graphical aid.
Oh, it's all good, bud. Do what you need to do.
This monitor is way heavier than it looks.
Yeah, looking at it, it looked pretty massive, dude.
Yeah, I'm here and in attendance. So yeah, what are we doing today, gentlemen? Hi, Walker.
All right. Well, Walker, would you care to introduce today's? Well, actually, first of all, I should probably do the stupid introduction. So this was the cold open. Welcome, everybody.
All right.
How's it going? Welcome to. Thought that was weird.
That was a good one.
One of the best cold opens we've had yet.
What's wrong with the
live
plan? What the fuck is Bug Snacks?
Live from New York. It's Saturday. Yeah. Welcome. I'm very glad to welcome everybody here. I'm Thrash K-Shu, and of course here with us is our dear friend Kuya DK.
Hello.
And we also have our friend Slow Walker here.
What's going on?
What's up?
Welcome. So, yeah, gang. Walker came to me with this concept like one of the first nights that we hung out, and I told him that we were doing this little shtick,
and we were talking about cults, and he specifically was he had me intrigued by this one. And I've been watching some stuff all day about this. So yeah, Walker, if you care to introduce the topic.
Yeah, so this is a faith healer named John of God, out of Brazil, yeah, apparently. And he was, the New York Post version of this is that he was running a baby farm.
Oh.
But I figured I'd pick the more subdued headline. So yeah, this dude was doing some messed up stuff. He finally got busted in late 2018. I think he got sent. He's finally been sentenced for 19 years. And I know we talked earlier. Oprah finally issued a statement saying, I mean, she didn't even condemn him. She just said she hopes the victim empathizes with the victim. I don't know. I guess that's better than nothing.
Yeah, we had a discussion about so. This dude was very prominent on Oprah on multiple occasions, to the point that she actually flew him out for an episode, I believe. Was the bit.
Boy.
Yeah.
This is an Oprah scandal?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Let's see. John of God, Oprah. It's BuzzFeed News. John of God and Oprah. You can watch a 20-minute episode about him.
Ooh.
Let's not get TOS.
Yeah. No, we're not gonna do that. But yeah, just they're photographed together quite a bit.
And again, before we also delve deeper, of course, none of us condone the going after anybody. Like we're just simply doing a service of education, and let alone let alone entertainment.
He's
edutainment.
He's in jail already, so I mean, and
but it's for the sake of
just to make sure
stuff.
we're all on the same page.
We're not here saying to bully anybody. We're not here saying anything of that sort. This is just a very fascinating story, and we wish to report about it.
Yeah, and I mean, I can have links for everything. So I mean, it's not like we're pulling this out of nowhere. And I try to pick the pretty milquetoast links. Yeah, Washington Post, ABC. Yeah. So. Yeah, nothing. The crazy one is the. Which is I don't. This one's kind of a doozy, but I think there's enough actual content about what this guy does, like even without the speculation. Yeah. So yeah, he's been known to be with Oprah, and there's, I mean, the story's kind of over. There's all sorts of weird things like cutting into eyeballs.
Yeah.
There's footage of it. Like they show it in one of the documentaries.
I saw
to do
it.
what? For what? To put God in there?
It felt like it was what is it? A Clockwork Orange. It felt like
God,
that type of like.
That Salvador Dali, freaking movie. Yeah,
the Pixies wrote a song about it.
Oh yeah, the sliced eyeball.
Slicing up eyeballs. Yeah.
Jeez.
But they have it on footage. The other really weird person he's kind of connected to. Let me see if I can find a photo. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Marina Abramovic.
Oh, I don't think so.
I believe so.
She does this weird thing called spirit cooking. Yeah, they're not gonna.
Spirit cooking.
Oh no.
Spirit cooking. No, I think I've had a photo of her and him saved at one point. No, I do. I just don't. I have it on a flash drive somewhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's connected to her as well, and it's I don't know. They're into weird type of bodily fluid play, it's like not good stuff, like blood, all type of other fluids. Just I don't know if you've ever heard of spirit cooking.
Okay. I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. You're talking about cooking semen.
You're talking about man batter.
Okay.
Yeah, and
just to make sure we're all on the
like-
same page.
Yeah, like period blood, all sorts of just really. It's even on NY Mag. So there's like.
Wow.
I mean, there's somebody. This has been. It kind of came about with the Pizzagate thing. Like this actually happens. Like they're actually doing this. The people took a look at it from the outside, kind of looking in, and was like, this is some weird stuff. So yeah, apparently it's art. It's her art. Oh, you probably this is a good one. She did something with Bill Gates, and they immediately took it down because everyone was like, what are you doing? Like, what is Microsoft sponsoring this for?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's just that's a rabbit hole. I am speculating a bit, but I know I am 99% certain I have at least a photo of them together. But it's kind of one of those things that's hard to find because it's, they don't want people putting those dots together. But I'm pretty sure that they're connected. That's kind of a side thought. The thing that is for sure documentable is connection to Timberlawn facility, and I'll actually start there because this is
Timberlawn Psychiatric Center.
Yep, this is from an organization, Citizens Commission on Human Rights, Mental Health. Yeah, so I don't know much about this nonprofit, but I know that there is Surviving Timberlawn. It has a history of abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. I don't know. Yeah, I'll start with this Colin A. Ross guy, because this guy is weird. And this facility was shut down. I had the Dallas News version up, but they put me on a paywall. But yeah, you can verify that. Yeah, Dallas Morning News or whatever. So this is from 2008, and I don't know what they're referring to here. They actually mentioned that his Institute for Psychological Trauma was working with Timberlawn. They also come out with this weird lasers. They keep coming back to the eyeballs. Apparently.
Oh God.
That just seems like a coincidence. But, okay.
I mean, once you slice a few eyeballs, once you get pinned as an eyeball slicer, that's hard to shake. Guy that slices eyeballs, that's not something you want people associating your name with.
And the disgusting thing is that, again, I saw this Discovery Channel documentary. The disgusting thing is that it was the same knife over and over again. I don't know if he ever sanitized it, for one. For two, it was like over the tops of the lens of the eye. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. He sat there scraping it like he was scraping tile.
Yeah, it's
good God,
it's bad. Yeah, we're not gonna play it here because we don't want to strike.
Wow.
Let's see. So what else? Yeah, Surviving Timberlawn. I think I had an article around here somewhere. But yeah, this is 1989. This goes back as far as that.
Mm-hmm.
So it had been going on for a while until it was finally shut down. But this Colin A. Ross guy was working there, and this is evidence against him. So this is just like a quick rundown. This is 250 pages of evidence against him. I mean, you can look at the title here: Evidence Against Colin A. Ross.
George Bergen. Okay.
And this is looks like a collection of court documents. Let's see, yeah. Wrongfully diagnosed by Dr. Colin A. Ross as having multiple personality disorder caused by alleged repressed memories of abuse and satanic cults.
Ooh.
Even though she had no memories of the alleged assaults. So he was basically subjected to brainwashing memory recovery techniques that included hypnosis, age regression, dream imaging, eating and suggestive questioning, all massive toxic levels of psychiatric drugs. So they was basically this was like some MK Ultra stuff. And this guy was in Canada, Winnipeg. University of Manitoba actually. Yep, City of Winnipeg. So he got kicked out of Canada for this. Got kicked out of Canada.
That's a plausibility. You can get kicked out of Canada.
Oh sure, yeah. Oh, you can get kicked out of a whole country.
I just know.
You leave Canada, please.
Oh yeah, no, but this dude has so much. It's an affidavit. This is what she wrote. Yep. So she swore that she's under oath here. Yep.
Yeah, archived that.
Worst. According to one expert witness, it was one of the worst case of medical malpractice he had ever seen. Okay, he didn't get run out of Canada. He just can't do his medicine in Canada anymore.
Oh, okay.
That's my guess.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the exact outcome was. I shouldn't be speculating. I just know he's not there anymore. Currently,
on his way out, being ran out of the city, he was beaten with a litany of hockey sticks.
Seriously? Oh, gosh. It's Canada. Oh. Then they poured maple syrup on him.
Yes.
And goose feathers on him.
Goose feathers.
Yeah, I'm just trying to compile in 1998. Yeah. Okay. Compiled by. This is his wife. This was the dude's wife. Okay. He was in Grand Rapids, Michigan at one point. Valon mental health facility. Yep. He was practicing all around.
Forest View in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and Del Amo Hospital in Torrance, California. Yikes.
Yeah. So, and then like I said, this guy was working on here at Timberlawn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and he's still going at it. Structural dissociation. A proposed modification of the theory.
Whoa.
The trauma model.
Thanks, stranger. We better go check on
Yeah.
Bilbo.
What in the...
I'm telling you, this dude is seriously on some weird stuff. But the reason I mention that is because this was the El Paso shooter. And this was his father. And yeah, Timberlawn. Let's find it. Okay. Worked as an on-call crisis team member for Timberlawn facility. Conduct patients' assessments on crisis calls. So he was a licensed therapist, LPC, that integrates traditional talk therapy with energy and sound healing. Teach meditation and my own brand of energy healing, he wrote. Okay. So, yeah.
A lot of crystals.
Oh, yeah. And here we go. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear.
It should be good.
Right.
Can
you hear it?
No.
No, that's a bummer. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. Can you send me the link?
Okay. Literally it's super simple. Streamable. I can even just tell you. streamable.com/OKZOE. All lowercase.
ZOE.
Okay, Zoe.
Yeah. Okay. I see it. All right. Let me pull it on that screen here.
Come back here.
What in the world is going on?
But yeah, technical difficulties.
Always fun.
Yeah, at least.
Yep. Here we go.
Sure.
All right.
Cool.
And
go to your. How
click OK.
Don't you worry. I'm a little sore, but I'll be a-okay.
Always got to do something.
you're getting along with
Fit
Wambus.
to screen. There we go.
His wife isn't around much these days.
Come on.
So,
Come on, other box thing. I don't need you there. Okay.
I'll stay here.
Transitioning. We're good to go and playing. Y'all ready?
I didn't mean for Philbo.
Can you hear it, Kuya?
He's right though.
No.
Well, I know because I don't have your stream up.
Oh, shit. Oh, I thought you had it. My bad. Okay.
Do you want me to close out for a second?
Well, here. Well.
I got it. I'm getting it. I'm getting there.
Yeah. Not a big deal.
All right, I'm all set. I'm there.
All right.
Here we are. All right, ready?
Is it gonna show up? You guys just listen on your own then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you
Okay.
test your ability to stream audio when you were setting this up by any chance? I mean, you know.
I thought it usually works out for, every time that I've done it, but
Wonder.
Yeah, it could be. There could
Yeah,
be
I
some
was-
troubleshoot, but I don't mean to. Now I'm speaking over the thing.
no,
But we could figure it out. Is all I'm saying.
yeah, and maybe another time. But do you happen to
Yeah, next
have
time.
a well here? How about this, Walker? Do you happen to have a synopsis of what he said, or?
Yeah, basically these people from John of God showed up with like literally you could see all the crystals in the back there.
Yeah.
Like they showed up with a bunch of crystals, and apparently I think he says crystal bowls.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's talking about crystal balls or bowls. I'm pretty sure it's crystal bowls. So yeah, one of the weird things from the spooky thread that's a little out there was they were focused on crystals as well. They gave this dude a bunch of crystals to hold in the morgue, presumably to like steal souls or something like that.
Okay.
But I don't
Soul
think
crystals.
it's this thread's a weird thread. But yeah, there's a focus on these crystals. Seems to be everywhere. Like they like their crystals. But basically, this is the shooter's dad. So, you know, after you're looking at stuff like this trauma, you know what I mean? Like, you look at this, whatever, son of someone who's working with this guy is now, basically becomes a terrorist. You know, you kind of wonder, like, is there something going on there? And I'm just, that's more like a what if kind of like, it does seem a little bit spooky.
There's something to say about the whatever practices were being used to, if this kid was being treated, if at all. But
Yeah.
like what? But yeah.
I don't think they mentioned that. Like, I haven't seen anything about that, But yeah, it was. Yeah. So let's see. Divorce. Yep. But I thought it was crazy that, yeah, it was literally at Timberlawn. There's all this stuff going on there. Apparently, it had been going on for a long time.
Interesting.
So people, yeah, it goes back to 1989, like with this evidence, or like even further, yeah, 1986. So, and then the last one? I kind of went through this. She's got a full story. It's like 4 minutes. It looks like there's a blog. I don't know. But this was somebody clearly spent. Some people have spent a lot of time working on this website. Oh, and this is afterwards. So this is like after it closed down, when people came out about their stories, it looks like, because it was shut down early 2018. This is later that year.
Oh my gosh. And man, yeah, those are some heavy duty, interesting like this is some interesting stuff. Treatment lasts 12 hours. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of treatment that was. Padded room.
Let's see.
I don't know if I want to live in a padded room. Okay. First scene. Yeah. So, BuzzFeed investigation. Yep. Mental health care. Universal Health Services. Okay, so it's these people. It's
Patients
these-
in the comments, yeah.
Okay, let's do a Google search on these guys. Maybe we're gonna uncover a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
Figuring it out.
Oh, Obamacare, Universal Health Service. So this is a big company. Let's see, annual revenues were 12.6 billion. I mean, it's not giant, but like, how big is Google? Let's compare that to like the biggest or whatever. Employees.
Like maybe put in net worth.
Yeah, yearly income. I think that's what it was. Okay, 200. So it's probably like 1%.
Yeah.
If not that of Google. But keep in mind how big Google is.
Right.
So, whatever. 89,000. Google has 130. So it's like got half the people makes like not even 1% of the money. But King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. So I don't know. We'll find the milk toast version on here. Oh, yep. Here we go. Fraudulent allocations, fraudulent medical. Interesting. Let me see if there's. So they got in trouble back in 2012.
Interesting. Yeah. They submitted false Medicaid claims.
Provided substandard psychiatric counseling and treatment to adolescents in violation of the. Wow. So they literally just locked people up.
It's more or less. I believe they were saying that they were treating these people and taking the money from Medicaid and we're not actually treating. They were basically faking it. Yeah.
Falsely represented Keystone Marion Youth Center as a residential treatment facility providing inpatient psychiatric services when in fact it was a juvenile detention facility. Yeah, they literally just locked people up.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so they that's whatever, back to like a first person account of involuntary commitment. They're literally locking these people up.
Wow.
That's crazy.
So the gentleman that had the dad had the connection to John of God because of the. I'm still trying to make sure I'm connecting all the right strings here.
So
yeah,
his healing job, right? So what is it? A licensed therapist that integrates talk therapy with energy and sound healing. I teach my own brand of healing. So, guessing it was a similar type of thing to this Ross guy, where he has like his own little special, or I don't know what that is. It seems like he's not as overt about it. I mean, you come over here and it's like structural dissociation trauma. You know what I mean? You just look at that and you know something's wrong. This guy was a little more subtle, but and he talks about working with John of God's healers. So it's like, is it? That's what he talked about in the video. That these healers from John of God came to meet him, and they had these crystal bowls.
Crystal bowls.
And so it's just it's one of those things where it's a quacky, if you get what I'm saying.
Sure.
Yeah.
A little bit quacky. But yeah, apparently BuzzFeed did this thing. I did not see the BuzzFeed investigation, but it's implemented. Oh. Aggressive staff, understaffing, equals patient deaths due to understaffing. Letting your patient's right to be discharged or holding a patient without proper documentation.
Yikes.
Yep. UHS stock fell approximately 12% after the publication. So is this kind of reminds me of like the prison for profit model.
Oh yeah.
This is instead of being instead of being like prisons for profit, it's a like mental health facility for profit. That's a public company, yeah. 1979. So almost as soon as they started, they were doing this. So, between 1979 and 1986, that's not that long.
No, not that long at all. Jeez Louise.
What is this guy? Currently serves. He founded this and he is still working with it. 85 years old. Founder and executive chairman. Okay. What is...
People are living longer.
What is?
So,
Is this?
I was gonna say just to reel it all back in. So, like, yeah, for John of God, like, how does this? So, I was gonna say let's.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Yeah,
just,
yeah,
just a little bit of a rabbit hole.
This is digging deep, but then this is fascinating. But yeah,
Yeah.
like that, but
Well-
as it pertains to John of God, like that is a very interesting little thing. To
Yeah,
think
that there's there's a much larger entity above these places where he seems like he has his hand in, and like you can just pull a thread. I mean, that's kind of the point.
see.
Pull that thread.
Right.
You know, there was a bunch of these types of organizations that got busted around the same time period. The Nexium, all of that stuff. It seems like there is a larger kind of network going on there.
It's just
am
John of
I-
God doesn't have the Allison Mack to really push it forward up until he met Oprah.
Oh, he was big before he met Oprah.
Oh, really? I
He
didn't
was-
realize. Before he met Oprah. Oh.
I'm pretty sure he's been going for quite a while. I mean, we can do let's get his Wikipedia up. Let's just see when he started. Not that guy. Yeah, this guy.
But I have no idea how to pronounce Portuguese names. Do you know what his actual full name was?
João Teixeira de Faria. I can't do that.
Oh, man. Yes.
Okay, there was a 2014 interview by Six. That was the Australian one.
That was the Australian one that I watched, yes.
Wondering what year it was from. I was trying to look that up. So I'm wondering when he started. Oh, yep, 1978. He first performed healings there. So this had been going on for quite a while. He had a very large following, probably even before that whole Oprah fiasco.
Right.
BBC, yeah. 2005 ran a patient. Wow, even ABC was guilty of propping him up back in 2005. But he had to be pretty big before ABC was going to be, doing a news report on him. But yeah, this has been going on for a long time. It wasn't Oprah that pushed him up. She just
Man,
helped
who's
him a little bit, is
revving
my
the
guess.
engines out there?
Doing good, buddy.
I don't know what they're doing. They're probably doing like I can step inside if it's easier.
I think that might be wise. Just for the meantime, until the buzzing goes, I'm gonna say he's actually I got Walker on my balcony, and we were trying to keep separated so we weren't overlapping. Like now.
Yeah, we'll hang out for a second.
So here I was gonna say, you can take.
Yeah, I'll just sit on the floor. It'll be good.
So good. Okay.
That's better.
There we go. So yeah, so continuing on, whatever you wanted to. I apologize. Please continue.
I mean that was pretty much it. Well, getting there. Just that, yeah. He was propped up by quite a few people. And there's not really a clear. Don't really say when he became big in Brazil. The first time you really hear about him, here is 2005. Like I said, he probably had a pretty big following before anyone started paying attention up here. Hey, here, yep. Crystal bed for crystal healing. I don't know if I wanna
crystal
watch the whole
bed.
thing.
It's not a crystal bowl, it's a crystal
Yeah,
bed.
even better than a crystal bowl.
We got crystals.
I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah,
You
I
seen
saw that.
crystal beds?
Yeah. It's basically a regular hospital, regular hospital bed, but they put these little crystals over you and point them in particular areas, I guess. And they just flash.
I guess I get it. Alright, I'm just fast forwarding this. This is not the weird stuff. Hello?
I mean, that is pretty weird.
I love how this isn't a series on paranormal. Like, how did that figure?
And the other thing I think needs to be said is that there's been this kind of
weird
That's dealt with for
resurgence
now, but
within.
they'll be back eventually.
I believe they said. I believe it was mostly in Brazil. They've had this resurgence of kind of spiritualistic concepts, kind of crossing over into Christian
Good hunter.
faith concepts, and so
It's been
like
rough
these
since
people, believe that other people can transmit people that are dead and have their spirits inhabit them, basically.
Oh yeah, the channeling.
The channeling stuff, yes.
That's a rabbit hole. That doesn't say. Do they mention it here at all? Oh, here we go. Okay, this was the 60 Minutes Australia. Revealed that a woman declared as cured of breast cancer by a spirit entity channeled by Faria.
Oh yes, that was.
Like, oh my god.
It's still in a wheelchair. Yeah, and she suffered. Yeah. Trip cost her $5,000.
Personality type, squeeze.
Yeah.
Skills, none.
Yeah.
Friends, none.
So there's a whole bunch of that whole channeling thing is weird. There's what was the Cantol? What is it? Look it up. You were talking about it earlier. The guy with the weird Grateful Dead.
Oh, the Cantelmoism.
Yeah,
The DMT guy.
Oh yeah, I like that guy.
Dude, something else.
Been staring at the sun.
I haven't seen a new vase in like forever.
Yeah. He's been flying a little too close to the sun, is my guess. Cantol. How do you spell it again?
CANTELMOISM.
Lots of great stuff.
Oh, that's right. It's like that's such a. Yeah. Okay. Did they? Is this the one with the site?
No big deal.
Oh yeah, this is the one with the site. Isn't this the? Or no, is this? No, I might be getting it mixed up. It's okay. But you mentioned like a bunch of these cults that have kind of come out recently. I'm gonna sneak through real fast here, get back out on the porch.
Yep, no problem. And the
Finally shut it down.
did you okay, you're good.
Oop, sorry, let me just shut the door.
No worries.
We'll make it work.
Making it happen.
Always.
We're doing it live. But
It'll all work out. Go ahead.
But yeah, please go ahead.
I'm running out of stuff here.
Way to play fetch.
I was gonna say if I may, there was a couple of things about again we talked about earlier, like the weird places that they put people. They have a thing called the channel, which is basically where John of God stands. Like I saw what they call a spiritual surgery.
Oh yeah.
Which was wild. It was literally this dude comes in, says that he is, bringing forth the healing power of like God, what was it? King Solomon was one of the first people that he said he had spiritually channeled, and he also channeled like many famous doctors and things like that. Dude was something else. And he basically would, say like, I am channeling this person, and and he would basically touch people, and then he would basically give them their blessing, and then they would leave and then have to pay money for his special medications.
Yeah. This is the room. Silencio. All right.
And then I never understood what the wall triangle thing was, but do you happen to remember what that is?
I know that the triangle, I mean, you think about like the Illuminati triangle, and he's got like a flame in the middle there. I imagine it's some type of elitist symbolism. Like there's one, there's the one person at the top of the pyramid, and it's him. So just the first thing that I could come up with. I have no idea specifically, but he's got him a lot of places. He's got him in whatever, this photo, he's like on a painting. Violo, yeah, he's clearly fascinated with the triangle. That's like his symbol. I wonder if they John of God triangle mean.
I was trying to look that up myself. Triangle is used as a portal to communicate prayer to the angelic realms.
Interesting. Okay.
There's also
Okay.
and I'm also seeing charts here displaying like the kind of meaning behind it. It's
Oh,
between like
it's like the Trinity.
faith, loving God. Yeah, faith, loving God. You know, Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Okay, so they're using it to display the Trinity then. Okay, that kind of makes sense. With the way he ran that organization, I feel like it could go either way. Like, it's one of those things where people will use the symbolism for good and then for bad, and they like there's this weird inversion between the same symbolism, which I think is intentional sometimes. But yeah. Okay, yeah. I have no idea what. Yeah. And the problem is there's that actual John of God, like the actual saint from back in the day. So the Google search algorithms never quite give it to you. Yeah. It's Portuguese. Oh, yeah, let's see. What other crazy spiritual surgery? Yeah.
Jeez.
Fake blood. Okay, so it's sleight of hand.
Like, but that eye thing is not sleight of hand.
No, he's actually scraping. I think I have that video. I think I backed up all the videos of him and like all the evidence I've shown you. I'm bummed I don't have that photo of him and Abramovic, 'cause I swear I've caught it before.
That eye thing is. Oh.
I guess.
You see the. I don't know. I'm not even gonna go into descriptor. It's just fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Is it? Yeah. It's straight up out of A Clockwork Orange. Like it's that level of horror, except you know it's real, which makes it that much worse.
Gosh, I think it was the Discovery documentary that I saw. This woman had like constantly forming tumors in her body, and she didn't have long to live. And she went down and saw John of God and basically got touched, and then she came back the next day, and then they told her go to a real doctor. And then she was saved by the doctor, but she thanked John of God.
I wonder. I'm trying to find though, because they had a Netflix documentary too. Gonna see if they had a write-up of that.
I saw that a long time ago. I just have not seen it.
Okay. I'm guessing the 60 Minutes Australia one was I think the 2014 one was the one where they showed all the scary shit.
Ooh, yeah, it was really weird. Like that spiritual surgery stuff was bizarre. He's like sitting there like slicing random spots on people with a scalpel and not making any real like cuts into anything. It was
just,
and
yeah,
like again, no sterilization, no awful.
Oh, I remember the slight. Yeah, dude, it was hard to watch. That's yeah. Even Sanjay Gupta
interviewed two of the commentators. Wow.
At least he was hopefully critical about it. The Skeptics Dictionary. CNN and another blunder. Oh gosh, let's.
What?
Wait,
CNN reported on it and said that Guras should really stay with social understands. Oh gosh.
Wow.
What the hell did and I like Sanjay Gupta. What the hell did he have to say about this? I hope he denounced this nonsense.
Okay. A lot of evidence.
It seems like
whoa! This is from 2010. A lot of affidavits were shown to you from previous victims of the swindler. So it was a known swindler at this point in time.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Never saw.
I mean,
It's the eye. Said he read the eye scraping and nasal probing. Oh yeah.
It was the eye scraping was his downfall. When
Oh,
it really,
the nasal
eye
probing.
scraping, it was just too much. Once people were like, you know what, this guy's scraping eyeballs. We got to start looking into what he's
Oh, then
up to.
he would stick things up people's nose too.
Yeah.
Like a, was it like a forceps or something like that? That he would shove. It was like a what did they describe? 10-centimeter pair of
Piece of-
forceps that he would shove up their nose, and then have it sitting there while these people are like bleeding profusely, and then he would pull it out and say, "Yeah, you're healed by it." And they're just dragged off like bleeding from their faces.
It's literally like a lobotomy. Quite literally, that's how they do a lobotomy.
This guy sounds like a fuck.
Here, right here.
Sounds like a bad guy.
Physiologically, it is impossible for the human body to take an instrument into the nose. Yeah. This is from 2010.
one day, Liz
So that footage, like the really bad footage, is probably from CNN thing.
Jeez.
And I don't know who this guy is. I don't but just the. What is it? Whoa, he handled back. All right, this guy has been following it. He knew. No. Oh, and it's gone.
Good leg.
Yeah, dead internet, baby.
R.I.P.
Yeah. I just can't believe we got this from whatever.
It's just It's just fascinating.
There's probably a lot of information in some of these links, but half of them are in Portuguese.
Yeah, like again, like most of what I got from it was he. Again, the thing that really gets me is that he, like on record by every single person that he has quote unquote healed, he has never actually, according to Western science,
Faith healer. So people.
Yeah, you gotta have faith. You gotta believe that he healed all those other guys if you want him to heal you.
It's a swindle. This is the one from 2005. This piece was originally published in February 2000. Primetime live program in which Randy was invited. But this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but this is from 2005. Like this has been going on for a long time.
ABC TV informational for John. What the hell? Jeez Louise. Like, again, like it just. It reminds me a lot of there was a very it's not really a faith healing thing. It was more a doctor mangling people. There was something a podcast I was listening to, Dr. Death. Have you ever heard?
Sounds really familiar.
Yeah, it was a podcast about a spinal surgeon who actually did not properly pass his courses to get his degree. Yeah, and basically like maimed patients on purpose because he was in the belief that he could get it right.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well,
It's fucked up.
That's a really bad case of Dunning-Kruger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's no.
Yeah, the Dr. Death case was flipping wild. Like, just absolutely insane. And what drives me nuts is that this guy basically, much in the way that like cops get suspended with that, with pay and then transferred to another, station, just like, priests get transferred to other churches.
Just
It's the
like
same
priests.
thing. Same thing.
Out events.
Dang.
Let's see if we can find anything. Web archive. Okay. We might be able to actually see his archived website if it'll go. Yep.
Oh.
Ticket prices. Can we get? Is it gonna give us the whole domain? Savannah. Oh yeah, no,
March
that's
17th. This was 2013, and then it was
Yeah.
not long after that he got popped.
no. It took him like 5 years after this. It took him to like FAQ. Let's get the FAQ. He was going. on like a tour. Live events. They don't even have. Will I actually get to meet John of God?
Might be tricky now.
Oh yeah. If John of God does not stop you, the healing work that you have asked for is being done. Oh jeez.
Do you not feel if you were selected and did not actually pass in front of him that you have received less than others?
Jesus. I wanted to read about like why I was wondering this. So when people congregate to this like facility and like they all wear white going into this place, and I wondered why that. I mean, besides the of course cult like thing, but what is the reason why they wear the white stuff?
The entities have made changes. What? The entities have made changes for the live events.
Which entities?
So he believes that he channels the spiritual entities of great surgeons and great intelligent minds.
Those entities.
Yes. I think remember when we talked about happy science?
Yeah.
Yeah, very much in the same way that guy believed that he was channeling Barack Obama.
Oh.
Sounds like body thetans to me.
It's a lot of thetan stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like some thetan shit to me. I heard that one before.
Wait a minute.
Don't tell me about your goddamn thetans. I'm gonna walk around wearing a t-shirt that says, please, do not tell me about your motherfucking thetans.
What is a first
timeline and second timeline and other lines? It's what the hell? So they're wondering if people get special treatment if they've been before. Like, am I gonna get the same experience as everybody else does? Am I also
pass in front of me?
Am I so who's is John gonna be scraping my eye first?
Yeah.
This is available
I don't want
for.
to
It's $3 for a bottle of water, guys. The John of God pissed in for you.
Oh shit! I wouldn't be surprised. And then they also sell like those herbal supplements on the side too that they claim to be the real medication.
Of course, yeah.
Oh, and another funny thing. Did we talk about that the Australian in the Australian interview when he got snippy at that translator? Did we talk about that yet?
Oh no, yeah.
That shit was funny. So fucking he's doing an interview with like Australian 60 Minutes. And the reporter, like, John gets up and walks away before the reporter's done. The reporter's like, excuse me, John, I would like to ask you about, these allegations against you. And the translator, like, tried calling out to John, and John just kept walking away. And the translator caught up to him finally and tried asking the question again. What do you have to say about the assault allegations? And he basically turned to this translator and said, "Your mother."
What?
And then turned around when he realized that the translator was still mic'd and tried going after the 60 Minutes crew for the footage.
Terrific.
It was like, nah, I gotta clear this before you send this off.
So check this out. This is kind of a weird rabbit hole. This is the address they have listed. Not event location, but this is like where he owns whoever owned this was running his live events. Out of a ranch, the middle of nowhere, California. Like, where actually is Silmar?
I don't know, but I kind of want that. That looks like I'm getting some mad New Vegas vibes. I like it.
Yeah, this middle of nowhere. It's close to. It's not that far from Los Angeles. Closer to Santa Clarita. But yeah, that's in the mountains. Like, that is not It's relatively middle of nowhere. That isn't even on a main. That is like this little trail right here.
For $3 million, you too can also make live events for creepy cults.
This place is sketchy. Literally like I don't know, what do you call this? Like a ranch? I guess it's a ranch. It's not really a farm. Yeah, it looks like a ranch of some sort.
I
don't know.
know.
What are they? Equestrian center? Okay.
Equestrian center. I like the, I like the terminology. I always like the word equestrian. It just seems so fanciful and mythologically it sounds like mythological.
It looks like it's for sale. It's like request a tour, contact. It doesn't say it's off the market. It's really weird. But yeah, this is just from their archived site. And there's a lot of rabbit holes here.
So we're pulling our cash together to go buy ourselves a compound in California.
Yeah.
A horse compound.
We'll have a horse compound.
No semen breakfast.
Period, blood, and semen breakfast. It sounds great. Oh,
I heard
man.
that Dee Snider ate a human placenta.
Who is that?
Dee Snider,
He's the
from
guy from
Twisted
Twisted
Sister.
Sister.
Oh, jeez.
Ate a human placenta.
That's what I heard.
Where do you even find one? You just walk into the.
No, you don't get it at the store.
Placenta store.
You gotta know the human that it belonged to.
Oh, I gotta look this up. Placenta. Oh,
People eat
he
'em.
spells it with an I. Steve Snyder on Twitter. Strange but true. I ate a placenta. What the fuck? Hold on. Strange but true. I once ate a placenta. Sorry, but I'd rather eat these 10 things than my placenta. What the fuck? What in the absolute hell? Like, there's not even an elaboration on this.
Yeah,
It's just
no
a
big deal.
tweet he made.
That's something I did one time.
Yeah, it's like, I had some placenta once, just like you're talking about eating. I had kangaroo once. I had gator jerky once. So yeah, I ate a placenta when you were born. I believe it gives me youth and possibly the powers to impregnate your mother once more.
What is it? Virile. The virility.
The virility.
Oh yeah,
yes.
oh yeah. You can also bury it under a tree. Probably pretty good tomatoes, but I don't know why that's weirder than a tree.
I mean, it's compost, I guess.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Listen to someone. Listen. What is okay? This is about John of God from his About page. He has never allowed his ego, his personality, to distract him from this divine mission.
Your mother.
Yeah.
Gosh, what an interesting cat, and again he's practically been running some wild shit for years. I'm absolutely.
Is he jailed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Where is that?
You said he was jailed, but he was possibly in the process of going through the channels of getting released.
It's just a sentence of 19 years and 4 months. Well, and then the one his Wikipedia page, this said 63 years in prison. I don't know what that's about. These are contradictory sources, and there's not a link here.
Well, how old was that article?
This is from
2019. So I also read recently he had another couple of assault charges tacked on top.
Oh. Okay,
So
add up to
that's
60.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
maybe it's 19. Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it is something happened. Yeah, the abuse is just gonna keep coming out. Like this is, it's not just gonna end with those. And especially now that everyone's seen what he whatever his psychic surgery, like, ugh. No one's gonna want him out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this guy? I've never heard of this guy, but
Randall James Hamilton Svingy.
Okay.
I would prefer Zwingy over James Randi.
Yeah. James Randall. Randall James.
Randall James.
What is Zwingy? What is Zwingy? What even?
What nationality is that? I don't even know where that comes
French,
from.
Danish, and Austrian. Okay.
Fair enough.
His 20s, he posed as an astrologer. Established. Under the name Zoran. Okay. I think I find him. Wow.
Zoran.
Okay, this guy is halfway. This.
Dude's wild.
So he's like a magician that disproves stuff. So he's got
I think I've seen this cat before. Yeah. Holy cow! I gotta look for this. But yeah, I've seen that guy before. He's like a world master debunker. I've seen this dude.
Yeah, 1988. He age 60, so that was 1988. And then 1990. No longer pull off. Anyways. Okay, interesting. So they are looking for people claiming to have paranormal power and will actively disprove it. So people will go to them to applications directly. I don't know what that means, but I can imagine it gets old after a while. I can imagine it gets very old after a while.
Oh, dude. There's an educational foundation. What's that about? The James Randi Educational Foundation.
Named okay. Oh.
Controlled scientific experimental conditions.
So, yeah, well, this is like what you said earlier. Is there any proof that he has cured anybody? Son of God specifically. So, no. According to controlled scientific experimental conditions, he hasn't. So let's see. Johnny Carson, huh? Interesting.
Giving several six-figure donations. Wow. Whoa, that was a dog.
Oh, there, yeah, it's the sound.
Puppy.
Yeah, all right.
It's all good.
Who is this Peter Popoff guy? Yeah, keep going. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say so as for John Agata, I think that pretty much
yeah
covered a good handful of it. It's just he's a very bizarre man that rightfully got locked away and and peddled some really ridiculous stuff. And unfortunately, a lot of people bought into it. And again, as much as I don't know. Again, just be mindful of the people that you let dig around inside of you. I think should be the lesson here today.
Yeah, don't let anyone stick forceps up your nose or scrape your eyeball.
Oh. Good old eyeball scraping.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's our crystal bed.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And laser 7.
Is it gonna hit her chakras or something? I don't.
Spirit said we go buy a piece of land and buy a healing center. What the
Yeah.
hell?
Rules and guidelines. Let's see. I'm just curious, clicking around the site. I can't believe this giant ranch place. What is this?
I don't know, but it kind of reminds me of the set of Hey Dude.
Oh yeah.
And what is it?
That TV. Oh, I think it might be a little bit before your time. It was an old Nickelodeon show. It was about a bunch of teenagers that lived on a ranch. It was very much I don't know if you remember the show Salute Your Shorts.
No. Whoa. There's an actual what?
A cat from around here. Interesting. Brad, a rich. Oh. Interesting.
I don't. Yeah. What is? I have to wear white clothing. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, what was up with the white clothing?
White represents the light of our souls, where the healing power is vibrating, and we are all one. The place where there is no difference between people. White clothes are the attunement to the healing work. Wearing white clothes is a symbol of being ready for deeper inner transformation with a pair of forceps through your nose.
And no photos or video. Turn off your phone. Don't cross your arms and what? Keep your eyes closed. I don't. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just be standing the whole time?
They have seats. I've seen them do the spiritual surgery stuff.
God damn.
Yeah, they all just sit there. Again, one by one, he said something, and then they all sit there with their eyes closed in this room. And what's fucked is that 99% of them say oh, I felt something, and it's like, yeah, it's because you were told you were gonna feel something, so you really wanted to believe in it. So there you go. It's placebo effect.
That's classic placebo. Yeah. No man, he's just.
A very kind, charitable man, and he does not. He's feel like that does not charge for healings. John doesn't even acknowledge himself as a healer, rather stating that it is not he who heals, but God who does the healing. And that's the fuck with it all.
That's
Ugh, disgusting.
But, has several children. He reportedly loves to relax on his ranch. There you go.
There's the ranch. We found it.
Yup. Could be here, could be in Brazil. Would not surprise me if this was his ranch.
Apparently the dude was bringing in something to the tune of like $16 million from the medications he was selling.
Yes. Yeah, he was making a fuck ton of money.
He was making some bank.
Cecil B. DeMille. Okay.
Oh, the movie director. Yes.
Wow. Interesting.
The only reason I know that is because of the movie Cecil B. Demented. I don't know if
There you go. No.
It was an old IFC film. It had
Okay.
It was very much like a John Waters-esque type film. It was great. I mean, it might have even been a John Waters film.
How do you spell it?
You know what? I was right. It was a John Waters film.
All right.
It was a wild movie. I loved this movie. Oh, yeah.
Cecil B. Okay.
Who's in
Oh,
this?
you've seen this. Melanie Griffith? What year did this come out? 2000?
Oh yeah, Maggie Gyllenhaal was in this.
I remember reading this Wikipedia page, and I don't know how I clicked on it. I think I found a.
Mm-hmm.
What a crazy. Okay. All right. It's okay. Yeah. This. Crazy small world. Though. Okay. This is Getaway Ranch. So my question is, who is the most recent owner? This is provided by co-listing agent. No, it's not going to tell us. Not a large house. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. This isn't the typical place you'd find running a whole. Down here? Oh, no one's giving me grief. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh, they're hacking the wires.
Oh shit.
About events. This might be.
Oh, divert more power from the RAM to the CPU.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. What is? I don't even. Is it FAQ?
Was it in the program or? Oh yeah, you were looking at the program. The FAQs.
I was trying to.
Yeah.
I think some of this domain is kind of broken. It's not going through. I don't know if that's.
Oh, there it is.
I think this one was the one at the end of it. Yeah. Here
Yeah,
we go.
that one had the address down there.
Not event location. That was the one thing that kind of got me. It's
Something interesting about that.
yeah, because it literally says, whatever, private celebrity music festivals and weddings. All right. Yeah. Time on tour of 17 days.
So it seems like it's generally rented out for festivals and other small events, weddings. Like that's interesting. And then it just, yeah, it so happened that maybe he rented out the place for himself and his 9 children. I don't know. I highly doubt that though. Like I've never seen the cat with a family at all. Like any sort of like.
It's on it's in his little bio. Oh God, where are we gonna go here? Come on. It's really, yeah, it's giving me grief. I don't know what's going on.
That's okay. But
yeah, it said he had a wife and several children. It didn't even list the amount of children. It just said his lovely wife Anna.
I think it was in a Discovery, in the Discovery documentary that they said that he had 9 children or something ridiculous like that. Or not the Discovery doc, the 60 Minutes documentary.
Okay. Oh, who knows how many more he's had since then.
Yeah. But anyway, I was gonna say that I think that pretty much covered it all. Did you have anything else you wanted to add there, Walker?
Oh no, yep. He is married to a lovely Lady Anna, and has several children. He likes Lorax on his ranch. Nope, that's pretty much it. I mean, I think that covers most of it. I went even deeper into that website than I hadn't seen that before, so that was kind of fun to find.
Interesting, but yeah, this has been an interesting time, and again, Kuya, next week we will be we'll get into Facadism because I actually tried talking with Walker here about Facadism, and he has no clue about it.
Crazy.
So we've got a very interesting, and he looked at it for a minute, and I think we have ourselves a very interesting thing to read up on for next week.
All right,
I'll bring
I'm into
I'll bring some of my political philosophy books, and we'll.
Oh boy, cool.
I'll just offer some of that.
We're getting nerdy with it. It's gonna be great. But
bring up all sorts of crazy pages.
Always fun. But yeah. Again, gang. Thanks y'all for hanging out.
Thank you
again,
for hosting.
Kuya, yeah. Thanks again to Walker, Kuya. Thanks y'all for hanging out. And yeah, again next week, same time, same bat channel.
Awesome.
Yeah. Catch y'all next week. Take care, gang.
Talk to you soon.
Right on. That was great, gang.
Awesome.
Right on. All right. I am going to make some steaks, bud. Everything else been going okay for you?
That's rad. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go buy some snacks, but I got a slab of tofu in the freezer.
Oh, you using the technique?
Yeah. I'm
Try
gonna
it
see
out,
how
bud.
that.
Let me
I'm
know
gonna
how
see
it
how that
tastes.
works, but
Tell me, let me know. And you made sure to pull it out of the water.
Yeah. I might not cook it tonight, but it's in there, so we're gonna see. We're gonna see if it.
Oh, it should last for a while, so you should.
Oh yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, I might cook it tonight. I don't know, but.
Well, let me know how it goes, but that sounds awesome. I've been trying to find some fun ways to cook tofu.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that's awesome.
Right on, bud. All right, hey, you take care of yourself, Gooey. All right.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
All right, peace, bud.
Peace. Girl, she's a lily little cat and so special. My special lily little cat and paprika. Oh, is the storm over? The piggies come out? What special piggies? What special pigs come out after the storm is over? Oh no. Oh no, Jesus, everything is connected. snacks, I think. I'm gonna go grab a snack something. Rika, you come? You're in the kitchen to preview?
long are these? Mhm. Go. Wait, you know what? That's right. I wanted to fix that. Wait, you know what? That's right. I wanted to fix that. Nope. Holy cow! This ad is forever. Jeez Louise. All right. Is that level? That's not level. Okay. Is that better? Let's see. Oh. Oh yeah. I've been trying to mess with the levels here. I've been. You said I was quiet last time, so I was trying to turn myself up a touch. I didn't want to. Yeah, I did. I saw I was blowing red for a second, so I turned myself down. Yes. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Are maintaining equal. Yeah. Mm. Right. Right on. Yeah. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out on that. But so far it looks it's looking pretty okay from last time, or from in comparison to last time where I was like really quiet. Let's see. I am audible now. Where was I going? Hyperion is still weird. I like that. All right. Poppy outie. There we go. Aw, kitty cats. So I was gonna say you're doing Shadow of the Colossus again.
Yeah.
Right on, right on.
Hi, Lilith. Hi, my special cat.
Okay, there we go. But what was I gonna say? Oh, I made a quiche today.
Oh, tell me about quiche.
I've never made a quiche before. The one thing I do know is, according to that one dude in 16 Candles, you don't spell it, son, you eat it. But it was like like what, 8 eggs, handful of spinach chiffonaded and diced, and cooked onions and finely chopped garlic and salt and pepper, cheddar cheese, and made the pie dough out of croissant, like Pillsbury croissant things.
All right.
Yeah, it's like it's some like white suburban mom's version of quiche. Like I would generally go for a real pie crust, but like I'm lazy.
Did you say it was like phyllo dough?
Um,
Oh, puff pastry?
it was like a Pillsbury puff pastry croissants, basically.
Oh.
And then I just basically molded that as the pie crust. Turned out pretty good. Um.
Hi, Pibbies. Hi, what is it all with you? You all leaving? You gonna go outside? It's nighttime now, you pigs. Yeah, yeah, I don't know if you, probably just what, cause do you have, I usually have most of my levels in OBS turned all the way up, and then I adjust them in the sources, which it doesn't matter if that's how you do it or not.
Yeah,
but
no,
there-
I try separating the individual audio sources. It's just a pain because sometimes, like, you know how the audio mixer thing, like when you go from scene to scene, just some of the mixer selections just disappear.
Yes, that's because they're associated with sources that are in the scene that might not be in the scene.
I see. Okay. So like, yeah, I've been kind of messing with that to just like the last couple of times I messed with it, I ended up like missing something and ended up messing up some of the sounds. So I've been not messing with that too much, but
Because
yeah,
you
I've
also
been
have
trying
audio
to-
filters. You can also like slap an additional gain. If you find that your mic is consistently lower volume, this is kind of where I was going. When both of our, like in OBS, when both of our sliders are at the top, if your mic is still at a lower volume, obviously you can turn mine down. But you can also slap extra gain. You've noticed each of those volume bars has a little gear next to it. You can put filters on them. Okay.
Oh, filters. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Audio filters.
So you can slap,
Oh.
you can put an extra gain on it. You can put a compressor on it. Just so you have more control. And like I'll help you as much as I can with any questions you have. But I don't know. But probably if it's gonna be. I guess I'm just telling you that you're gonna adjust your audio settings all the time.
Oh yeah.
Like sometimes after every stream, you're gonna. Unless I get obsessive and I look at little details like that.
Mm-hmm. No, I try to be a little bit more up to speed on that kind of stuff because like I used to do like studio recording and stuff like that with friends.
Okay.
So I'm familiar with some of these setups. I've just never I just need to start getting used to them as within these video formats and trying to properly like level these out because it's like it's different from like recording something because you can play it back and then go back over and fix it. With this you have to like roll with it through the entire stream and adjust here and there, like going back and forth between the stream and yourself. But
it's just it's
generally
it's a lot. Yeah.
But
it's a lot to be aware of and whatever.
I can only hope that I'm not like it seems like my levels are okay. Like it's not like last time where like I was like basically I kind of went through some of the if I remember correctly, some of the audio, like you definitely were a touch louder than I was in in OBS, and I just wasn't paying attention. But
And you know what? It kind of was okay for that one because I was mostly talking and you were mostly reacting.
Right.
But, if the situations had been reversed, it would be a little harder to work with. But also, most of the time, again, I mentioned this, most of the time I will also have the audio. So
Right on.
I might have we can see which of our audio is, And I am so here's the update of what I've been working on. I actually, I was trying to make like a 20-minute video just going over the plot and not even like getting into it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like 50 minutes long, and I'm not even done with it. 50.
I know that's all.
Okay.
That's intense.
So I think I'm going to be done with that. I might be done with that today. But I'm going to get to editing. Hopefully, like I'm sort of thinking that the conversation we are having is more of an exploration of the themes and some of the other, not some of the stuff beyond just the plot. So this was supposed to be a short video. It's going to be long, but then I'll get to work on last week's. And we'll just kind of keep going back and forth and seeing what we can make. And I think that's great.
Again, I need to get my I need to get like to listening to that because that stuff sounds like from last time. Like some of these stories were so they were very much in this like fable like like almost moral lesson every single time that something happened.
Yeah.
And I thought it was very interesting the moral lessons that were being taught. And yeah, just a very fascinating book. I definitely want to like sit down and give it a read.
Yeah, it really depends on, and like, yeah, I also, I talk a lot about how I haven't read, like, definitely a novel in a long time because of the amount of internet distractions and just other stuff that there is today. So I don't know I don't know where you're at with reading, but I did find that listening to audiobooks helped me, kind of make that step back into more long form written word, not just tweets. Kitty cats. What is
There it goes.
You're staying inside. You stay inside. You're not going out. Maybe I'm getting catfished. Let's see. Oh, that's Kevin.
Getting catfished.
Well, I've gotten a couple messages. Like random messages for numbers saying, like one said just hi, and I didn't respond. And another random number said hi there, and I didn't respond. And then I got another random number message today that said, hi, this is Justin. It's my new number. And I have a friend named Justin. So I texted him and asked him if he had a new phone number, which is a funny thing to do if you think about it. But he did not reply.
Yeah.
And I messaged him on Discord. But I also said hello back to the text. And he was like, whoever it was said, how are you? Which I was like, well, that's, that seems a little bit robotic. But then...
Not very much like him, yeah.
The next question was, how is the soap business going? So now I'm thrown for a loop. So now it's either a robot or a catfish that actually knows me. But it's, when you get, I don't know. I have a lot of paranoia. So like...
No, I'm right there with you. I don't answer phone calls because of this shit. Yeah, I'm right there with you.
But just the way the words were laid out and it didn't sound like my friend and it feels like a robot. And now that's what's in my head. So who knows? I'll figure it out. Maybe I'm getting catfish. That'll be fun.
I don't know. You can send it to that Kit Boga guy. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
That dude's rad. Doing all those like scam takedown stuff.
Yeah, I really like, yeah, I think I've said all I have to say about people who try to scam people on the internet or anything.
Right.
I can't imagine how you decide your whole job is going to be lying to people and ripping people off. Maybe some
Absolutely.
people have no options. That's honestly probably what happens a lot of times. But yeah, that makes me mad because obviously I get, my grandfather
Mhm.
got a phone call one day from someone who said he was my lawyer and I was in jail
What?
and he needed my grandfather to
The
give him money.
hell?
Yeah. Thankfully, my grandfather is smart, but they
Wow.
find old people and call them. So fuck
Mhm.
scammers, obviously. That doesn't need
It
to be
happened.
said.
Oh, it happened to my grandmother. Like, she got she nearly got trying to look up the numbers from the Michigan lottery.
Oh boy.
And,
Oh
yeah.
boy.
Yeah, and then like she, you know how sometimes scammers do like the screen freezes and stuff like that, but you just have to close down the browser. Like,
Yep.
yeah, she got with that, and she calls up the number that's on there, and next thing I know, I'm coming home from the grocery store, and I see her, and she's got like the command screen up,
Oh, like the black command prompt.
the black the command prompt screen.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's no good. That's not
Grandma,
you-
what
oh,
the
boy.
fuck are you doing? Like I know this ain't like I have no words for I'm like, what are you doing? Like what is all this? And then she goes, I'll call you back, and she hangs up the phone. And then I'm like, Grandma, what are you doing? She's just like, I don't know. Windows is telling me to do shit.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
Oh, and so we had to wipe the computer again, and I had to go through and make sure there wasn't the typing programs that can pick up your keystrokes.
Oh,
keystroke
sure. Yeah.
programs. Yeah. I tried to purge absolutely everything from this computer that I could. Factory reset. It was madness. So I can only hope that she won't pull that crap.
Crazy times.
Crazy times.
Like
just,
Wild West. Fucking
Just taking
snake
advantage of
oil
people.
shit.
Straight.
Take advantage of whoever you can.
All these little old people. Like, why? Absolutely no good reason for that.
It's because everybody loves gold.
Whoever has the gold makes the rules, so they say.
Bunch of fucking Lannisters. You know about?
Oh, Lannister?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
The Lannisters were.
Oh,
a-
Lannister family.
They were a noble house. Basically, the villains in Game of Thrones, but they were the rich noble house. Their words were, "A Lannister pays his debts." They sat on a fucking mountain of gold, and yeah, they were always talking like all the gold in Casterly Rock cannot buy whatever, but they were like, yeah, they were the rich family.
Okay.
And they were the
Interesting.
villains for sure. They were
Super
so bad. You want to know what
Really?
happened to Jaime Lannister, the worst villain of the whole show?
I'm intrigued.
A rock fell on him. I'll never get over it.
That's the worst that happened to him. Is that a rock fell on him?
Yeah. He receives no comeuppance for any of his evil deeds or his gold sucking ways. The ceiling falls on him in the last episode or the previous to last episode, and that's it. And who cares? It was the
Who
worst show that
writes
was ever on
this?
TV.
Who writes this?
Awful people. David and David Benioff or something. I don't know. I think they were called D&D. They tanked the show so they could go work on a Star Wars movie, and Disney said, "You just obviously tanked that so you can come work for us. We don't have a job for you."
Wow.
Yes.
That's fucking terrible.
It was a bad show. Nothing. God, the ending was the worst thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
I've only heard nothing but bad things about the ending of Game of Thrones from absolutely anybody that I've talked to.
Yeah, that's the consensus.
Nonsense.
All right. So how are you doing?
Doing good, bud. What's been going on?
Let me make sure. Well, maybe I'll get a little bit of the music off of this for this stream. That's what I'll do. Let me check my audio. Let me check my audio levels. Okay, yeah, and you kind of understood what I was saying, right? About how. Whoa. Oh, when you switch between scene to scene.
Yeah.
If you don't have an active, because even like webcams and video sources will show up in the mixer, even though they don't really need to, or even if they're not making noise. So basically, yeah, the reason that what's in the mixer changes is because if that source doesn't exist in the new scene, or if other sources do exist, it'll populate that list. And that's why it moves around.
Very interesting. Let's. I'm just trying to make sure that I have the. Because, like, I think the other thing that happened last time was I had set the audio to the microphone for my camera instead of the microphone.
Oh, that totally happens. Yeah. Sometimes that'll happen and you won't even know it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing a double check right now.
Yeah. Oh my God, the amount of tracking down all of your little problems that you have to do when you're streaming.
The troubleshooting is intriguing. I have fun with it because it's like it's so like from like doing like live concerts and stuff like that. I'm kind of used to trying to fix things on the fly and like try to keep things rolling whilst trying to deal with said nonsense. But like streaming's a whole ball game that I've
never
really.
There's a lot to learn. Like obviously, obviously there is.
Absolutely, there's. I think plenty of important things that I took from like doing music stuff that I feel that can be easily incorporated into this.
For sure. Oh, is it raining? Oh my God. I was at my parents' house checking the weather, talking about how it's never gonna rain again. It's probably gonna rain for 5 minutes. It hasn't. It's been like we are drying out up here.
Really?
Oh yeah, it has not rained.
Rain out. Yeah, it's been rough over here too. We had like one solid day of rain, and then it's been like blaze. It's like not even like. It's not necessarily the heat; it's that there's no clouds in the sky.
Sure. Yeah. It just that radiation is just baking down on you.
Yeah, you feel like you're getting crispy.
Yeah. You want to do like the title? Do you want to do the intro?
Oh yes. So of course, yeah. So yes, welcome everybody. To Thought That Was Weird. Thrash K Shoe here, and then we have Mr. Kuya, DK, killing it. Shadow of the Colossus.
What's up?
And right on. And then, yeah, we're gonna be talking about Hyperion today. This is part 2. Or are we calling? I probably shouldn't say part 2. This is the next session of these talks about Hyperion.
As far as as far as our output is concerned, this is
Yes.
part 2 of our conversation.
Yes.
We're going to talk about chapters 3 and 4.
Which I'm stoked about because the last 2 chapters were absolutely bonkers. I had a field day listening about all these stories from all the stuff from last time.
And I think, kind of now that I've been looking at it and editing stuff and looking at it a lot, I kind of feel like when but that's the other thing is that we'll see if we end up editing every conversation we have or what we end up putting out. But I feel like when I give them back to you, and we'll kind of it'll be a system of checks and balances, of course. But when I think that what I'm gonna deliver back to you is gonna be part 1 is basically gonna be the intro with all the world building I had to go over just to get started. And then part 2 will be probably the first 2 chapters. I think that's how it kind of lays out as far as the time we used.
Okay, yeah.
And this time maybe we'll see, We'll see how much time we kind of spend and how much there is, because I do think every chapter has at least some interesting piece of world building.
Absolutely.
Chapter 3 is about Martin Silenus. And it has a lot to do... I guess this chapter's world building has a lot to do... Maybe not a lot to do with Old Earth, but it has more to do with galactic society as the result of what happened on Old Earth, which was the big mistake.
I see. Yeah, so part 3 is the Poet's Tale. Hyperion Cantos.
The Hyperion Cantos.
I have no idea what Cantos is.
Let's look it up. Because I'm actually not sure if John Keats wrote something called the Hyperion Cantos. The Cantos is used a lot.
It's an official storyline.
One of the
It's an epic poem written.
sections into which certain long poems are divided.
Oh, Cantos.
Oh, but it's the cantos. So it is all of the sections, I guess.
Canto, one section into which the long poems are divided. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. So, okay.
The Hyperion
So-
Cantos is interesting.
Right.
Is that the title of this chapter?
That is indeed the title of this chapter. Martin, is it Silenus or is it Silenus?
Silenus is how it's pronounced. In the early
Silenus.
books. Silenus.
Okay. Like Berlina. Okay.
It's really funny that, like, I used to talk about books and there would be a little argument over how someone's name was pronounced because none of us knew because we all read it.
Mm-hmm.
But now I've been listening to it, so I know how they're pronounced, but I don't know how a lot of them are spelled. I really don't know what Braun Lamia's first name is. I don't think it's Brawn.
Oh, Bram.
I wonder if it's Bron. Braun Lamia is the detective. She is the 5th story. We'll talk about her next week.
Okay, right.
Lamia is also a poem by John Keats. So Hyperion is a poem by John Keats. And it does sound like Martin Silenus eventually writes the same poem. But that we might get more into that in the second book. It's interesting because Hyperion Cantos is the title of the series of books. I guess it's interesting now that I know it kind of means verses. because he writes a piece of work called his Cantos. Maybe I should start at the beginning. Martin Salinas was born on Old Earth. He is by far the oldest character in the book. He is like 1,000. There was technology on Old Earth that would extend your lifespan. I can't believe I don't remember it all. I couldn't remember it when I was talking about it when I was making the video. But there is a treatment, that you get every couple of years that will extend your life. And a lot of the people on Old Earth, the early technology, like when Martin Salinas is first observed by one of the other characters, like the consul maybe, he observes that there is a blue sheen to Martin's hands. And they mention that like on a lot of the people on Old Earth, the earlier, whatever this treatment was called, it would turn people straight silver blue. Kind of like, wasn't there someone that was trying to, like there was a historical figure, wow. There's a historical figure that has absolutely nothing to do with this, which is funny because, this does have to do with Earth history and some historical figures. But there was a guy that was like, he turned like silver blue. I think it was because he was taking something that he thought would prevent poisoning. He was afraid of being assassinated.
Okay.
I don't know if it was like silver nitrate with like potassium. Potassium iodide is what you eat if you think that radiation is going to be a problem.
Potassium iodide?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was a...
Oh, yeah, because for some kind of, I guess, iodine, I don't know if it's iodide or iodine, but iodine, I think, is like radiation will hang out in iodine, like it'll stick to it. But if you take potassium iodide, whatever it is, it'll like sit in like your kidneys or your liver, like that iodide instead of the, like you're less likely to absorb radioactive iodide or something if you already have potassium iodide in your system. I just did a very bad job of explaining what it is, but yes. Anyway.
Potassium. Oh, yeah. It's a type of iodine that is not radioactive. It can be used to help block one type of radioactive material, radioactive iodine, I-131, from being absorbed by the thyroid. Okay.
Yep. There you go.
So it's basically rad. It's like in the Fallout world. It's basically
Radaway.
Radaway. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Interesting. Good to know.
So I don't
No, I'm
know
sorry.
if that story has something to do with why he described the people on Old Earth as being blue silver, but there is a ton of, human society refused to change and became corrupt and decadent. There's a lot of that kind of vibe. So in Hyperion.
Yeah, basically the like mankind, like almost in the Revelations, where some ascended to the heavens and some remained on Earth and toiled.
Yep.
Basically, yeah.
So they remained.
Oh no! What the?
That was
what the hell was
Lakitu.
that?
That was the fucking camera spun around.
What
Fucked
the?
me.
Like, dude, the horse did like a little like side barrel flip.
Right, because I was holding like forward, and then the camera spun, and the direction I was holding became like wrong, and so he's turned around and died.
What in the world is that?
Incredible. I feel like that has happened to me a couple times.
I've been there. I know them feels.
It's an old sort of situation when you walk through a door holding a stick in one direction and then immediately turn around because your guy is now facing the other direction.
But anyways, I'm sorry. So we were talking about the decadence of man. So it's almost in this sort of biblical sense of like in Revelations where like man there were some that descended to the heavens and some that remained and toiled on the planet, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's sort of, I feel like I'm going to learn more about the big mistake. I'm still like kind of in the middle. Book 2 is like, I feel like it's 3 times as long as this first book. It's almost like maybe we'll talk about the Dark Tower someday.
Maybe.
You have any idea about what it's
I
about?
have no idea what.
Yeah.
No idea what the Dark Tower.
So
is
he
about.
wrote the first book when he was 19. It's like 100 pages long. And then the rest of the books he wrote 30 years later, and they're 700,000 pages long.
Oh my
But the first one is just this cute little, almost novella. It is a novella, the first one. But that almost seems like what might be happening here, because the first one is very concise, and it sets up so much. And the second one, now, the plot is really like, now stuff is actually happening to these guys. Most of the first book is the past. They're talking about what has happened, you know?
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so everyone turned blue, and then it might have actually been a sabotage of the planet. There's been rumbling. The second book has a lot more to do with the CEO of Man and all of her meetings and goings-ons and trying to figure out what's going on in the galaxy. And there is some rumbling that the big mistake may have been an intentional act, either by humanity or by... If they're... I'm still not sure. I would love to see... I wonder if I can... I bet there's a guy on YouTube called Quinn's Ideas that might have an actual timeline of the history. But also part of the whole purpose of the story is that time and history have gotten strange due to space travel and hyperspeed. So anyway, what I was saying is that the big mistake may have been an intentional action on the part of either the Ousters or the Technocore. I wasn't sure if the Ousters existed then or if they came along after the big mistake or if there was even a hegemony. The World Web existed when the big mistake occurred. But the big mistake, and I told you last time, a black hole appeared in the center of the planet, which is what maybe we're trying to do in Eastern Europe right now.
Oh, right, with the CERN collider.
Yeah, so maybe just like, maybe this all already happened. Maybe the world already ended, and Metal Gear Solid was a documentary, and also this. Because...
And, oh man, and the Final Fantasy House people were right. Maybe.
I swear, I think about Metal Gear Solid 2 every day.
I still haven't played that one. I need to.
Do you know about... I mean, I don't know... I don't really... It's not really a spoiler to the plot of it.
Mm.
I don't know. Do you want me to kind of not tell you about what Metal Gear Solid is?
It's fine. It's fine. I've already watched a thing about it. Yeah. Please.
Okay. Yeah. So it's about something called the Selection for Societal Sanity, which is basically a net of AIs that are watching the internet, watching memes, and using memes and bots to steer society in whatever weird direction that AI decides to go. And I swear to God, someone went back in time and made that shit as a warning to us. Unless it all already happened. Unless the world ended long ago and we're all in a simulation. And that's our last... That's somebody... Hideo Kojima knows the truth. Metal Gear Solid 2 is his documentary, his warning to the world. But I think about the Selection for Societal Sanity every day. It's so spot on to what's going on with Twitter and the internet and Reddit and just bots and memes. Bots and memes running the world. That's what MGS2 is about.
Jeez.
Yeah, so CERN creates a black hole and the planet slowly dies. Martin stays on, and it does, so it doesn't, the planet doesn't blink out of existence. It's like, there are earthquakes and volcanoes. The planet is fucked. It's slowly dying. And Martin, and it becomes important to the story that he has some of these, he's got some experiences on Old Earth, on Old Earth at the end. And as the planet is really dying and everyone who can is evacuating, and the World Web existed, like I told you. Actually, the World Web, I feel like it must have existed at least in a primitive fashion at this point, or maybe not. It feels like it must have, if Earth was to be if humanity recovered from this, they must have been able to evacuate in stuff other than spaceships, although maybe not. This is why I said I would like to see a full timeline. But anyway, in whatever order things happen in, the Earth is destroyed, and Martin's mother, with like the last of their fortune, they were a rich family. That's how they could afford to be so old. With the last of their fortune, she like she buys, you know, him transport on some, you know, primitive technology spaceship going to some, you know, new colony. And, you know, he is put into hyperspace. And again, all of this technology is new and doesn't really work right. So, you know, he doesn't know really where the timeline of old Earth is when he wakes up. But that's the least of his concerns, because he seems to have lost his ability to speak coherently. Like, he's been brain damaged in some way after his space flight. And he ends up on a work colony where they put him to work because he can barely communicate. And he talks about, like, as he's telling the story, I feel like he talks about feeling like he was, you know, had no sense of what was going on and, like, had lost, because obviously he recovers. But, you know, temporarily he loses almost just his consciousness. He was barely even conscious of what's happening to him at this point in the story. But he begins to write somehow, even though he talks about, you know, the 7 words you're not allowed to say on TV by George Carlin.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what they are, but he mentions that his vocabulary, listening to this on the audiobook, it sounded like it was exactly the George Carlin routine when he was talking about the amount of words he could use, because it was basically, you know, piss, shit, hooker, whatever. But he begins to write somehow. I guess he slowly starts getting language back. And he begins to write, and he writes what he refers to it as his cantos, which we now know to mean his verses. He does eventually write something called the Hyperion Cantos, and now I'm, you know, now I'm looking back on it, and I was definitely high listening to it, and maybe it was the Hyperion Cantos all the time. The reason that I'm not positive is because I have not read Hyperion. I have read we both looked at Hyperion a little bit, and I read a few pages of it. The poem by John Keats. But the cantos that Martin Silenus is writing ends up having very specific details in it about the Shrike and about the planet Hyperion. So that's why I'm not really concerned if he's meant to, like, be channeling John Keats in some way. Because at another point, he talks about how in his poem, the Hyperion Cantos, you know, Pluto's hanging out with all the other old gods, and they're talking about the fall of the Titans, which is what John Keats' Hyperion is about. So, anyway, he finally gets off this work colony, finally regains his sense. He writes this epic poem, the Hyperion Cantos, and he goes back to the World Web, which now exists. So, I mean, I really would like to know what the timeline is, because it seemed maybe they stayed on old Earth so long that the only way to get off was through, you know, the older type of space travel, which was, you know, hypersleep and spaceships and time debt. So he wants to publish his cantos that he's written, but this publisher he meets, who also becomes a little bit, she's also a very old Earth type of lady who has remained eternally young through this treatment that they've received. She's like, there's no way this fucking poem is gonna sell. You were on old Earth. Write a novel about old Earth. Write a series about things that happened towards the end, and we can sell it saying that you were one of the last survivors on old Earth, and you went through this horrible experience, and now you're back among the World Web, and
right.
Here are some of your stories. So he writes a fiction novel. He writes a pulp fiction fantasy novel about some stuff that happened on old Earth, and it's a fucking hit. So a lot of the sort of personal horror of this one kind of hits true to home, in that people are going to eat your shit. They're going to eat your shit right up. But anything you actually put time into and care about, no one is going to care about. that old fear and that old chestnut. That's where he kind of ends up, and he ends up writing a whole series of these books that he hates, and he hates doing it, and he hates working on it. I'm gonna try to jump across that bridge again. Let's see if I can just not even press on the stick. Okay. Poor Aggro. Aggro survives. Spoilers. Yeah, so eventually he can't handle it. He can't handle the fame. He can't handle knowing that no one cares about this truth that he has written down in the Hyperion Cantos. So he goes to Hyperion. And again, this guy is so old. He goes to Hyperion, and this is like an earlier age of Hyperion. This is the age where Hyperion was first being settled. One of the first people to build or to settle on Hyperion was this guy called Sad King Billy, who has got a lot of commisery and sympathy for Martin's situation. Sad King Billy builds the City of Poets on Hyperion. As you know, or as I told you, the most major city on Hyperion is Keats. In the present day, in the time that this is occurring, where our pilgrims who are on Hyperion currently, they arrived at Keats and set out from Keats. But there's a city called the City of Poets, and it is deserted. It's an empty ghost city, and that's the remains of the city that Sad King Billy founded when he traveled to Hyperion with Martin Silenus, the poet, who had become famous writing trash novels. They build this city, and Sad King Billy's dream is to found this place at the edges of at the edges of mankind's domain, where they can live close to the wilderness and just create art and not read Facebook and Twitter all day, and live close to the earth. Well, I guess Hyperion, the earth is a distant, forgotten memory at this point.
Right. Wow.
He starts working on his poem again, and he finds that he is inspired to write of the Shrike. And at this point, the Shrike is really unknown of. Like in the current time period, during the final Shrike pilgrimage, I mentioned that the Shrike has been it has left the time tombs and is destroying whole towns and stuff. Like it's on a rampage now. But at this point, they might not have even known that there was this creature on the planet at this point when the City of Poets was being built. But Martin is inspired by visions of the Shrike, and he starts writing about it. And he starts writing about it coming and, finding men and women and killing them. Sad King Billy has access to these writings, and he starts realizing that when Martin Silenus writes in detail about a graphic, gory murder done by the Shrike, that murder does actually occur in the City of Poets on the same evening. And, Martin is almost, when they discover this, Martin is not sure if he is somehow, if his writing is coming true, if he has somehow created this creature. He does eventually understand that it is moving backwards through time and has this weird time effect on it. But he starts believing almost that, he has written this Cantos to completion eventually in the future, and somehow it has caused this creature to come into being. The being is now moving backwards in time and following the instructions that he wrote for it in the Hyperion Cantos. So Billy is like, you gotta fucking stop. It's very clear to Sad King Billy that Martin should stop writing about murders if the murders are happening. But the Hyperion Cantos has become Martin's heart. It's his truth. It's his Cantos. Like he's always talking about his Cantos. Like he has put down the truth. So when this kind of comes to a head, Sad King Billy gathers up Martin's manuscripts, and he's gonna burn them. Martin is very upset, and he doesn't know what's going on, but he almost feels like if he's really doing this, if he's the one that is causing all of this death and pain, he's not sure. He's not sure if he cares. You know, I mean, if this is all because of him, that might be his truth. That might be what he was always supposed to do. You know, this guy is really unstuck in time, and feels, you know, what does Loki say? He's got the burden of terrible purpose or whatever.
Of terrible purpose.
Something like that, yeah. Sad King Billy begins to burn the manuscripts. And the Shrike appears. Martin still doesn't really think it's something that exists. But now it definitely does. It appears and it takes Sad King Billy away to hang on a hook on his tree to writhe forever, traveling backwards in time.
Oh, the tree thing.
Yes.
Or the infinite death tree thing, I should say. Like that's probably the most petrifying concept, is like having to live through your own death continuously until time ceases, which is practically like never.
You might sort of be thinking about what happened to Paul DeRay.
I was gonna say, is it very very?
They
similar
both involve a tree.
I was gonna say, wasn't the tree the one that, like, if you're stuck onto it, you basically like revive and die like infinitely for like infinitum, as far as I understand, for like until like, yeah, there's like basically no end to it.
Yes, the Shrike's tree, which exists somewhere beyond the Valley of the Time Tombs, it hangs people on there, and once they are hung on there, they begin to move backwards through time. And even though it says that the Shrike kills people, it also says that they stay alive, writhing in agony as they move backwards through time. But what happened to Paul DeRay, what happened to him was on the edge of the forest of the Tesla trees, which are wooden organic trees.
Oh.
But he was electrocuting himself to death in an attempt to drive the parasite out. But yeah, same thing, death over and over again.
That's very cool.
There's a movie, man, is it called The Endless? There's a movie that, you know what, I'm not going to try to tell you because I've basically spoiled it. By what we are talking about right now is very relevant. So it might be called The Endless, but yeah, it has to do with. Obviously, I'm always just going full spoilers. I'm smoking.
All good.
The Endless has to do with this, again, time manipulating demon. Maybe it might be a demon or it might be an alien, but it's in a localized area in like Ireland. But there are certain people that are like chosen by it that are living in a time loop, and they know when it's going to come and kill them, and it kills them so horrifically that basically they all are living in a way where they know that they have to kill themselves before their loop is up. But they're going to revive anyway. But it's better to kill yourself than be killed by the thing when it comes. I think it's called The Endless.
That's so wild.
Fucked.
That's really that's very fucked up. I was gonna say, I'm gonna step away for 2 seconds. I'm gonna go grab my ice cream.
Cool.
Dude, I got some Ben and Jerry's half baked up about it.
Oh yeah.
It's going down, man.
That is rad.
Be right back.
Like a hole I'm supposed to be trying to go down. Obviously, I want to get behind those things. Oh, I bet I want to. Oh, there's a hole right there.
saw a shiny thing. Ah! Ah! Warb! By the end of the game, it's so frustrating how easily anything can juggle you because Wander just wants to give up. He just wants to lie. He just like every character in Hyperion, just like Shinji Ikari. Just let me lay here and die. Yeah, hopefully I'm gonna have my plot review video out tonight. I think I will. I hope I didn't just come out of this thing. I bet I did, didn't I?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
Got my ice cream.
Yeah, I don't know if I ate too much ice cream or too many hot dogs, but I was off of my diet in June and I had an upset tummy for. I still kind of do. It really, like, my body was like, you gotta stop doing this shit.
Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I was having, like, stomach troubles, but I've been told over and over again it's probably, like, stress or something, and, like, my doctors say one thing, everybody tells me another thing.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know, as of right now, I can basically eat what I want, and I have no problems. So, I just don't know. I'm just enjoying the fact that I can eat stuff again. But
yeah, health blows.
I've been trying to eat more vegetables though.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh
no! I've been eating yogurt and I'm not positive. I'm worried that I'm lactose intolerant, so that might be dumb. But I don't know if I am or not. It probably... Oh, but also I was wondering because of the ice cream. But I think the yogurt is helping. Although I still have kind of been just sort of subtly... kind of not having an alright tummy time. Maybe wouldn't that be funny? If I started eating yogurt because I thought it would help, and now I'm actually allergic to it and eating it every day, and I'm just gonna stay kind of baseline tummy sick.
That's yeah. That'd be terrible, bud.
Boy, human bodies sure blow.
It definitely loves giving it definitely loves giving the haymakers to your digestive system when you get older.
Yeah.
But like, I've found that oddly enough, apples are really good for your stomach. Apples and actually, if you grind up like raw ginger in a smoothie and stuff like that, raw ginger, like the juices and the fibers are supposed to be really good for your digestive health.
Maybe I'll see if I can find some raw ginger.
Let's make sure it's good ginger.
Oh?
Because yes, for one, like all the small stuff that like most major markets sells, it's bunk. Like, I don't know if you.
I want a big bulbous root.
Well, you don't want a big bulbous root. I mean, with the it depends on how much you like ginger in your stuff. But like,
I like it fine. You know, well, I'll tell you what. When I've bought ginger, it has been like in dried flakes, like little grindy, flaky fibers, kind of.
What?
That doesn't sound like. Yeah, when I get ginger, it's like dried flakes of fibrous root. You know.
What?
Yeah, that's not.
I've never heard such a thing.
I don't have any in the fridge right now. I'll see when I shop again. I'll see if they have it. It just comes in a little round tin of, you know, dried ginger shavings or whatever, and I put it in my stir fry.
Ginger shavings.
That's probably not what you're talking about putting in my smoothie.
No,
Okay.
no, like actual, like the real stuff that you have to take the paper thin skin off of.
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about roots having skin. Is it
Oh,
a
yeah,
root
ginger-
even? I don't
ginger-
even know what it is.
Yeah, ginger roots have a real thin skin on the top
Okay.
that you peel away. Like you can use a spoon and basically just scrape it off.
Oh yeah, you
peel
kind of
it.
have to do that to beets.
Very similar to cooked beets. Like I don't know. I've had a hard time trying to peel raw beets. Raw beets suck.
Yeah, those are.
Trying to
Yeah,
peel.
it's you gotta cook them before you peel them.
Oh my god. Like I worked in like a fine dining restaurant where they asked us to do a beet salad and nobody had cooked a beet before in their life.
Oh.
It was hilarious. It was very interesting. We had like this fine dining fucking God, what's that stupid contest? It had Bobby Flay.
Oh, Iron Chef.
Iron Chef, yeah. This dude was on the team that an Iron Chef winner was on. He knew how to cook beets, but like the rest of us were like trying to. We had never seen a beet before, so we were trying to peel them straight up.
Yeah, before cooking them.
And it was funny. It was the worst experience ever. Yeah, we spent more time trying to peel these stupid ass beets. Oh shit.
Yeah, the end
You
of this
don't
game
want-
is so much bullshit. Every time I get to the end of this game, I think to myself, maybe I just won't do it this time.
You know what, dude? I've done it before too, where I have to I need a moment to just sit back and then come back to it later. I'm not dealing with this nonsense.
Yeah, no, I always think to myself, maybe I'm done. Like maybe I'm just not gonna do it at all. But I end up doing it. But it really is bad. Like this is like so much about this encounter is terrible.
Everything hurts when you try to do this part of the game.
Yeah.
Especially when you get to like the arm part.
Oh my god, the camera goes fucking crazy.
I hate that. I absolutely despise how the camera works on the arms.
You know who Lakitu is?
The Cloud
Yes.
Koopa dude from Mario, yeah.
He's the cameraman. And he doesn't know what to do. No one prepared him for that shit. He doesn't know what to do in that situation. He just goes fucking flying around. I talk a lot. Yeah, there's a sort of headcanon around here that Lakitu is the cameraman in every video game that I play. So I blame a lot of shit on him.
You know, I just had this entire concept of like Lakitu being like a war reporter of sorts and just
Sure.
having PTSD. Like he's just like sitting at the end of a bar like by himself, like, you know, drinking a whiskey next to a spiky dude, and you know, spiky dude's trying to tell him about like the next mission. He's like, I don't know if I want to go back to that. I don't know if I can ever go back to that. I've seen far too many die.
I swear about the poor guy too much. Really, he has seen some shit too.
So I mean, maybe the reason why the camera is so shaky is because Lakitu.
He's fucking shaking.
He's shaking from the PTSD, bud. You can't get too hard on him. Oh, that's terrible. But let's see, where were we? So Billy burned the manuscript.
And yeah,
and
he's killed.
And gets killed by the strike. So like, how does Martin take this? Like, I would assume that the person that let you into his little artist paradise, like, you would think, kind of under your wing, you would think he would have some sort of a sympathy to what occurred.
You would kind of think so. Martin Salinas is very hard to read as a character. He's very rude to everyone. And the way he comes away from this, oh my god. the way he comes away from the situation is, you know, on one hand, he's furious that his manuscripts have been burned. Like, he really, that's what he cares about. The entire reason he returns to Hyperion is because he feels like he needs to. He feels like he has some connection to Hyperion or to the Shuriken that has something to do with the Hyperion Kantos that he's written. And in the second book, when he talks about the context of the Kantos, he describes Hyperion by James Keats. Like, he basically describes he has written the same poem. But he doesn't, I mean, he knows who John Keats. He knows who John Keats is, but I don't think he has made the connection that he's written the same poem that John Keats did. But anyway, he returns to Hyperion because he feels burdened with terrible purpose.
You know what? There was that. What was that movie with some like 20-something hits his head, and then he plays a Beatles song, and people are like, "Oh wow, that song's amazing. What is that?" And people believe that he wrote all these Beatles songs, but he like went through a parallel universe or some crap.
Oh, is that where the Beatles never existed?
Yeah, whatever that was. Hold on, I think it was called Yesterday.
That would be a pretty good title.
Hamish Patel, yes, that I believe it was. Yes, romantic comedy film. Hamish, it's Himesh.
Oh, H-I.
Yeah, so Hamish Patel.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I believe was the name of the gentleman that starred.
There's a guy named.
What was it?
That is.
Well, it's not. But yeah, no, that's the name of the. Oh wait, no, that's the name of the actor. Okay. The character's name is Jack Mulvey. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Really bizarre movie concept I never quite understood.
You ever see Hot Tub Time Machine?
No, but I love John Cusack.
One of the characters in Hot Tub Time Machine, basically, they go back to the... Yeah, so what happens is they go back to the 80s from, the 2000s or whatever. One of them stays behind, and he basically just invents everything. But one of the first things he does is he becomes Motley Crue, because he knows all their music. So he just records all of their music. But then he invents Google, and he just does everything you would do if you knew what the future was going to be. I think it would be there is a sequel that I don't really know what it's about, but I think it would be great if, who was the Motley Crue guy? Tommy Lee?
The drummer? Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't it be great if Tommy Lee, if the sequel was about him going crazy and figuring out that this character has stolen his life and coming and hunting him down?
Almost like a... Oh, what is that? Total Recall? With Schwarzenegger? Wasn't that like the bit that he was like trying to get his life back sort of a thing?
Sort of. He had... Total Recall is weird, and it's kind of similar to actually something that happens in the Hitchhiker's Guide. Because, well, you know what? I'm honestly not sure. I don't really know what happens in the first Total Recall movie because I feel like it's supposed to be vague, but I don't know if the original guy was Doug Quaid. I guess he was, but maybe not. All right, there's two things that might happen. Either he was Doug Quaid and got and intentionally erased his memory because he thought he would be able to convince the new guy to become Doug Quaid again. But what also might happen is that Arnold is just has had a broken AI thing happen to his brain, and as a result, he's having this alternate history life that, you know what the clue is? Because you know basically what the plot is, obviously, right? He goes into this clinic and he's going to have a vacation implanted in his mind,
right?
And so in the background of while they're setting him up for it, and after he goes through this procedure, that's when he finds out that he was a man who wiped his memory on purpose. But in the background, two of the techs are going over the specs of the vacation they're going to give him,
and like one of them like looks at the clipboard and says, "Oh, Blue Skies on Mars. I love this one." And then like the last scene of the movie is literally Blue Skies on Mars, and like Arnold and the girl like sitting in on the plains looking at the first blue skies.
That's wild.
So it's
I haven't
implied
seen
that the
movie.
entire thing is just his hallucinatory vacation.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
That's a good one.
Let's see here. Burns manuscript strike takes some. So centuries since, relying on extending treatments, Silenus has been waiting to return Hyperion to finish the poem. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So what exactly happens in those centuries after the strike take Billy away? Was there any explanation about like the time between that and basically? I assume he doesn't necessarily get around to finishing the poem because he's like,
you know what? I
probably
think that
losing it.
I think maybe my whole ass. I think maybe once the poem is destroyed, when he rewrites it, maybe the rewrite is the Hyperion Cantos, which he describes as being about the old gods and Pluto in the valley. Because he write his goal in returning to Hyperion, he feels like he needs to be there for some reason involving the Hyperion, involving this Cantos that he's written about this planet. He feels like there's going to be some full circle when he comes back there, but it doesn't talk really. You know what? It mentions some of the weird shit he gets up to, like while hanging out for centuries and being. And I don't know if this is after Sad King Billy, but he ends up getting surgery to make himself look like a goat, like a satyr. Like he gets goat legs, and like he gets like goat-like features on his face, and then eventually he gets like switches back to human legs again, but like he basically, there's a lot of talk about like what bored rich people that don't have anything to do would be doing in this galactic civilization. This one touches a lot more on like, on galactic civilization and the world web. And those parts may have been parts I might have not listened to as well, kind of been like, okay. There's a lot of like boardroom meeting kind of scenes that I may not have absorbed, kind of in general, kind of all over throughout both of these books.
A lot of meetings of the Imperial Council,
right?
Where
tons of that. There's tons of that. But that's So that's Martin's story. Martin's story is about Old Earth and the pain of being an artist.
Oh.
There's this whole there's the whole Twitter meme of like do I have to like get into his palm? Like almost, Jesus Christ. God, like it's so annoying. The camera and this whole encounter at the end of the game is so terrible. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say like he shakes, and then when he settles his hand, that's when you can stand up on the. It's usually around the time that you can stand up on the back of his hand, but it looks like his hand. Yeah, like right. No, okay, I guess it's not. Oh, you know what? You are actually on the delay. I just realized.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, you are absolutely. Yeah, if you're saying like, if you're gonna say like, oh, right now, I'm not gonna.
I was gonna like, it's not gonna help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. But yeah, so. Should I appear in the finish the poem? That's. Oh, I just saw that. That's.
Yeah. It's just like real. Like honestly, I cannot say enough nice things about this game. This encounter is a piece of shit. It is a poorly designed attempt at something really epic. It's a piece of shit. The camera doesn't work right. It's so floppy you can't tell what's going on or what you're supposed to do.
It's infuriating.
It's a bad end to the game.
Indeed.
But that's chapter 3. Martin Silenus, the Hyperion Cantos, the Poet's Tale.
Yeah.
And chapter 4 is a rough one.
So chapter 4 is the Scholar's Tale. The river lays taste is bitter.
Wait, say that again?
The river leads, Lethe.
Okay. The river
Taste.
leaves taste is bitter?
Yes.
Interesting. I have no idea what that means.
That's not a reference to anything in the story.
You know what? I would bet you dollars to donuts that there is a John Keats poem about the river Leithes.
Let's look this up. River leads. Leads. In Greek mythology, Lethe.
Oh, this also
referred
obviously,
as
yeah, thematically this has so much to do with the fall of the old gods and the Greek gods, the Titans as well, so that makes sense, yeah. Tell me about it, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just trying to read through. It was one of 5 rivers of the underworld of Hades, also known as Ameles Potamos. Excuse my pronunciation. The leaf flowed around the cave of Hypnos and through the underworld, where all those who drank from it experienced complete forgetfulness.
Ah.
I like that reference a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I really like this this concept. I like mythology. I just never liked the teachers that taught it.
That's too bad! What an American tragedy!
I mean, I loved the hell out of, like, oddly enough, I like a lot of Shakespeare. I like a lot of Brit-lit stuff.
Who's you know about Baz Luhrmann?
I know the name, but I don't think
He made Romeo and Juliet in the 90s with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, with John Leguizamo?
Yeah!
Yeah,
And Jamie Kennedy? What was I? Is his name Jamie Kennedy? Is that his name?
Was he in that movie? I don't remember. It's been a minute.
I was saying, what did I say about Jamie? I said there was some conversation about Jamie Kennedy that was funny, but I forgot.
Okay, what was it? Malibu's Most Wanted.
That was a movie that he was in, yeah.
That dude's. I love that cat, but like, those are some unfortunate choices for films to have done. Like The Mask 2.
Oh boy.
Son of Mask. I feel for the cat. He had to get money. I get it, but like, damn. what an unfortunate film. But anyhow,
I wish I
could... I'm sorry.
No, I'm stuck on the funny thing that I said to my friend the other day about Jamie Kennedy. That I have no idea. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
I get, I want to tell the same joke again, and that's a silly thing to do.
No, it's fine. No, I'm intrigued by it.
No, I don't know what it is. I'm stuck as in I don't know. I'm not, and so that's what I'm thinking about instead of listening to you.
Oh, it's okay.
I don't know what it was. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, I if anything, just the fact that like, Jamie Kennedy has.
That was a good movie though.
Yeah, the Romeo and Juliet movie was pretty good.
It was cool that the dialogue was like raw as fuck. Like it was, Shakespeare.
Yeah. Like in the sense that it was very like this colloquial
it was
representation. Yeah.
No, I mean it was absolutely the script from it was the original. It was like literally Romeo and Juliet. I don't know if you recall, but like
I thought they did a couple of mild changes to the
I mean, there might have been some changes, but it was like very
It was very close from what I remember. Yes, I just sometimes there's like something in particular. Oh wait, no, that's what I was thinking about. They made a reference to. Yeah, they're talking about swords.
Yeah,
but
so it says sword on the side of the gun.
Yeah.
Yes, that's funny.
That was kind of interesting. That's one thing that I do remember from that. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
Sad that they didn't change that line.
I think Jamie Kennedy is the dude going, like, I thumb my nose at you. If the cops come, are they gonna feel that we have the right of way or whatever? Then I thumb my nose, sir, but not at you.
Oh, this dude sucks.
It's terrible. Like the
I'm
the
feeling
parts-
everything watching this. Everything within me is
so
absolutely
much. Like it's
screaming.
just so much. This fight is bad. Like there's the jumping from hand to hand. I don't even know where
Nice.
my character is right now.
Right on, dude. That was a good jump.
Thank you.
And then this jump. Little this fucking.
Oh my god. I don't know what happened.
Oh no. I'm not there yet. Still backwards in time. Oh fuck.
It's just terrible.
That's
It's just so
sucks.
awful. It's just
that,
a disaster.
that's all sorts of terrible. What the fuck was that?
It's just great. Yeah, it's really like you can half the time you can't see where Wander is. He's flopping like a fish. Just everything is oh man, it's raining. There's fucking flames shooting all over the place. Yeah, so Rachel's an archaeologist. Rachel's really. Sorry.
I was just trying to. I'm trying to catch up on the wiki to make sure that I'm like in the description of where you're at. Yes.
Okay.
So Rachel the archaeologist. Yes.
Yeah, she's really interested in the time tombs on Hyperion.
Okay.
And there's a lot of, I sort of mentioned last week how like I think it's interesting. They talk about a lot of the effects of Hyperion, almost like weather. Like they talk about the Tesla trees, how like, you know, if they're having like a surge or whatever, you can't go over there. And they talk a lot about how the time tombs, which they talk about the the area that is moving backward in time. They refer to it as the anti-entropic field, and that's where the time tombs are. But also on the edges of this field, there are time tides, which is basically just weirdness. And they're kind of, you know, they're always trying to kind of measure where this time, this temporal activity, you know, how much, you know, how they talk about it like the weather. You know, they talk about how, you know, the time tides have receded, so you know they're going into one of the tombs or whatever, or near it.
Okay.
And the tombs, let's see, the tombs all have neat names. They're all like they're all individual. One is called the Sphinx. One is called like the Jade Obelisk. One is called the Shrike Palace. One might be called the Crystal Tomb, something like that. But there's a couple of them, and they're all different. They're these big structures that are moving backwards in time, and they're sealed. So people believe that in our future they will open, which will basically be the time that they were created in the past. And you know, this coming time, you know, will be a great revelation for the people of Hyperion. Blah blah blah. You know, a lot of prophecy and stuff. Especially because, you know, we didn't talk about it a lot, but there is a Shrike Church. Like the people of Hyperion, you know, some of them are like, well, this thing is obviously a force of nature or God, so we should worship it and feed people to it. But anyway, Rachel's fucking around, you know, with these time tides and, you know, seeing when she can, you know, approach these tombs and stuff. And one night she's with a team of people and stuff, but God! This is a terrible fight to be doing while I'm trying to tell you a story. Like, it's so awful. It's so fucking bad.
I feel everything inside of it.
Yeah, so she creeps into, she's in there like alone. Like I think one night she might be like bored, so like she leaves her camp and the safety of her traveling companions. She goes and walks over to the, like you have to jump, like I don't even know what you're, every time I play this boss I end up just screaming because I don't even know how, like you can't, like he won't fucking let go to jump. Oh my god. It's like, it's infuriating. Rachel gets a fucking cold. I think she sees the Shrike. But she gets sick. Well, she doesn't get sick. God, just fucking jump! Like, what an asshole! Oh my god.
No, dude.
Unbelievably bad. Like it's just like I don't even know, like, and I forget how the controls work because they work so poorly in this.
I lose my shit.
I feel like I'm supposed to let go of the grab before I jump, but I'm clinging there, and I know he can jump backwards, but the camera doesn't know the stick. I don't know which direction to put the stick because the camera's flying around like a Lakitu. So like I'm supposed to be pressing down to jump backwards onto the next hand, but what the fuck is down? Like it's supposed to be really like cinematic and immersive, and it is, and amazing and beautiful, and it's so fucking cool. Like look at the minimalist look at this fucking game, but what a piece of shit. What a fucking ass cock.
I've played through this so many times, and it's infuriated me so.
This part
many
is
times.
just so the first time I did it, I think I have some of it recorded and it's so bad. Alright, I just jump. Like how do I, like why can't I just jump? Press down and jump, I think. Down, jump, see? Let go and jump? No. Like I can't jump backwards. Is this, I don't even know if this is a problem I've had before. Not being able to figure out how to jump backwards onto the next hand.
Oh man. Like, I'm trying to remember what I had to do for it. It was
It just gets it just gets hard to control, and I don't I don't know how to jump backwards from this elbow onto the next palm because he's not doing it. He's just not. Oh, what? And then he jumped onto the fingers. Christ in the fucking cross. Christ on the cruciform parasite. I don't know why she's not sick. I don't know why they decided to call it Merlin syndrome. Guess what's happening to her? Guess what she caught from the anti-entropic field?
No idea.
She's traveling backwards in time.
Oh. Okay, now I read that. Rachel contracts a disease which causes her to age backwards.
Yeah.
The fuck? Dude.
And the weird fuck of it is that she wakes up every morning. I really should have rested my stamina or whatever. She wakes up every morning and basically she has the memories of whatever life she would have led up to that point. So eventually she doesn't remember even going to Hyperion. She doesn't remember making the decision to go to Hyperion. If she wakes up and she's 14 years old, those are the memories she has. And there's even a scene when she's in the hospital and they're talking to her about what's happening to her, and she's like, that doesn't make sense. My memories don't start every day when I wake up. But that's what happens.
Oh no.
You know, it wouldn't be like that. It would be you would be slowly losing. But maybe even just for the purposes of cohesion, you know, she's able to, it seems that her days are traveling forward in time, but she is aging in reverse, and every night she loses that day. So even ever since this has happened, it's almost like that movie with Guy Pearce, Memento. So she doesn't even know what happened to her. Every day she has to learn again because she doesn't remember it happening. She only remembers up to wherever she is in her backwards life. She's got these journals.
First dates?
Oh yeah, she has a boyfriend when she's 30 that she meets again when she's, you know, gone backwards and is like 10, and it's like upsetting and heartbreaking. And he knows who she is and she doesn't know him.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
But every day she goes through her journals and learns what happened to her, so every day she's upset because she didn't make the choice to go to Hyperion. Some other timeline version of her made that choice. She's never even thought about this. She doesn't even give a shit about archaeology. As she gets younger and younger, that problem and the fact that she wakes up with no memory of any of it every day and reads through her entire journal and watches these video logs all day, every day now. She's spending learning what happened to her and getting mad about how much she has lost and how much a girl that she never was and will never get to be, her decisions have ruined her life. So they take the journals away.
What?
Obviously. Well, she's not gonna get over it. Every day she wakes up and it has to be explained to her again what's happened to her.
Jeez.
She meets, her boyfriend or fiance again. She doesn't remember him. Saul has to watch all of this happen to her, very slowly over, 30 years. She eventually starts coming down and saying like, yeah, I got a test. I'm excited for the test in school. Or she starts asking about her, her friends from school and stuff who are now adults and have gone on and done whatever. Like, even the town doesn't look the same. She doesn't understand like what happened. And, they keep telling her she was sick and asleep for a long time or something. And she missed a lot of parts of her life. But eventually she's just, towards the end of this chapter, it's just... There's really just a lot of long passages of just Saul talking about watching her just slowly vanish and get younger and younger. And it's like, it's fucked. Again, just like I said in the big anime scene, like it's written very real, it's written very well, and you can, like, it got me. Like, I could really feel this shit going on. Like, this is the chapter that a lot of people who talk about this book talk about, and it's
very
really
Benjamin
heartbreaking. And I guess you find out a little more about the end. You don't really. Honestly, you just find out more questions about the anti-entropic field and about the time tombs and even about the Shrike. Because, I kind of obviously Saul is returning to Hyperion now because he feels that if he returns to the Sphinx or the Shrike or, he feels maybe by coming full circle, either he'll find an answer, or maybe it'll be fitting to just let her disappear in the Sphinx where this all, started happening to her. And Saul and Rachel's story is very sad. But yeah, it talks a lot more about the anti-entropic field, but we don't really learn much as far as world building in this one. Yeah, this one is really just a sad story about Saul and Rachel.
And like, just really quick, and this is something that I found kind of interesting after hearing about, and of course, this is from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
After hearing Weintrop's tale, the party retires outside to gaze at the stars. Sacrifice Rachel in a replay of the Binding of Isaac. He decides to become a pilgrim and to implore the Shrike for a cure.
Oh, right, yeah, they talk about the Binding of Isaac, yeah.
After hearing Weintrop's tale, the party retires outside to gaze at the stars. There they see the Templar tree ship which carried them to Hyperion, destroyed by ousters.
Right, yeah, so the battle has begun. There is war in the sky, and that tree ship is like one of like 3 that exist. So the Templar, it is not, yeah, he does not like that ship has been destroyed. And for the rest of the book, they talk about how they can see laser beams and battles going on in the sky above Hyperion because the war has begun, and we really don't find out a lot about why until the second book, when we start talking about CEO Gladstone when she becomes a character.
CEO Gladstone.
Yeah,
I'm intrigued.
The CEO, the CEO of the Hegemony of Man does appear in this book. She appears in the next story, which is Lamia's the detective's tale. Braun Lamia. Can you tell me what her first name is?
Braun. B-R-A-W-N.
Oh my God! I was like, there's no way her first name is Braun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
yep,
that's chapters
yeah. Next
3 and
one's
4.
called yep.
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead though.
I was just thinking about. I didn't want to spoil it for next time.
Oh,
but,
no, well,
I like how stereotypical about the detective stuff.
It is a noir tale. It is a cyberpunk noir tale.
It is called The Long Goodbye.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is.
is.
Of course it is.
Like fitting.
Yeah.
Very fitting. I'm very intrigued to hear about that too. Like but anyway, so just to kind of go through everything, we have a priest that basically goes on a mission and in turn gets assimilated into a parasitic life form's like group,
hive or whatever.
Yeah, hive. Yes, it's a collective, if you will.
Yes.
And then next one was somebody played on the holodeck too long.
Yeah.
And
and I kind of figured out. Remember, I didn't know if she says like I met you in my future or his future or whatever, but it's his future and her past, because I didn't put it together at first. The reason it's those two things is because she is also traveling backwards in time. So she has met him in her past, which is his future, but he's also, for some reason, encountering her as a ghost in the machine, as some kind of echo. But she is in the valley of the anti-entropic field, and she is traveling backwards in time, like the Shrike. We'll talk about it, but she's like the Silver Surfer. She's like the, what was his job? He told people that Galactus was the Herald. She's like a herald or a consort, not a consort, but she's got something to do with the Shrike. And in the detective story, we're going to talk a lot about the Technocore and about John Keats. This is where we get to John Keats and all the AI stuff.
Wow. I'm definitely intrigued to hear about that stuff. Like the fact that Keats made such a massive it's basically been like the overall inspiration of this has been kind of interesting.
It's directly named after one of his poems.
Mm.
It's all this whole thing is about John Keats.
Mm.
So I should really read some more stuff by John Keats, probably.
I was saying I think I need to do the same too, because I really like because I'm looking at the setup of the Hyperion poem. And this is an excerpt of the poem. There's this thing's long as shit. Yeah, this thing's massive. Holy shit. But yeah, I'm looking at book 1 and it's interesting, within the first little bit. No stir of air was there, not so much life as on a summer's day, robs not one light seed from feathered grass.
Yeah.
That stuff is that's some fun descriptors of building strange planets and what have you.
Yeah.
I really like the start there. So I'm definitely gonna try and find a means to see if I can go to my local library.
Yeah. They got audiobooks. I mean, I don't know if you... Yeah.
Good time to plug the local library.
That is, yeah. Local libraries are dope.
Yes. Yes, they are. Very, very important.
Reading books is dope. Science fiction is dope, especially from the early 90s. A lot of things from the early 90s can be found at your local library.
Reading Rainbow.
Yeah.
Right. But so yeah, I was gonna say I don't really have anything to add on to here. The ship's captain, who's also on the pilgrimage, Het Mastine.
Het Mastine is the Templar.
I see.
Yeah, he's very upset that the tree has been destroyed. It's
It's
his tree ship. It's called Yggdrasil. Their whole religion is about raising these great spacefaring trees. And this is a big deal. This is one of the 5 adult trees that can actually travel through space. So
Oh god, it's just terrible, this fucking fight. It's just so, like, it's just this, like, it's just a struggle. It's like getting over it with Bennett Foddy. It's like not even supposed to be a game that feels correct. Like, it just feels like a mess at this part. And really, the rest of the game is so good. Even gameplay-wise. This is just a fuck.
Let's see. Doesn't it? It retires to his room without speaking. In the morning, Mastine is missing, and his room is found full of blood, despite a watch that has been kept all.
Yeah, is that the beginning of the 5th chapter, or is that the end of the 4th?
So this is the end of the 4th.
That's the next thing that happens in the, you know, in the current timeline. That Mastine goes missing.
And that leads us into the detective's tale.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand. So at the base of it is, like, in the timeline, like the sort of long ago is this whole the priest's tale, and then the soldier's tale, I'm assuming, takes place like, because this is basically leading up into the so-called
yeah, and the soldier's tale is definitely the soldier's tale. The big fight that he was in was one of the first battles of Hyperion, when his hospital ship was grounded on Hyperion, attacked while in space travel. So yeah, then they're not too sure exactly why the Ousters have such an interest in Hyperion, but like, yeah, and again, the second book has so many more like war councils and the leaders of the hegemony sitting around a war table talking about the actual politics of why this is happening. But for now, we just know that there is a war and that Hyperion is a hotspot.
So like basically, so what exactly ends up happening to Soul after all this? Oh fuck.
Well, where I'm at in the book, they're all hanging at the time. I mean,
I mean, as of, is he actually there with with Mastine? Is he there with Mastine when?
Yeah, all 7 of them are there. Well, 8 of them if you count Rachel. They're all there, and Mastine disappears. They're all traveling together.
I see.
And they're all telling these stories to each other on consecutive nights. That's like the structure. Is that on the first night the priest tells his tale, or whatever, a couple days later the soldier tells his tale, and they're all telling each other how they ended up coming back, returning to Hyperion, most of them.
Okay. So, this is like, and you said this is like one of the first times that they really developed the what's happening in the present time within these people going on this pilgrimage.
No. They've been the whole book has the whole structure has been about what they're doing.
Well, I mean, this particular what was I gonna say? The
chapter?
In this particular chapter, when I'm trying to remember who Het Mastine was.
Het Mastine he's the Templar. We haven't talked about him yet. He does not get a chapter. You'll notice, if you notice that there are 6 chapters and 7 pilgrims, Het Mastine does not have a chapter. He's the pilot and the Templar.
I see. Okay,
and the owner of the
because I was looking through the listing here.
Oh, and you saw there wasn't a story about him.
Well, it's not that there wasn't a story. It's that I've seen the other references to him in the.
Oh yeah, and he's definitely the least he's definitely the most background character in the book.
Oh, I see.
He doesn't get a lot of speaking lines. He's usually quietly observing. And in fact, we find out nothing about him. We don't find out why because he disappears basically now at this point in the plot. Where I'm at in the second book, he's reunited with them, but they're all in bad shape, and none of them really know what's going on.
It's basically survive at this point.
middle
Yeah,
of
yeah.
this.
Because now they're at the
space
time
movie.
tombs. There's Trike stuff happening.
Oh shit. Jeez. Yeah, I'm really digging this.
I'm into
definitely
it.
gonna have-
It's my current
Yeah.
thing.
I'm
glad I
definitely
decided to
with that.
fucking listen to a book.
Sure, it's again. I'm gonna definitely be hitting the library sometime this weekend.
Libraries are cool.
Libraries are indeed cool. But I was gonna say that was pretty much it for my questions on this. Do you have anything else that you wanted to add on top of this?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's about it. I'm working on my edited telling of the plot, which I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've definitely discussed themes and stuff. Oh, God, the part where you have to get on the other hand, like how in the cock. Yeah, but I'll have that video out soon, and hopefully if I put that out, I mentioned in the video that we're kind of working on a podcast or whatever this is. I refer to it as not a podcast. I refer to most things that I do as not a podcast because people are always like, when I interview people or ask people to come on to talk to them about something, they're always like, "Oh yeah, I'll come talk to you on your podcast," and I'm like, "Well, that's not really what it is."
Yeah,
but whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, it's like more the chill out open forum.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not to reference another podcast, but like Harmontown is really good.
Oh sure. I guess I should listen to that sometime.
Oh, but it's
I listen
so
to like podcasts. I listen to like history podcasts and nonfiction kind of stuff. And then I go on YouTube and listen to people talk about pop. So.
Like soda pop or pop?
No, like popular culture.
Oh, pop culture. Oh,
Because I mean, I guess Dan Harmon is just not very on my radar, but you mention him from time to time, so maybe I'll listen to. I told you I watched his D&D game or was it called Harmon Quest?
Harmon Quest was
yeah,
great,
that I saw. I thought that was done very well.
Yeah, it's super funny.
And obviously, I've seen Community.
But Harmontown was where the D&D podcast playthrough stuff was coming from.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I think I might have like kind of known that.
Oh, nice, dude. Nice. Nah, dude. I'm not gonna drink a sip, but that was impressive.
Like look like Lakitu.
Lakitu, come on, bud.
I want to scream your name like Connor Miyazaki. Who's Connor Miyazaki?
Connor Miyazaki. You know, brother. Were you trying to say like?
Well,
are you talking about Canada?
No, I was talking. Well, actually, Kaneda from Akira.
Yeah,
that's another good name that people scream. Very famously, Captain Kirk says, "Khan!"
Yes.
Oh my God, he won't fucking chill. Oh my God, if I fall right now.
Oh, bud. That's when you do like the quick taps. If you like let go and regrasp and let go and regrasp, the thing doesn't go down as quick.
He's got like a little shelf right next to his stupid shoulder. He's looking right at me. Jesus Christ. Right over the shoulder.
No.
Right over it.
Shut the fuck up.
Right over the shoulder.
I'm waiting for it. Oh, dude, that's... Oh, my God.
I mean, you are definitely not obligated to wait and watch me kill this guy, because I still might not do it. Every time I do this, I think to myself, maybe I'll just go make a sandwich. Maybe I won't do it this time.
Dude, you're almost there, and like I'm like goofed. So and I'm invested now. I'm invested now. And you have like that last little like.
Oh my God! I couldn't get while I was running out of stamina, I couldn't get one more stab on his ass. I seriously do not know how to jump backwards onto the second hand. I don't know how I've done it the 2 times I've done it. Like, I don't know how to get him to do it because the camera's like in a weird place all of a sudden. Like, he won't jump. Jump. I'm pressing. God. I'm like, and then, God. God. Like, he won't, like, I honestly don't know what the hell is supposed to be happening at that part. Because he just will not jump.
Oh my gosh.
He just doesn't do it. He just doesn't jump. I'm pounding X.
What the fuck?
Sometimes he does it. It's like, I don't know what the, like, that part,
Dude.
and honestly, shooting the thing is pretty bad too, but so much of this is terrible.
That's so funny.
And the camera, you know, I don't even need to, do I need to say anything about the camera? It's, God, the worst thing.
Like, I just love the fact that this monster looks so much like the robot from, what was that Queen record?
Oh God, the one that, does a character from Family Guy have a nightmare about it or something?
Oh God, was that it? Oh,
There's
God,
like a scene, like, is it Stewie? Like, the baby doesn't like that,
Yeah.
that Queen record, so...
Yeah, News of the World.
Yes.
Is the name of the record. Yeah, apparently did not like the robot from News of the World. Was not a fan. Gave him nightmares. Oh. Damn.
Horrible garbage.
You're like almost there, dude. I'm starting to contemplate if we should just go into the next story. Dude, that's so wild. Like, this boss is the worst.
It's like so, like, and I can't, like, just, and oh my God. And like,
Okay,
I've
yeah.
talked about Wander grabbing onto the wrong things at the wrong time, like, in just such an idiotic fashion.
What the hell is that?
Yes, that's what that is.
What in the
Like, what is even
absolute
going
hell
on
is
in this?
that?
Like, the game doesn't even work.
Are you even moving anymore?
Can you? I wasn't. All I was doing was hanging on. He grabbed on upside down and like somehow settled on that position.
That's so funny.
Like, it's, yeah, no, because sometimes, like, I honestly, I guess, is it just like tap down and jump? Fuck you. Because you pull down and you start. I honestly don't know how the backwards jump works. That's what's so bad about so much of this.
No
I
way.
honestly just don't know how it fucking works.
It's like, yeah, the very subtle, like, down press, like I didn't realize that it was a subtle down press instead of, like, you would think that, like, you know, you would have to press down to, like, because doesn't he have like a means to like turn his body to wherever he's supposed to be jumping?
I think so. Like, I feel like what I wanted to happen is I want to be holding on there and I want to like press down and I want to see him go into a posture that means he's gonna do the fucking jump, right? That's absolutely not what happens. He just climbs downwards, which also, I don't know why I'm surprised about that.
Yeah, like again, from playing this, like, I remember having the worst time jumping because, like, again, I was in that same
The backwards
mind
jump
frame
is
where
just trash, just absolute trash, garbage cans.
dumpster fires.
Yeah. And this fucking hand situation with the camera, like, oh, like, what the fuck? What in the entire fuck?
In the entire fuck. Dude.
whole ass.
Come on. Yeah, buddy. Whoa. Come on. Stupid hand.
God, and like using the camera to try to make sure you can see the spot you have to, like, everything about
Hit
it
with
is
the-
terrible.
yeah.
Everything about this encounter is so bad. Like, nothing is fun. It's all trash. Like, I cannot give this encounter, this whole end of this game, enough thumbs down. I do this every time I play this game. I get mad. How the hell are you supposed to shoot that thing?
Maybe if you stab the hand, like can
No, you gotta
cut the
shoot
hand?
his shoulder.
Yeah, I know you gotta shoot his shoulder, but like. I
Oh,
thought
can
there
you
was,
get him to
a-
like chill out?
Yeah, can you stab his hand and have him like
I can't believe
have
that
it
shot
sit
didn't
there for a
work.
second.
And I can't believe I have to fighting with the camera every time before you even start to go for the shot. Like it's oh,
Shenanigans.
like the most garbage, absolute trash. Who made this?
Dude.
Clowns.
Who did this? Did you do this? Oh shit.
This thing outstays its welcome so much. I'm always so sick of this fucking thing. He's upside down again. Oh my god. Oh my fuck cock. This is the worst fucking thing. How did that better have fucking hit him? Holy shit.
You just got that shot off, but that was
terrible.
impressive.
Like, maybe you are supposed to stab his hand, and I don't know if you can. I didn't have this sword. If I had the sword out, it would have showed me if there was like a thing.
Yeah, the little thing.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I thought my cat was about to jump out the window. You okay, Faye?
Kitty?
Okay. Kitty's. Yeah, sitting at the window. She just made a big to-do to jump to the window, so it was just a loud, like, noise. Dude, you got him.
Got him.
Nice. Bam. Right on.
What time is it?
I was gonna say it's 9:47 Eastern time.
Time to get ill.
It's time to get ill, dude.
When are you streaming next? Do you know?
I don't know, but I was probably gonna take tomorrow off to do some editing, and then I'll probably be back
Cool,
on
yeah.
Thursday to do some Metal Gear Solid.
Nice. I'm gonna be working on editing some stuff, and obviously I'll be in touch with you.
For sure, bud. Yeah. Again, like always good hanging.
Do I have It's Wednesday. Oh, I gotta go to the doctor tomorrow. But I'm gonna make soap.
Right on.
I might make a lot of soap tomorrow. I'll take some pictures and go to the doctor, and then probably come here and smoke pot. And that
Sounds good.
like that will be a Wednesday.
I was gonna say that's gonna be my Thursday. I gotta go to the doctor soon.
I hate the doctor.
Doctors are
Yeah.
college degreed assholes, but yes. They're there to help.
I think it's great. I think it's great that there are doctors. I
Yes.
hope that more people become doctors. I just don't want
Yes.
to talk to one. I think it's good that there are doctors. I think maybe
absolutely
there are some systems that aren't helpful for doctors actually, healing people instead of just getting them addicted to,
the
doom and
lobbying.
gloom kind of American talk.
Yeah, the usual. But yeah,
but it is a good thing
and
that medical care exists. We can agree on
yes,
that.
I can definitely agree with that. But yeah. Anyway, Kuya, as always, thanks again for hanging, bud. This has been a very interesting topic. I'm excited to hear 5 and 6 next week.
Yeah, thank you. Well, let's just keep making stuff. Let's just keep
For
making
sure.
stuff. See what happens.
Right on, bud. All right. Thanks y'all for watching. Thanks y'all for hanging. Hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your week. Y'all take care. And, yeah, good one. All right, that's gonna be it, bud.
All right, talk to you.
Let's see, there's the button. But yeah, awesome, man.
Very good.
Right
Very
on,
good
bud.
shit.
All right,
Talk to
I'm
you
gonna.
soon.
Yeah, I'll catch you soon, bud. You take care.
Have a good
Peace.
one.
Romorne, amantaga ro. Yondik yarars aula prulunka. Yakumku aik isif, irum de cake lutu. No sus if kafiwo. Was I latiku? It was eudu. You want to lie, Luludo? Look at the line you on. You must almost read. Akif. What is I don't conquer? Or is your kudu? Ikuka Order!
Ukam Amikuryo, Umfresra, Rukuho, Yuri Ato.
يقرأ كلام يقرأ على الفلوس كده 감사합니다. 유코지